Let you know this is a goal setting meeting, so we will be doing small groups throughout the day. The expectation is not for you and Charles to be trying to capture any of the small group discussions, but when the consultant brings it back to the main room and starts working back through the PowerPoint presentation, at that point, we want you to restart interpretation services.
Wonderful. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move you over to the Spanish channel, Pablo, and we'll get that activated, and I'll do the announcement of how to participate from the Spanish channel momentarily. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence translation of the meeting. For those of you just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in your Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear Spanish translation. Interpreter Charles, can you please restate that in Spanish?
Para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación en español está disponible y los miembros del público y el personal, quienes deseen escuchar en español, pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, haga clic en el icono de interpretación ubicado en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, ya que según al canal del español recomendamos que apaguen el audio principal para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Charles and Pablo, can we do a brief mic check to ensure the audio is working in the Spanish channel? Thank you. Both came in loud and clear.
Good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and call our meeting to order this morning. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One moment. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald. Here. Councilmember Fleming. Vice Mayor Alvarez. Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you so much. And the Vice Mayor will be joining us here shortly as he can. First and foremost, I wanted to thank everybody for being here. Goal setting really is one of the few opportunities for us to talk as a team, not about a specific item, but about a broader vision for what we want to accomplish here in the city of Santa Rosa. It is a critical tool for all of the council, for our department heads, for our city team, and for the public, and gives a good opportunity for folks to weigh in about what impacts they're seeing around the city and where they'd like us to focus our attention and our resources. So I just can't thank you all enough for being here today. And it's in person, which is great. I want to welcome up Nancy Hetrick with Management Partners. She'll be walking us through the agenda for the day, and she'll be helping to facilitate as we talk about that vision and how we turn that into an action plan here moving forward. Do you want to start with public comments before you come up? All right, so we'll do public comment first. If you're interested in providing comment on goal setting, specifically things that you would like to see, have us discuss, or talk about how to move forward in the city or issues that you're seeing, you'll have 3 minutes. So we'll bring folks up to the microphone over here. Go ahead, if you'd like to, state your name and any affiliation that you have, and then go ahead and talk a little bit about the issue. We'll start here in person, and then I believe we'll go to online after that. I'll turn that over to the Deputy City Clerk to see if there's any public comments on Zoom. Go ahead, come on up. Who wants to start?
Mayor, member of the council. My name's Tom Lepena. I'm a member of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Home Association. And I'm the vice chairman of the Rent Control Committee. So some of the members of the council may have already received communications regarding a rent control ordinance change that we are seeking. Currently, the city of Santa Rosa uses 100% of the San Francisco CPI index for the rent control increase. In Santa Rosa, most of us own our manufactured home residences, but we lease the land. Every year, we get a rent increase. What happens is we go for our income as retired folks or with the federal COLA for Social Security. Well, that COLA has not kept up with the San Francisco CPI. So much so that over the past 20 years, the rent that we pay has gone up 80%. The COLA has gone up 47%. So we're falling behind 33%. Now, when I had a conference call recently with the mayor and Roger McConnell, who's our chairman, the mayor was a little surprised to hear that even the city and county of San Francisco doesn't use the full CPI index. They use 60% of it. We have a more rural and agricultural and tourist economy than they do. We can't survive with 100% of the CPI. So we're asking for a revision of the rent control ordinance so we only use 50% of the CPI. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I make a quick announcement? With the public commenters, please make sure you're speaking right into the microphone. The people who are listening online cannot hear you once you turn away. Thank you.
Eat the microphone. Get close.
Is that better? Okay, thank you. My name is Thea Hensel, and I am co-chair of the Southeast Greenway campaign. And good morning, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, council members. It's good to be back here and see everybody in person. It's the first time in years. And I've been back here many times before, 13 years, as a matter of fact, hard to believe. Each time asking you to renew the project, support our next step, and each time you as a body have said yes to us. The campaign is deeply indebted to all of you for that. A grassroots community group has grown into a true public-private partnership that includes citizens of the area, Sonoma Water, Regional Parks, Sonoma Land Trust, Land Path, and the City of Santa Rosa, each of us pulling our weight in different areas of expertise. 11 years ago, we were awarded a national architectural study called the SDAT. That gave us a visionary plan with lots of community input. Years later, this morphed into a general plan amendment that will provide 47 acres of parkland and 10 acres of mixed use and medium density housing in a section of town that's ripe for that kind of development, addressing housing and climate change issues. 10 years ago, the city requested this land to be considered for non-motorized transit, which eventually, after studying, prompted Caltrans to successfully get the property surplus through the State Transportation Commission. 6 years ago, the partners signed a memorandum of understanding that gives us first right of refusal as we go through the acquisition process. 2 years ago, Metropolitan Transit and ABAG designated the Greenway as a priority conservation area, making it eligible for future grants. This trip down memory lane brings us to the cusp of our original goal, getting the land, and the time is now. All of the years of work can come to fruition this year with staff time that will steward the land transfer through title, purchase sales agreement, appraisal, and payment. That will involve public works, utilities, real estate, and legal departments. Sonoma Land Trust and the Greenway Campaign assume the responsibility for the acquisition costs of the Greenway property. We ask you for staff time to do this acquisition work, and additionally also for the City Council to develop a plan to deal with the purchase of the 10 acres of developable land. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Geyser. Can I write this?
Yes.
I'm Bob Geyser. I'm co-chair of the Southeast Greenway Campaign. Wanted to thank the city for its continued cooperation and work on this project. Since the city approved a general plan amendment and zone change in 2019, we've been working with the city staff and the Sonoma Water Agency, the Land Trust, and some other agencies, our partners, on the activities needed to acquire the land from Caltrans. In the past year, these activities have included reviewing deeds and other information from Caltrans, preparing detailed title maps and maps for appraising property values, and reviewing the possible purchase agreement terms. In the coming fiscal year, property appraisals will be completed by professionals who are approved by Caltrans. The purchase agreement terms will be negotiated, and the agreement may be approved by both Caltrans and the city. Consequently, additional city staff time will continue to be needed in the coming fiscal year so that we can complete the appraisals, negotiations, and acquisition process for the Greenway. Therefore, we request that the FY 2022-23 operating budget provide sufficient funds for the completion of these activities by the staff of the Real Estate Division, the City Attorney's Office, Transportation and Public Works, and other city departments. One issue that will need to be resolved in the purchase agreement is how the 3 areas zoned for housing development will be sold by Caltrans and how they will be paid for. They have said that they want to sell the whole property to the city in one transaction, including both the approximately 10 acres zoned for development, as well as the 47 acres planned for city and county parks. We have secured the grants and donations to acquire the parkland, but no funding has yet been determined for the purchase of the developable parcels. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jenny Doyle, a Santa Rosa Together Steering Committee member. I've lived in Santa Rosa for 35 years. My 2 sons went to school here from kindergarten through the junior college. The last 10 years have been chaotic and transformative for us all. Santa Rosa City Council and the Santa Rosa City Board of Education serve many of the same people. They reside in Every resident resides within a school boundary, whether they have children or not. Everyone is paying for the school, and schools should have access to the community resource. Santa Rosa Together recommends a regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council with the Santa Rosa School Board to be scheduled. Schools are a natural meeting place and exist in all parts of the city. They have the potential of being connecting places for everyone. Schools can provide an array of services to the entire community. Regular meetings would allow for discussion and collaboration on emergency planning, community meetings, and sharing of facilities. Schools are required by law to have an extensive evacuation plan, but that plan does not coordinate with any city plans. The city will continue to need heating and cooling spots and shelter in place sites. Some could be coordinated with schools, but now stay empty during emergencies. Schools are a community asset, and I look forward to bring my children, my grandchildren, and my other senior friends there to party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council members and staff. My name is Joan Jones and I live at the Country Mobile Home Park. I also represent the Santa Rosa Mobile Home Association, Lepena over here. We are asking the City Council to revise the Santa Rosa rent control ordinance. Right now, I feel like I'm on Shark Tank. The current ordinance uses the full San Francisco CPI and is not a true reflection of the agricultural and rural economy of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. We ask your support to revise the current ordinance to 50% of the San Francisco CPI. We are currently at 100%. And San Francisco only uses 50%. So we're only asking for what's fair. In the last 20 years, our space rent has increased approximately 80%, but our Social Security has only increased 47%. And we kindly ask your support. And thank you for inviting us.
No, thank you so much. Is there anybody else in person who'd like to speak? Okay. Madam Deputy City Clerk, do we have any hands on Zoom?
We do, Mayor. The first public comment will be from Alexa, followed by Chris.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and other members of the council. I'm calling in this morning from Montgomery Village neighborhood in District 2, where I live with my husband and 2 sons. As you settle on your goals for the coming year, I urge you to include in the list the creation of an equitable, decarbonized, and safe transportation network for Santa Rosa that makes it possible to live fully without a car, or at least to leave our cars at home a great deal of the time. I feel a particular need to speak up today because I recently learned while listening in on a bicycle and pedestrian subcommittee meeting last week that the city in the last 4 years has spent 23% of its public works capital improvement budget, nearly $20 million, on increasing the capacity of our roads for private automobiles. Using our public tax dollars, especially such a large sum, to further encourage and support private automobile use is entirely out of line with so many of the stated commitments this council has made in recent years, including traffic safety, climate mitigation and adaptation, and equitable access to opportunity. Just one example of the latter, inequities: the majority of my students at the JC do not own their own cars. When we as a city spend $20 million to build more roads for cars, we are investing in an infrastructure that these citizens cannot use and sending a message to them that if they want to be full and equal citizens in Santa Rosa, they need to use their already constrained budgets to buy a car. This is no way to invest in the future of our city. So I'm asking you to prioritize as a goal the creation of an equitable, decarbonized, and safe transportation network connecting all 7 districts of the city. Further, I'm hoping this goal will help shape a budget that deprioritizes costly and inequitable expenditures on private car infrastructure and prioritizes instead spending on things like the design and implementation of a genuinely low-stress, complete bicycle network, the finalization of an agreement to acquire the Southeast Greenway property from Caltrans as a crucial link in that network, the restoration and improvement of bus service for the whole city, and the continuation or implementation of fare-free ridership for youth riders, seniors, veterans, and any economically constrained communities. I understand how many problems you are juggling, and I know your jobs are not easy. For the record, I support the current proposal to pay you all more, but I'm sure of one thing: investing more in private car infrastructure will not make your jobs any easier, and it will in fact exacerbate so many of the challenges our city currently faces. Please prioritize equitable, climate neutral transportation in the coming year and beyond. Thank you again for your time and commitment to your city.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Chris, followed by Gregory.
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Rogers and other members of the council. I live in the Montgomery Village area with my family, and I also want to express my appreciation for the many challenges that the city must respond to and balance in its planning. These last several years have obviously been particularly challenging, and I'm really grateful for the fortitude our leaders and many of our citizens have shown in the face of so many crises. Unfortunately, though, I think this has left us increasingly on the back foot, struggling to preserve, or in too many cases, to rebuild the places and the things that make our community so special to us. As we look forward, I hope we'll strive to change that dynamic and to prioritize investments and actions that expand, enhance, and amplify what our city has to offer. Like Alexa, who spoke before me, and Thea from the Greenway campaign, I believe that investing in the city's transportation network and really transforming the city's transportation infrastructure to support biking, walking, and transit is just such an opportunity. In particular, the rapid development of a citywide low-stress bike network connected to transit and to work, education, shopping, and cultural opportunities for all our citizens holds tremendous promise, giving all of us the opportunity to move safely through the city at a pace and scale that connects us with one another and with the power of place can strengthen our community in so many ways. I know some will think, sure, that would be nice, but it's too far out of reach. It's too expensive. It will take too long. But other cities have shown it can be done quickly and for far less money than we might think. Furthermore, this is an intervention that can simultaneously advance many other priorities, which will only enhance the return on investment. I urge the council to embrace this vision, to be ambitious, and to think about all the ways in which this could enhance our city along with the other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The next public comment will be from Gregory, followed by Ceville.
Good morning, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. My name is Gregory Farron. I'm here today to ask you to put as one of your goals the full and effective implementation of your ARPA funds and the county's ARPA funds over the next year as they roll out. This morning at 10 o'clock, our county ARPA last networking meeting will occur. And soon after, the RFP will be released. This is a combination of your and county monies of upwards of $70 million that's going to, some of it, a lot of it, end up in Santa Rosa and end up benefiting Santa Rosa residents. But it's not easy to be able to roll out that much money needing a lot of facilities, needing a lot of support. And I'm asking you to direct the city manager to do everything in your power to make Santa Rosa a full partner to any and all applicants who receive funding. This is going to take a huge effort on the part of the city to accommodate and support all of the programs that are going to be funded. And I want you to say that the city is a full partner in trying to make all of those programs effective. That's my hope. That's my ask for your goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. The next public comment will be from Ceville, followed by Justin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead, Ceville.
Sorry, it muted again. Good morning, Mayor, council members, city staff. I am here today as a member of Santa Rosa Together Steering Committee and basically speaking out and asking you to consider investing in social capital. Now that we have established 7 city council districts, the city of Santa Rosa, the formation of an open government report, and the creation of an Office of Community Engagement and an Equity Officer, the council should look towards incorporating neighborhoods as the basis for its community engagement efforts. Referring to the City Council Resolution 28174, CAB shall actively partner with the city's community engagement program efforts by assisting neighborhoods and other organizations to build civic capacity. So SRT is proposing as a top priority that the council adopt an ordinance to elevate the role of the Community Advisory Board to become a council of neighborhoods. We recommend the City Council through its Open Government Task Force Implementation Subcommittee to review the options to prepare this ordinance. Since the onset of COVID and the impact of the fires, the latest, the Kincaid fire, it has become apparent that community resilience can come from knowing our neighbors and improving our ability to work together. That's just a beginning. A well-resourced network of neighborhoods would foster the capacity for residents in neighborhoods and districts to participate in authentic community input and decision-making. The Council of Neighborhoods could serve as a reviewer and advisory to many public planning practices that determine the future of our city, such as the general plan, specific area plans, economic development plans, community improvement projects, public transportation projects, disaster response, from a scale that is either neighborhood, district, or citywide. So now is the time for Santa Rosa to develop social capital. Currently, in these tumultuous times, our democracy demands more from us. Our safety requires more planning and cooperation within our neighborhoods, and we could use the skills to make decisions together. Help us to mobilize individual and community talents and skills to become assets for our community, for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. The next public comment will be from Justin, followed by Herman. Justin, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm just dialing in to urge you, as you set your goals for the coming year, to prioritize the rapid installation of a low-stress citywide bicycle network. I'm a father of 4. I cycle myself as a commuter and for exercise. And there's no reason that any of us should be putting our lives on the line to opt for bicycles as transportation. Beyond that, investing in a bike infrastructure will help the city meet a lot of its stated commitments, including making Santa Rosa more equitable, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing traffic injuries and deaths, and improving our climate resilience and economic vitality. So thank you very much. Again, my name is Justin Borton.
Thank you, Justin. Mayor, I'm not seeing Herman's hand up any longer for public comment. Would you like me to go ahead and move through to the voice message public? Oh, there's Herman's hand. I will hit Herman. Herman, you are live to make your public comment. Please unmute and proceed.
All right. Good morning, City Council members and Mayor Rogers, staff and community members. This is Herman G. Hernandez calling in. I currently serve on the Sonoma County Board of Education and a new resident of the city of Santa Rosa off of West 3rd, across the street from the beautiful Place to Play Park, where my puppy Moose loves the dog park right across the street. Before I get to some of the things that I hope that the council focuses on, I do want to give a huge thank you to a lot of your staff members. One of the things that I do as my day job is consulting, and I work with the Elsie Allen High School Foundation. And at the end of last month, we had an amazing showing of different departments from your city, including Chief Westrop and your fire department, Chief Navarro and Captain Isaacson from the police department, Deb Lane from your water department, Danielle Garduno and Irma Cuevas from your Department of Community Engagement, Adam Martinez from your transit team. And I just really, really appreciated that the city of Santa Rosa showed up to our College and Career Week, signing up for multiple guest speaking opportunities and participating in our career fair, because that's really what community is all about. And a special thank you to your Director of Equity, Socorro Shields, for connecting our high school to a lot of your department leads that we did not have connections to, especially because of the pandemic. But it was awesome to see, and we hope we can continue that type of partnership. I was just calling in today because I saw you guys were doing your goal setting, and I have not been following the city council as closely lately, but I do hope that you all accomplish or prioritize a few things. One of them is regarding the equity department. I'm hoping that the council and mayor and staff can really focus in on equity goals for your council and departments that are tracked and defined with some type of tool or success metrics. I think that's incredibly important, especially because so many different government agencies across our country now, but specifically in Sonoma County, are really transitioning to this equity department and kind of developing the landscape. The other thing is making sure that this equity department and metrics are public and transparent. I think it's important that the community knows what's going on and what kind of progress that you've accomplished since you've established this equity department. And then also setting expectations for your staff that include policy and practice changes that might increase the amount of people of color who are in leadership roles at your within your management, but also people who are in leadership roles on your commission. So thank you so much. And also pay city council members full-time. I think that's a huge step forward to making the city council more diverse and better represent our city. I really hope that you guys prioritize paying your city council members full-time. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Mayor, I'll move on to voicemail public comments received.
Great.
My name is Dorothy Wyker, spelled Weicker, and I'm calling to comment on the issue of the Santa Rosa Southeast Greenway. This is a message for Mayor Rogers and the City Council members. I would like to thank you for the ongoing support you've given the Southeast Greenway project as we've achieved important milestones, including the approval of a general plan amendment, EIR, and rezoning plan for the property in July 2019. This year, I'm writing to request your support in reaching another major milestone, completing the acquisition of the 57-acre Southeast Greenway property from Caltrans. The Sonoma Land Trust and Southeast Greenway campaign have agreed to secure funding for the acquisition costs, appraisal, and purchase price of the 47 acres zoned as parkland. To move forward, City Council must work with city staff to develop a plan for funding the acquisition of the 10 acres of Greenway property zoned for housing and mixed use. The acquisition of 57-acre Southeast Greenway property will help the City of Santa Rosa fulfill its mission to provide high-quality public services and cultivate a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. Additionally, it will address several important city goals, including housing and affordable housing, economic resilience, climate change. When developed, the citizens of Santa Rosa will enjoy easy access to an urban open space for walking, biking, gardening, recreation, and spending time in a beautiful outdoor setting. Let's bring the city's goal of planning and implementation of the Southeast Greenway to the forefront in the year 2022 and 2023. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Greg Damron, and I'm commenting on agenda item 7, goals and strategies for the February 24th goal setting session. I was born and grew up in Santa Rosa and went to Santa Rosa High School. In 2014, I had the privilege of working with the late Vince Harper at CAP Sonoma with Dig Youth, doing tobacco inventory surveys in Santa Rosa neighborhoods. It was then that new products called e-cigarettes were starting to show up in stores. Vince was very instrumental in instilling me the importance of attentiveness, of looking at differences between our Santa Rosa neighbors and paying attention to where tobacco retailing establishments proliferated and where they were absent. Fast forward 8 years later, and smoke and vape shops have popped up all over Santa Rosa and especially the downtown area. Thanks in part to the influence of Vince Harper, I went further in my career in public health to specialize in tobacco prevention and volunteer for local commercial tobacco prevention efforts. Since those years when vapes were just appearing in our local stores, a teen vaping epidemic occurred. Now mom and pop corner stores have turned into mini vape outlets with plexiglass power walls of fruit, mint, and dessert flavored vapes with high dosage nicotine, and this is commonplace. Right now there is more regulatory control over fresh produce like bananas than there is for banana flavored vapes in Santa Rosa stores. We urgently need a tobacco retail license ordinance. We need to regulate the number of retailers, put a cap on them, and stop stores from setting up near schools like the one near Whited Elementary in Rincon Valley where I live. Please adopt a TRL. It's fee-based, self-supporting, and evidence-based to lower teen initiation to nicotine. Thank you, Mayor Rogers and the Santa Rosa City Council. Please enact an ordinance. And a special request for the teens on our coalition who have submitted public comment. It would be nice for at least to have them acknowledged in some way so that they know that their efforts are being heard. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor Rogers and the Santa Rosa City Council, my name is Samuel Damron. I'm commenting on Agenda Item 7, Goals and Strategies for Santa Rosa Goal Setting Session. I'm 19, a Santa Rosa resident and member of the Tobacco-Free Sonoma County Community Coalition. I participated in last year's Santa Rosa's Forward Forum to talk about my concerns for my peers in the teen vaping epidemic. One reason we have an epidemic is vape and smoke shops keep popping up all over our city without an ordinance. How many more of our neighborhoods and youth-sensitive areas are going to be intruded upon by smoke and vape shops? Too many teens are buying flavored e-cigarette and other commercial tobacco products from these stores. It is time to add to Santa Rosa's goals for 2022 to catch up with the County of Sonoma, Town of Windsor, and the cities of Healdsburg, Sonoma, Sebastopol, and Petaluma, and enacting a tobacco retail license ordinance. The immediate and long-term health of Santa Rosa's youth depends on this. Thank you.
Hi, this is for the goal-setting meeting for February 24th, and my name is Caroline Banuelos. Good morning, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, and council members. My name is Caroline Banuelos, and I am speaking on behalf of both Santa Rosa Together and the Sonoma County Latino Democratic Club. Both groups would like to advocate for two things: an independent police auditor and a civilian review board. As the former chair of the task force that brought the county ILARO, the Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach, I want to remind the council that in 2015, the Cali Task Force shared our final report with the City Council, particularly in regard to an independent police auditor. An independent police auditor will provide accessible, safe, impartial, and responsive intake systems for complaints regarding the Santa Rosa Police Department and to ensure accountability, fairness, transparency, and trust in the complaint system. Also, if later established, to support and staff a civilian review board that monitors the work of the police auditor, reviews complaints, and provides policy recommendations to the SRPD and City Council. This position should not be located in the offices of the police department. To assure independence, the position could be appointed for a specific term of office by the City Council with termination only for specific cause by a supermajority of the council. We ask that this position be included in the city charter to fully assure it is continued and fully operational. A civilian review board would demonstrate how policing practices can promote effective crime reductions while building public trust and examine how to foster strong collaborative relationships between law enforcement and the communities they protect while providing transparency and accountability. A civilian review board would go a long way in building trust with the community. Santa Rosa can achieve policing that is responsive to community standards, values, and needs. We can work together to strengthen the bridge between our diverse communities and law enforcement, increase communication, and assure the civil rights are protected. Thus, we strongly encourage the establishment of a civilian review board to be highly ranked priority for the council's goals for the year and refer to the Public Safety Subcommittee for further research and development. We know that the council has worked to address the relationship between law enforcement and the community. The new INSPONS mental health support team, for example, is a huge step toward this goal. More needs to be done, however. These two recommendations, if achieved with the fulfillment of the community and stakeholders who care deeply about this issue, this will continue to move our city in the right direction. Thank you so much.
Pamela Granger, speaking to the meeting on goal setting. Good morning. I speak today on behalf of the Tobacco-Free Sonoma County Coalition in requesting that you add a tobacco retail license ordinance, or TRL for short, as a priority during your goal-setting session. At the very least, a TRL would charge an annual fee covering the cost of administration and ongoing compliance checks to Santa Rosa retailers who choose to continue selling their deadly products in this, the largest city in the county. This is not a new request. We've made the same plea to this and former Santa Rosa City Councils since before I retired from the American Lung Association in 2015. Why is it so important? Because the best way to reduce disease and death from tobacco use is to keep kids from starting in the first place. What's changed in Santa Rosa is the quantity of tobacco retailers, how many have located next to youth-sensitive locations, the emergence of electronic smoking devices, also known as vapes, and the resulting exponential increase in kid-friendly flavored tobacco-laden products. Did you know that in Sonoma County, nearly 1 in 5 teens are vaping and close to 1 in 4 teens are using at least one tobacco product, becoming the next generation addicted to tobacco? The recently updated Portrait of Sonoma calls attention to health disparities that have not changed. If anything, COVID-19 has widened the gaps. That report calls on us to redouble our tobacco control efforts. In addition to tobacco-related death and disease, smoking and vaping also increase the risk of the most severe impacts of COVID-19, making ending tobacco use more important than ever. Much like COVID-19 has disproportionate impact on certain communities, especially communities of color, so does tobacco use. Menthol cigarettes remain a key vector for tobacco-related disease and death in the Black community. And menthol cigarette use is also elevated amongst LGBTQ Americans, pregnant women, and persons of lower incomes. Santa Rosa, with more tobacco retailers than the entire rest of the county combined, is now getting in the way of those cities and the county who have said no to big tobacco and big vape by passing tobacco retail licenses with flavored tobacco bans. Tobacco-Free Sonoma County has extensive information, model ordinances, and the enthusiasm needed to assist you in improving the health of the Santa Rosa community. All we need is your support. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment received in advance.
Great. Thank you so much for participating, everybody. We'll go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to turn it over to Nancy, and we're going to go ahead and get an overview of our agenda. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Alvarez, members of council. It's nice to be here. I'm Nancy Hetrick, and we have quite a full day laid out for you today. I think it's going to be engaging, and I'm really hopeful that we'll end the day together later this afternoon with some real clear direction, clear objectives that then can help to inform your city manager and staff as they're preparing budgets and the work plan for the coming year. So we have quite a day planned today as a goal setting. My name is Nancy Hetrick. I work for Management Partners, and my associate here, Ashley Garcia, is going to be helping me as we work through the agenda and listen and take notes on the discussions that transpire. As you can see, we're set up in a workshop format, right? So far more informal than a traditional council meeting, but this is a chance to talk about things, talk about those big issues, talk about what success looks like, what you want to achieve. Also, thank you to the members of the public who have joined us today and who joined us virtually to share thoughts and ideas. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at what our objectives are for today. Just kind of do some housekeeping, get ourselves set up successfully for the day. So really there are 3 key objectives. First of all, we want to take a look at and really affirm the city's mission, vision, and values, core values. So we'll spend time this morning reflecting on those and making sure that they still resonate, that you still connect with them, and that they reflect what's most important from the city's perspective. The real meat of the afternoon and the big thrust of the day, obviously, is establishing council goals for the coming year and really having a thoughtful discussion around the strategies that you want to pursue as you're working toward those goals. We'll define what those means, what those mean. We'll have discussions about what success looks like. And I think we'll have quite an engaged afternoon doing that. As we wind down our afternoon, we really want to make sure we leave time to talk about what will help working together in terms of updates to council and support to staff to make sure that you're able to achieve those goals that you've laid out. So we're going to allocate some time to kind of use that as our wrap up today to really get specific about that. So that's our flow, our objectives of the day. We've set up some ground rules on the next slide, please. Just to remind us and to help us to facilitate the workshop in a productive way that allows for open conversation, for differences of opinion, and a productive day. So I would ask everybody to listen to each person's point of view, respect differences. There's value in that debate and discussion as we come to some resolution. Assume good intent. Everybody in this room is here for the city and the residents of Santa Rosa. And so keep that in mind. Everybody is bringing their voice to the table and assume good intent. Speak up if we need a course correction. If it looks like we're getting stuck on something that really maybe needs more time, another day, or we need a break, please let me know. As your facilitator, I'm here to help guide your day and make sure that it's productive and that we're keeping the energy up. So if we need a course correction, please speak up. We're going to be listening for where there's areas of consensus, particularly as we're establishing council goals this afternoon. So look for those opportunities to find the intersections where you have common ground. And let's do our best to stay focused on the task at hand, which is really to identify and establish your goals for the next year. Sound good? Everybody, thumbs up? All right, awesome. Okay, we also use a nice little tool called the bike rack. You may have heard of this before. We have it written over here. Sometimes there are topics that emerge over the course of the day that really warrant more time and energy. We don't want to lose those ideas and those topics, but we want to make sure we can keep to our agenda so we can get through everything and not leave things hanging. We'll record them on the bike rack. That will be a part of our final report that comes back to you, capturing the results of the day. So you'll have a way to revisit that in the future. You can mention, I think that's a bike rack item, Nancy or Ashley, can you write that down? Or feel free to write it up yourself. And so, that's our tool, helps us with time management. So that's the bike rack. All right, so the agenda of the day, which sort of mirrors, as you might imagine, the objectives. We're going to start off with hearing from your new city manager, some opening comments and observations. I'll turn it to her in just one moment. We are going to take some time to look back over the past year and reflect on the accomplishments that have been achieved over the last year. So Jason's going to help us to introduce that a little bit and lead that. Then we'll ask for council's thoughts and ideas if there are other accomplishments you want to recognize or make note of. So we'll go through those accomplishments. Then we're going to shift gears and we're going to kind of zoom out to the mission, vision, and values of the organization. You have a mission statement, you have a vision statement. We're going to look at those and just kind of reaffirm them or decide if there's a need for some change. We'll spend a little bit more time on organizational values. I had an opportunity to meet with the mayor and members of council in advance of this session, and we had some great discussions around the importance of strong core values and how they underride everything that you do here at the city. So we want to spend some time talking about those values and what they look like in practice and how do you elevate them and integrate them into all that you do. So we'll spend time later this morning in groups. That's why you're in table groups. You're going to talk to each other to do that. We will then break for lunch. Assuming our role and our timing is working properly, we're going to cross our fingers. And then this afternoon, we're going to talk about goals and strategies. So we're going to look at the goals, the themes that I heard during the council interviews. And we've got some ideas to start the conversation around potential goals for the coming year or even the next couple of years and ways to do that. So that's what we're going to spend time this afternoon. And as I mentioned, then we're going to wrap up with how do we work together to get there. And so we'll wrap up there and then we'll call it a day. And I don't know, I'm going to say go have a glass of wine, but whatever you want to do at the end of the day. All right, so we've got some people in. All right, so that's our agenda for today. I'm hopeful there are no surprises. This is what you're expecting. But I'm excited to be here and happy to facilitate the conversations with you today. So thanks so much. I'm going to turn it over to Marquisha to do some opening comments.
So thank you, Nancy, and good morning, Mayor and members of council. I first want to thank everybody for being here today, and I especially want to thank Team Santa Rosa. Team Santa Rosa continues to deliver exceptional level of customer service despite the circumstances. For more than 4 years, there have been ongoing disasters, and you're constantly being asked to remain steadfast and be resilient. I couldn't ask for a better team. We are now at a turning point, progressing towards a full recovery. Finances are stable, but we cannot lose sight of our tier 1 priority, which is physical sustainability. For the last several weeks, I spent a good part of my time meeting with the men and women who keep this city moving forward. The bandwidth is limited, and we cannot continue to gloss over the mental health of our team. Moving into today's discussion, we must begin to balance core services, operationalizing one-time funding, and using innovation to drive a philosophy of high performance. Today, we must be intentional and deliberate in setting our goals and expectations. How do we continue to provide quality, efficient, and equitable services, engage the community, support environmental sustainability, create housing for all, and provide a safe community where all want to live and raise a family in the city of Santa Rosa? How do we get to yes? How do we build an economic resilient community for all? Today's discussion should begin with the framework that allows us to understand the physical side of the house, and then defining our mission, vision, and values, defining priorities and objectives, and then aligning those strategies with metrics for deployment and performance excellence. We must and we have to get back to the basics. Director Tickner, Director Burke, Chief Navarro, Director Bassinger, Assistant City Manager Nutt, Communications Coordinator Elise. I'm going to say Assistant City Manager Hartman right now. Chief Navarro, Chief Westrup, Director Reeves, City Clerk Williams, Chief Financial Officer Alton, City Attorney Gallagher. Thank you for a job well done, because this can't move forward without you and your team. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here today as we continue to discuss strategies on how we move Santa Rosa forward. Thank you.
All right, terrific. All right, we're gonna start off with something that is a little engaging, kind of fun, and we're gonna hope that technology works to our advantage. We're gonna make sure it works, right? Sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss, but I'm gonna turn it over to Ashley to give us some guidance on doing a little warm-up activity.
Thank you, Nancy. So I'll admit I was sweating a little bit because, excuse me, our website for our feedback tool was down this morning, but it's back up. So I'm really glad. So we would like for all of the city council and city staff to please take out your mobile device. That can be either your smartphone or your tablet that's sitting in front of you. And if you would please type into your web browser, menti, MENTI.com. It'll bring you up to this site to enter a code. And the code that you'll enter to access our question is 90315415. That's up here on the screen. And that'll take you to a question that we're going to pose to you all this morning, which is, what does high performing organization mean to you? And you'll have the opportunity to type in your response, and then we'll be able to show you what the council and city staff colleagues feel about the answer to that question. Looks like we're having a little trouble with the add-in. Oh, there it goes. Sometimes it takes a moment to think, and it is. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can fix it from my laptop. Just one moment. And if not, we'll pivot and do raised hands and write it up on the flip charts. So hold.
As an interlude, this is probably because they had to reset their website. And so we set this up before that. And so this is a much better technology problem than you might recall some of you have experienced last year, right? Where we had to relocate. We're not relocating today. This is just a temporary change. So let's just give a sec to see if Ashley can get a new code for this. And if not, we're going old school. Nothing wrong with that, right? All right, the web server is down again. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. You're all at little table groups, right? So you saw the question. The question is, what does high performing organization mean to you? And so at your tables, I'd like you to take a moment and then share with your colleagues at the table what that means to you. Okay, so we'll just take 5 minutes or so to kind of share those thoughts, and then I'll ask for volunteer from each of the 5 groups to share some of the themes that emerged. Does that work okay? All right.
All right. About 20 seconds left. I can go around. Okay. Oh. All right, everyone. Thank you for that thoughtful discussion. We will bring it back to the main group and hear from all the tables of what you came up with. We start with this group here in the front. Someone like to report out some of the themes that you discussed?
Major themes, so I'll bring a couple. Staff capacity, identifying revisiting the goals and the priorities of those goals, make sure that they are still in line with our current environment and our current staffing levels. Having long-term plans. Councils change every 2 years. That challenges continuity, and it can increase the number of ideas that come forward. But it's important to communicate with council members and to understand some of those, not only the expectations of the community, which can get very high at times, and getting them to understand as well and work with us when we have to say, this is possible, this is not, based on this reason, and we have to kind of cool our jets. We wouldn't have to cool our jets and look at really what is accomplished, what we can accomplish, especially when dealing with tragedy, which we have no shortage of, have had no shortage of recently.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll go to this table in the back.
So our group discussed freedom and ability to innovate in an organization, having clear goals and objectives, defined strategies, a well-defined organizational structure that includes succession planning, a workforce that is valued and knows their value, having access to resources, feeling supported, as well as self-care, mental health, supporting that, and that we're really investing in our best asset, which is our employees. And finally, providing excellent customer service.
Great, thank you so much. This back middle table.
came up with moving into an efficient operation focused on service and support to the community, and kind of generally moving away from an emergency mentality to a strategic mentality. The goal would be to analyze the problem, take decisive action with the goal of service delivery to the community, to be more specific. Some of the rest of the discussion was around high-performing organizations don't just meet basic expectations, they actually exceed minimum expectations. And they have a tendency to be thoughtful, proactive versus reactive. They do not contain silos, and they have an organization which is moving in the same direction. And I think one of the other notes that was important is that we can't be crippled by being an institution of government. We have to focus on our goals and objectives and be willing to take action to be considered a high-performing organization.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll shift over to this group.
So I think we kind of settled on some of the same things that we've heard before, but just briefly, you know, the goal would be to be strategic and proactive in our views, but also to be adaptable, to react to immediate issues that pop up, to be collaborative among staff and departments, to promote high job satisfaction, basically be a good place to work, and to have clarity of direction. So we're all kind of moving in the same direction.
That seems to be one that's come up frequently, that clarity. And hopefully we'll establish that today. And up front, last group.
All right, so one of our team members, I think, really summed it up what we thought was the best way to put it overall, which was meeting the needs of the community before they need it. And that includes proactive government to leverage team member skills. Different people have different skill sets and strengths, and so leveraging those strengths in the individuals through collaboration, removing silos, talked about from the other groups, and ultimately having the greatest impact.
Great. So we've heard removing silos several times and shifting from reactive to proactive as well. So it's good to see that there's some commonality amongst the group already, and a great way to start off the day.
Well, and we already have practiced adaptability too. So we've already worked on that today. That's great. Okay, so let's pull up the slide deck again, and I'm going to hand it over to Alan to do just a quick update on the financial outlook to give us sort of that leveling bit of information. Alan, you want to take that?
So what we have here is just the basic status of our general fund reserves, and I showed this at the last week's council meeting. But I think in general, what we can find from it is that there's a lot of positives with this, and that we've met our council policy for our reserve amounts. So that's a great positive. We haven't been able to say that in the past, so to be able to say it now is nice. And I think what it allows for is for us to do some of the things that we talked about here, is be strategic and proactive when it comes to developing our fiscal side of the house going forward. We have done a lot of that already, and we are still doing that in terms of putting money into the community from one-time funds that we would have been, and the focus of really taking those one-time funds to be able to develop and complete one-time projects that help our community recover, that help our community going forward. We're able to hopefully go through a period where we can reach an ultimate goal of having a balanced general fund budget going forward and still have money that comes in as we develop a surplus to be able to use those into the community in one-time projects, but to overall come up with a goal of having a balanced budget going forward. And we are very much on the path to being able to do that.
All right, any questions before we move on? I was just trying to give us a little bit of context and overview. Thank you, Alan. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. And Jason, why don't you come on up? While he does that, I think you should have received a handout, little packet that on accomplishments that he might take us through. Thank you, Jason.
Good morning, Jason Nutt. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I'm going to walk you through some of our accomplishments. You've got the handout. It's a 7-page handout which talks about accomplishments specific to departments that they're reporting on. And they're reporting on specific accomplishments associated with some of the policy and priorities that council established during last fiscal year. And so that's how this is up. There's a ton more accomplishments that we've had through the course of the year, and these are just some of the highlights. And I'm going to go one step further and say you've got 7 pages. I'm not going to spend and walk through every single one of those. I'm going to take a few of them that resonated for me. I may pause at some point and ask department heads to chime in if I may have missed one that they found was particularly important and valuable. So let's go ahead and start working our way through this. If we think about community engagement, that team has come forward and completed their community empowerment plan. They've done a presentation declaring racism a public health and human crisis, and they've done the completion of community surveys, listening sessions regarding sideshow activity. And I got the luxury of participating in some of those, and I thought they were very well done and really ended up with a good outcome. Looking at transportation and public works, City Bus implemented the You Are Free unlimited pass program for K through 12 students. And I think if they haven't yet provided you with updates on how that's coming, they will be shortly. It's been very successful. They also are in the process of purchasing the first 4 battery electric buses, and they are working toward a 100% electric vehicle program in the future. You'll also see a shared mobility device ordinance coming to council in April. And then early in the year, you passed the zero waste foodware ordinance. And that was a big change for us and how we're going to implement some of our climate action components. We developed last night, we prepared and council approved an expenditure plan for how we were going to invest $59 million of outside funding in an effort to restore our communities that were damaged by the Tubbs fire. And we were successful at receiving $12 million through the Active Transportation Program and an additional $3.4 million recently through MTC with Councilmember Fleming's support to push the bike and ped overcrossing forward into a state of final design. On the waterfront, they were able to adopt a 4-year rate schedule for water and wastewater. And they successfully worked with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board to get the NPDES permit adjusted. That was a huge win for Santa Rosa Water and for the city. It was a major change in policy that's allowing them a little more certainty moving forward in how we're doing our discharge and management and monitoring. From a planning and economic development standpoint, I'm going to ask Claire to provide the most current numbers because I think what you've got in the what you've got on the sheet is not quite accurate at the moment. And so, Claire, could you give us the most recent housing numbers?
Great, thank you for that. Yes, we were still counting numbers as we were putting this together, so I'm happy to give an update on where we are at. First, with housing production in terms of our fire rebuild since the 2017 fires. As you know, we lost 3,000 housing units. We are at 80% completed. So that's 2,085 have been completed. The glass fire in 2020, we did lose 34 housing units. We have 12 under construction. So this is phenomenal. And even though I'm reporting it out as Director of Planning and Economic Development, it cannot be done in a silo. We use water and fire and transportation and public works to get this done. So I'm really proud of the rebuild. In addition, we have done phenomenal on housing production. I'm proud to say that we have issued 1,277 units in 2021. Just to put that in perspective, that's twice what we issued last year and almost 3 times what we issued the year before. So again, a phenomenal job considering we're still fighting fires. We're in a pandemic coming out of, and we have a lot of the same staff that we have across the table. So phenomenal job. And so my thanks go to across, not just PED, but the entire plan review team.
Thanks for that update, Claire. I think those numbers are pretty outstanding and they definitely show. Sorry. Yes, Mayor.
A quick point of clarification, Claire, the 1277, that's units that have been completed and ready to be occupied?
Those are issued. So 2021, those are building permits issued. So they're either under construction or pending. We completed 500 housing units in 2021, meaning occupied.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for the clarification, Mayor. So also in planning and economic development, they completed the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan adoption as well as a density bonus update. And there are many other items that you'll see listed there. On the economic development front, they completed a child care support program, which included 1 million in resiliency grants, funding 180 providers, serving 6,000 children. It's pretty astounding and a great accomplishment. And on the public art front, they expanded their presence and awarded commissions for a number of murals and advanced the Unum sculpture, which they've made some additional adjustments on in the recent days. On the housing community services front, looking at homelessness, you just recently awarded, meaning on Tuesday night, their scope and services, not only for Sam Jones Hall support, but also other services relating to our homeless strategic plan. And I think there's a lot of excitement among the team on how we're going to proceed with those new awards. In addition, the Housing Authority awarded the $9.3 million in loans to 4 projects. That's the Bennett Valley Apartments, the Mahonia Glen project. Hopefully I got that right. And Burbank Avenue Apartments, and then the Hearns Veterans Village. It's pretty great to start to see those investments work their way into our community in an effort to try to advance our affordable housing projects through our community. In addition, they are working with the CDBG Disaster Recovery Program to issue awards for 3 additional projects, meaning 3575 Mendocino Avenue, which was the former Journey's End, Caritas Homes Phase 1, and the Linda Tunis Senior Apartments. Again, getting those funds that were received from Housing and Urban Development of the U.S. government and getting those into our community with projects that are helping us rebuild is just an outstanding progress. In addition, the Housing Authority awarded 131 emergency housing grant vouchers and 61 project-based vouchers. Again, it's an increase over prior years. There's a lot of hard work being done with that team. On the human resource front, on March 15th, you will hear an update from the SEED Collaborative. This is that initiative that's been going on throughout the course of the year. We've been continuing to get bits and pieces and updates along the way, and we're very excited to see some of that hard work come to culmination and we'll hear quite a bit about that on March 15th. We completed negotiations with all of our units, and there's only one pending. We're continuing to work with that particular unit as we move forward, but we're very excited about that. And I will just take a little bit of liberty here and say on behalf of staff, we're very excited, council, that you made the decision to appoint Marquisha to be our new city manager. In talking with staff is very excited to be able to be under her leadership, and that you are allowing her to make specific and strategic organizational changes to help do a lot of those things that we just talked about in what creates that healthy organization, about reestablishing departments, putting folks back in strategic positions so that we can continue to move forward with a healthy organization. So I just since that was on here, I wanted to make sure that I added a little bit of commentary there, if you would. On the police front, in response is underway. We're hearing great feedback on in response, and I'm sure Ray would love to be able to talk more about that. Maybe we'll give him the chance, maybe not, but in response is doing a fantastic job. We're excited to see that as a key initiative from this last year that is now in place and operating. We did award and appoint an independent police auditor this year. That is in process, and we're happy to be able to comply with community wishes to try to get that position reestablished. And that is now within the city manager's office and actively working. I also identified the early adoption of the RIPTA procedures. That was a good component for us. And then the police's commitment on the 30-30 campaign, trying to increase their percentage of women in the organization by 2030 to 30%. Those are things that stood out for me as I was looking at our accomplishments. I want to give an opportunity very quickly and briefly. We are not going to revisit August, sorry. If there's any departments that have a particular accomplishment that I may have overlooked or not specifically identified, now would be a great time to bring that forward. Chief Westrope.
Thanks, Jason. Excuse me. In looking at the list, somehow, I'm sure it's just a clerical error, there's no fire representation on the accomplishments, but we were working this year, trust me. A couple of our key accomplishments that I just want to go over real quick is, first of all, the implementation of the vegetation management program. As we all know, sorry, I haven't talked a lot this morning. Council dedicated $5.25 million to vegetation management program that lasts for 5 years. It's a 5-year funding program. And what we've done is our team's done a great job of applying for grants, and essentially we've doubled that money in that amount of time. So we had to come back to council and ask for some grant match funding, which was awarded at $1.25 million. We were able to find another funding mechanism for that. Obviously, that money goes back to council for reallocation. So there is qualitative and quantitative work going on in the vegetation management realm. We're very excited about it, and there's a lot of work that's going to be accomplished here in the future. Secondly is the council's dedication of $2.75 million to the Wildland Response and Resiliency Strategic Plan, or as we call WRRE 2.0. It's essentially reformatting the way that we provide service to the community in the sense of vegetation management and vegetation fire response. So we purchased additional fire engines with that. We've purchased additional personal protective equipment. We're looking at legislative changes. So it's really, without adding people or stations, how we can be better in the wildland realm. So we've already started that. We received the first wildland fire engine, as you all have seen. The other one is somewhere between Florida and here. It should be here in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. Yeah. So it's being shipped. We're currently speccing out 2 additional Type 6 engines, which are the smaller fire engines and tactical water tenders. So it's really exciting for the fire department. It's really put a big boost into our crews as far as seeing the commitment and seeing the dedication that we really had to shift the paradigm of being a very good urban fire department to being a very good rural fire department at the same time. Last but not least is the implementation of our recruitment university strategic plan and working with the Ceville Collaborative to improve that. But we're really making great strides there. We're already starting to see results. For a reminder, it's an upstream investment in the community to essentially educate the community and the youth of our community what jobs are available and how to get into the public sector, and then to guide them through the process with mentorship and Explorer program. As was announced by City Manager Smith on Tuesday, Women in Fire Service Day, or Women in Public Safety Day, will be March 5th at our training facility, which is right next door here on 2126 West College. So that's going to be an annual event. Could turn into a biannual event, twice a year, whatever that translates to. I can't remember, but so we're really excited, really making good progress. And thanks to Herman for his comments too. That's where we want to be engaged in the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Gallagher.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention both for the city clerk and city attorney's office, 3 items that we've worked on this past year. The open government implementation of the open government ordinance that has been quite an effort and is still ongoing. Community engagement has also been very involved in that effort. And then the 2 that are ongoing is the redistricting process. We are nearing the final maps for that in the next few weeks. And then, of course, charter review. The charter review committee has started its work back in November and is about halfway through the process and will be giving a report to council in about a month and a half. But again, a lot of work both on the part of our office and the part of and community engagement. So thanks very much.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on Sue. Thank you for adding those. But everything that is on this sheet has an arm to the city attorney's office and the clerk's office. So while they did not put the specific accomplishments on here, you know, we can't do resolutions and ordinances without that department. So everything has a direct effect to our city attorney's office and our clerk's office. So thank you for pointing that out.
Ms. Hartman.
Yes, not sure how I missed adding it, but short-term rental ordinance that needed to be added, and that did involve quite a few people in this room and a lot of other professional staff to put that together. And then you didn't mention, I don't think, but the general plan update, we completed the visioning phase, which is a massive phase and very difficult under the circumstances. We're moving into the alternatives phase, which will have quite a bit of engagement and lots of in-person engagement. So we're looking forward to the next 6 months in that stage. But that is also an all hands on deck and probably one of the most important documents for the city.
Thank you for that. I will just say, as you can hear, that not only do you have the 7 pages of document and accomplishments here, but there's a lot of other things that have occurred at each of the departments that may not have been reflected clearly on this. And we're just appreciative of each of the departments for going through and really focusing in on the council priorities over the last year and what we've been able to do during that time. So thank you. I'll turn it back over to Nancy.
Fantastic. Congratulations to everybody. Oh, that's it? Come on, you guys. It's accomplishments. Let's celebrate them. Well done. I've heard a lot of cross-departmental collaboration, which we just talked about in high-performing organizations and the importance of that, in addition to the community touch, right? And so engaging came up on a lot of those accomplishments. So I want to ask now council in particular these questions. You know, any surprises? Anything missing? And really what stood out to you from that overview of accomplishments? And don't feel obligated, but this is your chance to share anything that you're particularly proud of as well. Mayor.
No, thank you for that, Nancy. I was actually just making a side joke to the city manager that what's also not reflected on here is some of the projects that city staff engages on that we don't get credit for or haven't yet come to fruition. So big one that comes to mind is water demand offset fee, which staff spent a lot of time on. It's the move of the county to downtown, which took a lot of time for our parking resources and our other staff that have been engaged on that, and that hasn't come to fruition yet. And then in particular, and I'll give a shout out to Jason's crew, purchasing equipment that's going to make us more efficient in our delivery model long-term on some of our priorities. So for example, he was telling me about some of the changes that they've made and how they address road repairs that is going to allow them to use the same amount of staff to deliver more asphalt and actually repair roads faster for the same resources that they have. None of that gets captured in this. And I know that staff spent a lot of time, not just with the actual implementation, but reaching out to their colleagues in other cities, going to conferences to figure out what are the best practices and how can they bring that information back. And so not accomplished or not on the accomplishment list, but definitely leads to a better city ultimately.
Well, sort of underscoring that the core services, right? Some of those are just, this is the work we do, but there's a lot that goes into that. And thinking about the best ways to deliver services, really, it's important to acknowledge. Thank you. Vice Mayor Alvarez,
It's the water demand offset fee, which council will see again at some point. But most of the work was done last year by staff meeting with the community, going through the Board of Public Utilities. It was a very big undertaking for staff in particular. And so it should be on the list.
Thank you. And as he's pulling that up, just a reminder that we have people that are listening remotely, so make sure you come in and echo into your head as you're talking into the mic.
Well, for myself, it's not really a surprise or something that stood out or even anything that's missing. But something that I'm very proud of is how council has been able to cooperate cohesively and really just focus on the goals and working hard to find a yes. I think I'm very proud of that as being part of the council. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yes.
For me, one of the big things that both staff and council has done is basically spent money, but prioritizing it. So if you look at the ARPA funds, the CARES Act, PG&E dollars, and the homeless arena, HAP, and you mentioned the emergency housing vouchers, and a lot of in-depth recommendations from staff, and then council had to make those decisions. But I think we were very strategic in the use of those dollars, but that didn't happen. Okay, just make a decision. A lot of in-depth work from a lot of the staff that Mayor Keisha called out. I really am very appreciative of the information that was presented to council so that we can make the best investment of those dollars.
Thank you for that. Sometimes it's hard. I mean, it sounds funny, but sometimes it's hard to spend money, right? Particularly when you've been in a deficit mode for some time. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. The microphone?
Perfect. It's perfect.
Okay. So a couple of things that, well, one thing that stood out to me that we really do well and that doesn't get much airtime is our legislative advocacy. There's a lot of work that gets done to change a lot of times we have to tell our constituents, or we get told as council members, well, we can't do this for this reason or that reason. That's really out of our control. And that we do take an active role, and staff works really hard. And I know the mayor works really hard with our intergov person, Scott Alonso. I don't see him here today, but I'm sure he would have a laundry list of accomplishments in this last year. And we continue to see that reflected in our influence in statewide policy, which not only benefits us, but many other jurisdictions across California. And I think that that's something we could be really proud of as an organization. And then there's this other piece here where it started before I got on council, but it's really increased over the last few years that I've been here, which is more and more our organization is taking on social service responsibilities that have typically only been provided by the county outside of our fire and police safety responses to urgent and emergent situations. And so to that end, to hear about in-response and childcare services, but also what wasn't noted today, or maybe I missed it when I stepped out, was how much work we do on homeless services and how much coordination and effort that takes. And that's largely been done by Kelly Kuykendall and her staff and Tom Schledhelm and his just unwavering dedication to that cause. And then finally, not finally, I'm going to go about 90 more seconds, the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that now, when I hear our department heads talk about it, it's not like, oh my gosh, we're doing this. It's like just kind of part of the report out. And 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that wasn't really just a thing that we just accepted as part of our mission. And so huge appreciation to all of your work in this, whether it's women in safety or the 2030, it doesn't go unnoticed. And I hope that we get to a point where we don't have to do it. It's just part of the culture of civic employment that it reflects the community that we serve. And the last thing I wanted to say is we hired a new city manager. We got a new council member. We've had a number of individuals turn over and be replaced by really high-level people as department heads. And I'm sure that many of you within your organizations, within your shops, within our organization, have had to do all of this kind of work of replacing people as we've dealt with the Great Resignation. And I think that our organization has been very nimble and very effective in managing the historic overturn in personnel. So thank you to all of the work that you do in HR and across the organization. And if I do say so myself, we did a great job hiring a city manager and getting a new council member.
Thank you. Terrific. Councilmember Rogers.
I would just say that
last year was the first year that we were all in districts. And I felt that coming into that, people had a hard time thinking that the council members were not going to be able to continue to put the city first. And I did not feel that at all. I felt that the council as a whole, we were able to continue to put the city first. And so to me, that was a huge accomplishment for us to be able to represent our district, but still put the city first. So we accomplished and we provided funds to projects that ultimately help the city grow as a city and not just look out for our districts. Did we advocate for things that we wanted and needed within our districts? Yes, because that is what we are there for. Who knows your district better than you? That's why I think that we have districts, but we were also able to look outside of what our needs are within our district and look at the needs that are within the city as a whole. So to me, that is a huge accomplishment and 1 year down for me, and I look forward to serving the city of Santa Rosa for many more years to come. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. And I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I will ask Councilmember McDonald if you have any observations or comments you'd like to share.
Sure. Well, I appreciate council being willing to spend money, something I'm pretty good at. Yes, my husband. So I really appreciate actually the warm welcome from all of staff. And I agree with the comments made. The presentations that are done for council for decision making are incredible. I've worked in lots of organizations, and the hardest thing to do as a decision maker is to make it without all the data that goes behind it. So you really arm us to be able to go out into the community and talk about the reasons why we're approving something. You give us those details, but you make it understandable not only for us as council members and me in particular who's new, but also our community members. So I do want to thank all of the staff that provide that. I know there's got to be hours and hours that go into the research and data. And so you've made my job much easier as a brand new council member. Thank you for everyone who continuously is allowing me to ask questions. I tend to do that a lot for clarification. So I appreciate all of that, as well as council being willing to allow me to continuously ask questions and not make me feel bad. So I appreciate that as well. And for me, just the reflection was not only helpful to know what city council has been working on as well as staff over the last year, but it's also to see, you know, do we have some things we could improve on it? And I would say, if we look at everything we're done, we're probably not aware of everything we're working on. Like in homeless services, it's extensive. And so I just appreciate being more brought up to speed on all of these things and look forward to outreaching into our community to get their feedback and really share the excellent exemplary work that all of you have done the last few years in many, many crises. So I'm really honored to join the team.
Thank you very well, very much. Okay, right before we have a break, I wanted to just take a moment. We're not going to bring the slide deck back up if we can. Thanks. I wanted to just take a moment at your tables to sort of reflect on these two questions. Now, we've sort of discussed a little bit this in terms of aspirationally, what does a high performing organization look like? But let's just take a few minutes to kind of button this up here, talk at your tables, and I'll kind of give, take the pulse of the room, but you imagine 5-10 minutes for discussion. We'll do a short report out, and then I promise you we will take a break. Sound good? Okay, so the questions are up here. What contributes to our success as a group, and what gets in our way? Okay, let's bring it back to the large group. I always hate when I have to be the one that cuts off good conversations. But I know we want to share the outcomes of what you've been talking about, and we'll take some notes up here. So we're going to start off with the question, and we'll ask around the room the question about what contributes to our success. We'll come back to the other question. Let's start there. And I guess I will ask for a table group volunteer. I won't just keep going around circles. Oh, outstanding. I also love it when people are nominated. So think about who you want to nominate. All right.
Clarity.
Period, point, exclamation mark, right? The end, clarity. Okay.
But then also to that point, we talked about the shiny object syndrome. And how that keeps us from actually
staying focused,
having clear goals and having clear objectives, because we bring something to council, or the council is, they're doing what they're meeting with their community members, right? And they're coming back and they're asking staff, or they're asking myself, so where are we with this? How can we get here? Or this is something that I'm thinking that, you know, we need to bring to the full body. So those shiny objects keep us from actually, you know, meeting our end goal. Not that we don't need to do it, but what's the order of priority that we put that shiny object in order for us to move forward? And then how across the organization, when that initiative comes to me, how are we meeting economies of scale? So we brought up one item that was in the public comment. Very good initiative, right? Well, is someone actually working on this where we can actually pivot? You don't actually have to stop what you're doing, but it actually fits into the initiative that you're working on now. And as it gets to clarity, if we get to greater reporting and report out, then council actually has an opportunity to come back and say, all right, this is what we've accomplished. This is where we're at. Now, how can we fold this in? So, you know, all of that kind of folds in together.
No, that's great. And we'll come back to that circle, that reporting and communication circle. That's an important part of it. And even, you know, naming the shiny object as a shiny object. And how do you integrate that, right? And so you don't lose that focus. Thank you. All right, let's ask another group then, what contributes to success? Yes, Chief. And then we'll go.
Thank you. So our group talked about a couple different things, and a lot of it was communications based, but one of the things we talked about is this is one of the strongest and most engaged councils that we've seen as staff. And so to be able to make those phone calls and be able to work with council very directly, at least from a staff standpoint, is huge. One of the things that we talked about and really tied back into the previous breakout session was one of the good things is the leadership team. While it's not been very consistent because of the great resignation and people moving around, But this leadership team is very experienced, they're very engaged, and they're very motivated, particularly where the world has changed a lot for us in the last 5 years. And so, I say of our staff, and I say of a lot of city staff, and I said it to City Manager Smith on our first day was, you have a city staff that has a career's worth of experience in the last 5 years, particularly regarding emergency management. But we're very good at our jobs. The downfall, the back end of that is that when we get into talking about planning or response or whatever the case may be, is when these people who are very good at their jobs are overwhelmed and there's a lack of capacity, and you get overextended, that tends to create silos. You contract back into what you know in your comfort zone. And so that's where silos are inadvertently created. And so, one of the examples we use is in planning. Head is very good at their job. They put a lot of houses on the streets, so 700 to 1,000 units a year, and they're good at their job. But one of the things we talk about is the holistic approach to planning, how that affects public safety, parks, streets, TPW, all the other things that fall in behind it. So I think it's just the nature we talk about. It's just the nature of the beast, but it's somewhere we can improve upon is taking that holistic approach to those and break down those silos and make sure that there's capacity and staff there to not do the contraction.
Thank you. I love that. It takes time and investment to be strategic and to be holistic in your approach. You need to build that in, right? Create the space for those conversations so that you're not just doing the tactics of the day. Appreciate that.
And in that vein, one of the things, and I'll be very brief about it, was to Councilmember Fleming's point, is the great resignation and the lack of staff, and really the burden of the city to attract and retain good employees throughout all departments, throughout all divisions, especially when you're competing with the private sector. So, but it is a burden, and Santa Rosa is a great place to work. That's why we're all here in this position. So, but it is certainly a burden that we're bearing right now.
Yeah, as a company that also does recruitment, I can affirm the challenges finding talent, and it's very challenging right now. Thank you. All right, I think Councilmember Rogers, did your table want to go next?
I was just gonna, we can go next, but I was just gonna make a comment about clarity. And I think I said it last year too. It would be beneficial for me if we kind of had an ongoing bike rack, but for the organization and not just for the departments. Because I feel like the departments maybe have bike racks, but if we could see it all put together, then every time a constituent came and wanted something done or had an idea, that we could put it on the bike rack if we couldn't move on it right away, that they could know that they're heard and it's on the bike rack, and that we'll get to it, although we can't get to it right then. And a good example would be at the end of the year when we said, this is what we're working on. We're not going to put any more on staff. We're going to focus on what we're working on because we're overloading our staff right now. And we just need to allow them to work on what they're working on. And then we came back to whatever it is that we're going to work on, but just having the bike rack, that's kind of ongoing. So revisiting more frequently.
Great. And do your table want to continue with the discussion questions?
Happy to share. So as far as what contributes to our success, we discussed our dedicated employees. Also collaboration, that being with community and our regional partners, and then also, of course, city council and having their support and direction. You want me to answer the second question?
Yeah, go ahead. I think we're kind of, forget my rules. We'll break them all down.
So as far as what gets in the way, we discussed the lack of metrics, adaptability, competing priorities, of course, staffing, turnover, retention, availability of resources, funding, and silos, which was already mentioned.
Clarifying question. silos and,
Funding and silos.
so when you said adaptability, what did that mean in the context of what gets in the way? Can you clarify that for us?
So people not being able to adapt. For example, we have a new city manager. She may have, or not she may, she does have a different way that the organization is going to run. And I believe that is why the council wanted her to be here, to lead the city to new heights, because we believe that she can do that. And we're very happy to see her do that. But maybe a staff member could have been here for the past 20 or 30 years, and we value their contribution to the organization, but sometimes change is hard. So we just want everyone to know we value their contribution to the organization, but we really need people to adapt to change, although change is hard. And that we want to follow her leadership because we do believe in her and we do believe that she can carry our city to new heights. So let's adapt and see where she can carry it.
Got it. No, that helps. Thanks. So change is hard is what gets in the way, and adaptability contributes to our success when we can do that.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So you probably could just put a check mark next to some of these that
Nice.
are going to continue to be a theme. So we had something we're great at is the collaboration. And specifically during emergencies and what we do when we have to work together, the in response movement and getting that on the ground and working was a huge collaboration between all of the departments, as well as the short-term rental ordinance, working with all the different departments from water to housing. And so that was something, community engagement and working on our equity plan is something that we believe is contributing to success. And even the debris removal team, I don't know the acronym exactly. So, but to make sure that we are working on that collaboratively with all the departments, is something that they do very well. And so I would say the things that maybe that can get in the way, because all those others were also mentioned, would be the silos, the money, not enough staff, so check. One of the things that can get confusing, at least from a new person coming in, is there's no centralized system. I don't know who to send things to. In order to get questions, if I send everything to our poor city manager, I got this. But even I think for community members, if you don't know who to actually engage with and ask questions, then will they ever really be able to feel fully engaged in the city of Santa Rosa? So making sure that we have access for everyone, not just, council members, but for our community members as well, of where to go to. Those flow charts can be helpful. And then I would say one of the other things that sometimes organizations or government doesn't do a great job at is tooting their own horn on what the great things are that you're already accomplishing. To have those, instead of just once a year when we're doing goal setting and we're having that feedback, but to maybe more often be able to get a sense of where we're at, and that might be those metrics that you were speaking of. And so that would be something I would like to see, or if we have something we put on the bike rack that we're getting from community members, maybe we could get an update even on, well, we're actually working on these things, so we can go back and it's not just one person going after staff, but we have a presentation that I think would be very helpful.
Okay. Did we miss anything? Did I miss anyone? Yes.
Yeah, our group.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So these are also check marks, but one of the things that we feel contributes to our success is the dedication of all the employees to the organization and their commitment and dedication to their work. Even going across departments, being able to reach across departments to create a network, to find answers and to work collaboratively and communicate. That is, we felt is one of our strengths. And adaptability is in both our success and gets in our way. Adaptability, our workforce is very adaptable. We can turn on a dime, change priorities, work on what council and the community need at that moment, especially in a crisis. But that adaptability also can get in our way because there's that shiny penny. And so we're always working in a constant state of, as one of us put it, always running in that hamster wheel and not feeling like we ever really get anything done because we're always working on projects all the time and don't feel like there's a sense of completion or accomplishment, even though there is. It's just move on, move on, move on. So.
Terrific. I appreciate that. And I apologize because I was opening it up to go not systematically and see what happens when you do that. All right. Thank you all. Anybody have anything else to add to that discussion? Yeah, yes.
After hearing a lot of the comments from the different groups, it seems, I see the relationship that good can also be the bad. Water for a cow is milk and water for a snake is venom. I really see that as the common theme throughout.
So it's being aware and be intentional about when to flex and be adaptable, for example, right? And when that's needed, that's good, and when to stay clear. Okay, with that, we are going to take a short break. And we will find a way to pick up. We were a little bit behind our original schedule, as you might imagine. But we're going to pick that up. We're going to take 10 minutes, if that works for everybody. Do what you need to do. There's coffee, restrooms are around the corner this way, and we will pick it back up, let's say at 5 till. So a little bit of bonus time. 5 till, the clock's up in the back. Thanks. All right, find your seats if you can, please. All right. Thank you all. Hopefully you got to move a little bit, stretch a little bit, recharge a little bit, you know, that all that you can in 17 or 12 minutes, whatever it was. Okay, so we're going to switch gears a little bit now, and we're going to start really moving into the elements of strategic planning for the city. And so we can go ahead and maybe pull up the slide deck. again. Let's go to the next slide. And I want to kind of frame this and give us how we're going to walk through this, because I think this is probably a little bit different than you may have done before. So we're going to start off, you can see in the pyramid, this is probably all familiar. And so I'm just going to restate it for clarity, right? Word of the day, maybe, I don't know. So you can see at the top, you have a city mission statement, you have a vision statement, and you have a set of values. That really provides that high level direction, you know, why you exist, where you're going, and how you're going to work together and perform to do the city's business. So we're going to start off there and take fresh eyes and hopefully affirm your mission and vision. And then we're going to talk about values and really try to put some definition behind them so we can have clarity around what they represent, what they mean, and make sure that we're all in agreement about what is the right set of organizational values you want to honor, you want to showcase and embrace. Well, then from there, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about goals and strategies. So we'll reintroduce those, we'll define the terms, make sure we're all speaking the same language here. And then the connection there. So start off with the mission, vision, values. You have multi-year goals. You know, what are you working toward? Strategies, that's how, what are you going to do to get there? And then at that very bottom, someone has a pointer. That's nice. Implementation action plan. We're not doing that level of detail here today, but that's where this takes you, right? And that's where your city staff then build the budget, they build the work plans to execute on those strategies to help achieve those goals, which align to your vision and mission and values. Okay, so basic framework we're talking about. But before we jump all the way in, we're gonna cross our fingers and we're gonna try one more time to see if we can get Mentimeter to be our friend, just to kind of get us thinking. So what we'd like you to do, and I'm gonna hand it over to Ashley, is we're gonna have you write a headline. You wanna just go ahead and introduce it?
Okay, so I tried it over the break and it's working, so let's give it a go. If you'll please enter in your browser, either on your mobile device or your tablet, menti.com, that's MENTI, and then you'll click on join a presentation. And in the code box, please enter 90315415. We're crossing our fingers that that'll work. Okay, excellent. So go ahead and enter a headline of what you would like to see in the paper or online 5 years from now about the city of Santa Rosa. And hopefully once we get some responses, they'll show across the screen.
Santa Rosa voted #1 city to live, work, and play. City opens Roslyn Community Center. Santa Rosa voted #1 inclusive city in the world. That's aspirational. Wow. Let's see here. They keep coming. Santa Rosa ends homelessness. Coming through. 12-story building in downtown Santa Rosa ready for occupancy. City, oh, okay, it's a community center, #1 place to work, live, work, and play. Right, the most inclusive city in the world, that's right. Ends homelessness. Most cutting edge city in California attracts working families across whatever comes next. Across, there we go, across state, becomes statewide economic engine. Nice. City of Santa Rosa transforms mental health response. Santa Rosa infrastructure disappears. John Sawyer elected to 7th term. Okay, all right. Leads the way across the board. So in everything you do. All right, let's see if there are any more that come through. There's this, oh, there's the infrastructure one. Oh, oh, yeah, climate goals achieved. That's awesome. Okay. Looks like that's the end. All right, thank you. That's fun. Really, the idea there, as you can imagine, is to think ahead, right? We don't want to just be thinking about the next month or even the next 6 months. We want to keep the long view, being strategic in mind. And so really striving for that and imagining what you want to achieve in those next 5 years can be really helpful. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull back up our slide deck. So mission, vision, values, that's where we start. Again, the top of that upside down pyramid. So mission, let's define that. What do we mean by a mission? So a mission is a statement of the purpose of your organization, why you exist, why the city of Santa Rosa is here. It's understandable, it's achievable, it's succinct, so you can remember it, and it's shared. This is on the city's website and has been adopted. So let's take a look at the existing mission statement. Here we are. To provide high quality public services and cultivate a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. The reason for the purpose of the organization. Thoughts, comments? Does it resonate still? Excellent. All of a sudden it got so quiet here. I'm going to take that as affirmation. If not, then please feel encouraged and welcome to speak up. I think it's great. It sort of meets all of those objectives we had in the definition, right? You can remember, it gives you focus, high quality and cultivating, so building vibrant, resilient, and livable city. Love it. Okay, let's take a look then at the vision statement. So first of all, defining it. So vision is aspirational. This is something that you're striving for longer term. It's a statement of your desired future. So it's future focused, it's vivid, it's challenging. You want it to be inspiring and succinct. So just like your mission statement, you don't want it to be a paragraph that people have to really read and process. And so the vision statement for the city of Santa Rosa is that for sure. Let's take a look. Leading the North Bay, Santa Rosa leading the North Bay. So really underscoring and emphasizing that leadership role that your organization plays in the region. Thoughts or comments on the vision statement? How about nods, shakes, something? Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we've just affirmed then the vision and mission. They're super solid, and that really is a reminder of why and where you want to go. So now I want to take some time to talk about those organizational values, those fundamental pieces. So the next one defines that. And we want to spend a little bit of time on this and put some definition to what we mean by these values. So values are those guiding principles that provide an organization with purpose and direction. Everybody needs to embrace them, live them. These are the values. So these represent your core beliefs. They define behavior and action. You can evaluate how you're doing with each of these to be sure, because you're going to put some definition to them, and they're integrated into all that you do. Okay, so that's how we're defining organizational values. They're really those fundamental pieces of how you work together. So your existing values on the next slide. Before that, I mentioned that I got an opportunity to do interviews with each of the council members, next year. To talk about those things that are of importance to you. And we had some really stimulating conversations, and some of the topics that came up that were really important and meaningful and impactful, going back to the next slide, kind of fall into this discussion around values. And so we want to have some discussion around it. So transparency was identified. The whole notion of diversity, equity, and inclusion as something you want to, we heard it from this middle group earlier, you want it to just be part of your core, who you are. right, in all that you do. Applying that environmental lens, and lens was a nice word that I heard in thinking about these things, and that's fundamental to the values. So that sustainability lens. And then engagement, another very core value that is, we've heard all morning, integrated in how you do all your work. So those are some themes that sort of resonated for my ears in that area of values. So that's just some context. Now let's take a look at the existing values you have. There are 6. And these again come from your website. And so excellence, innovation, teamwork, integrity, inclusiveness, and transparency. These last 2 are bolded because those are the topics that I heard during my interviews as well. So 6 very solid existing values. And so the next discussion is really around, what is the right mix of core values? Maybe actually keep it on that last slide, but also thinking about those themes that we heard around engagement and diversity, equity, inclusion, around sustainability and that environmental lens. Are those values you want to just incorporate and showcase in all that you do? Or are they things that you're working towards in terms of achievable goals? And there's no right or wrong answer. This is really a matter of, what do you connect with? So I want to have some discussion, and we'll try this as a large group. If it becomes a lot, then we might switch to some small groups. But I'm interested in kind of initial thoughts on what's the right mix of values. And then we're going to come back and define them. Mayor.
No, I appreciate that. And you already touched on one that is a glaring omission for me. And it's sustainability and its resilience, which are 2 of the areas that we've spent a lot of time actually doing the work since we last did our mission, vision, and values. Much of the other things that we've worked on, the terminology has changed, but the intent has not. So we have inclusiveness. I think that we can encompass or alter that to include diversity, equity, and inclusion as a broad category. A lot of the other things that we're doing are in here somewhere, but I don't see sustainability or resilience in it.
Okay. So adding on as a potential area of value, sorry, you said resilience and sustainability? Okay. Other comments? Yes, Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, thank you. So a little bit over the last year, we've really talked about just incorporating the 3 E's, like environment, equity, and economy. And to my mind, nothing that happens in this city, should be done without asking ourselves, are we doing those 3 things? And it's more on operational value than, I don't know how to put this, a softer value, but those things in my mind are measurable and we can quantify them. Whereas some of these things like excellence, innovation, teamwork are very difficult. You can quantify them, but they're very difficult to quantify. And I'm really interested in having us go forward and hopefully adopt a lens that really like it and accountability that goes with it. That if you're going to be doing anything, that you checked off all 3 of those boxes and you can speak to how your work product has incorporated those and is pushing those initiatives forward.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to get to some discussion around defining and some of these things fit together. You're talking about economy, but also how it fits to excellence and how do you define that? Being accountable, you mentioned, and some of these other words can maybe help to define, be it economy, be it excellence, where we land. So thank you. Yes.
I can see that during the council interviews that this is what came up, but I'd say engagement would be your 4th E. I would like to add to that is making sure that the community is aware not only of what we're working on and ensuring that they know that we're listening to them, but also engaging whether it's different departments with each other and not breaking down those silos, but just making sure everyone's on the same page.
Other comments? Yes.
want to make sure I'm close up here. I agree with the mayor's comment about inclusiveness, but one of the things that we haven't talked about yet, I think we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we don't talk enough about belonging. And that's another concept that Seed Collaborative brings to the table. And to me, when we're setting our mission or our vision or our values, it's about the why Santa Rosa. And I think when people share your why, the work is more meaningful, the feelings are more in sync. And so for me, belonging is just kind of a better feel-good term that might speak more to our why.
So, but fitting in with the discussion around diversity, equity, and inclusion, making sure that belonging is an element of that. Is that right? Okay. Other comments around organizational values and what you think is important to rise up, to hold up as your shared expectations? Yes.
Oh, a question around sustainability. Does that box capture all types of sustainability, environmental, fiscal? I mean, so do they need to be more clarified? But then it gets too long. So as long as everyone has the same definition of sustainability, it's okay. But some people may not. So, if you can't be economically sustainable, you're not going to get any of the goals done. So I'm not sure where to go with that, but knowing what that definition is in this case would be really important, lest it lose its value.
Absolutely. Well, and I think that's in a moment what we're going to do, putting definitions to each of these and defining what that represents is so important. And in the case using sustainability as an example, as a group, you could choose that it means this or that, or you can say it means these things. But you want to define those and be explicit in what you are establishing as your values. Does that make sense? Yes.
It strikes me that there are two categories of values here, and there's not a bright line. But when we talk about excellence, innovation, teamwork, integrity, and I also include inclusiveness, those all to me relate to our workforce. That's how we work. That's how we want to move forward. And the sustainability, resilience, environment, equity, economy, engagement, those feel to me like they're more oriented, again, not a bright line, but more oriented towards how the city is looking at its programs and policies and initiatives, kind of an outward focus rather than an internal workforce focus. And I'm not sure how we balance those or include those both aspects.
Okay. Other comments? Okay. Oops, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say teamwork, seems to be internal focused, and then when you look externally, it's more collaboration. So I don't know if collaboration is something that would be more, I guess, defined both internally and externally.
Good. Well, so question too. So you have excellence, which you can define. Like, are there? And we're talking about how you're delivering, right? What the work that you're doing. Arguably, I would make the case, some of these things can be part of how you define excellence. You collaborate, you work together as a team, you pursue innovation. These sorts of definitions can come into that. One of the things that I think, just as with your mission and vision, it's not helpful to have a list of a dozen values. They get lost, right? And so Councilmember Fleming's suggestion of having something that is succinct and recognizable can be really helpful in that regard. But you don't want to lose sight of those elements that are really fundamental to how you work together, your shared expectations for one another, and the community's observations of how you're working together. So what is the reaction or thoughts around kind of combining some of these? And maybe I'll move you to table groups to have some more detailed conversations around this then we can bring it back. But before that, I'll open it up. Yeah, Councilmember Slayer.
Thank you. There's also the issue around these values around the council itself.
Mhm.
And when we think about Sonoma, what's happening in Sonoma County, what's happened in the last couple of years, where some of these bullet points have been compromised. And they need to, those same values need to be embraced by and defined not only for our organization, but for the council as well. I just think that we need to reflect the organization and vice versa. And if there's a problem there, it needs to be dealt with. But I think that they need to apply.
Absolutely. No, that's a great observation. And one of the things that we heard earlier as we're talking about accomplishments and even high performing organization was the importance and the value of working together, right? And being collaborative as a council and appreciating the congeniality that has been in place. Thank you, Jason. And so I think that's right. We want to make sure that they're universal values for all involved. Yes. From the dark.
Yeah, from the dark. So Nancy, just to remind us a little bit, can you explain how value works? Whether it's a single word or the definition that goes with the word that explains what the word means, and how we would embrace that, not only within the organization, but how we would transmit that or relate that to the public so that they can understand what we mean when we use the word integrity. How do we create that so that it makes sense for both internal and external partners?
Great question. And so really this is about operationalizing your values, right? And making them integrated and integral in how you do the work. So first of all, settling on, a reasonable number of overarching values, defining them, and then communicating those through your various channels with the public so they recognize. But beyond that, in your organizations, holding each other accountable to those values, in onboarding new employees, new council members, really imparting here are the fundamental beliefs, our core values, and this is what they look like and how to define them. You can evaluate towards those. How are we doing? You can point to examples when values are not being observed. So there are ways to use them as a tool. And I think that developing that as a part of your culture then translates into how they're received and perceived by the community. Yes.
And I would say great customer service. Our residents and our constituents and the people that we interact with are our customers. So we need to have great customer service and we need to treat them as such. And when we're not doing that, we need to be held accountable. And so I would say great customer service.
Customer service. Okay. Any other comments? And then I'm going to ask your groups to have a conversation at your tables, to have a conversation and come up with your top, let's say 5 values, right? And then we'll come back and define it. Yes.
I think if I'm thinking of existing values, the list would consist of what I want to see mirrored, or in the case of if we're including the community, how we're empowering them to be able to hold each other and us accountable, and vice versa. So it's definitely of how to empower our community. If we're seeing results, we want them to see them as well.
Well, and I think that goes a little bit to Jason's comment too, right? So how do you use these, right? And so if you have integrity as a value, the community can hold, council members can hold staff to that expectation, to that value, and point to that. Okay. Other comments just generally on things that are important to you as values? I promise we won't do dot voting. Okay, so then let's take 5 minutes at your table and just have a discussion. You've heard kind of the ideas and the importance. You've seen what we have up here. Keep in mind the additional themes that emerge relative to sustainability or the environmental lens and DEI, how that fits with inclusiveness or might change. But coming up just specifically with the the value itself, we're gonna come back then and say, what does that define that? Okay? Does that sound good? All right, you guys. Let's hear the outcomes of your table conversations and see where we're headed. All right. Let's listen to each other and the outcomes of your table discussions and try to listen for where there's some commonality relative to the discussions that you've had. And we'll try to listen for those and bring it together. And, this is a workshop. So we're workshopping the idea of values. You'll have a chance when the workshop report comes back to you with fresh eyes to validate. So we're listening to the discussions as well and can bring these back to you. So don't feel like they have to be ready to post live after today. We're working through these. So, all right, let's hear from a table that hasn't gone first yet. Who, you tell me, because I haven't keeping track. All right, there we go, Stephanie.
I nominate Tom to report out for us.
I almost pulled the sword. The challenges is applied to council. When we start talking about metrics, measurement, because as we were just talking with transparency. So there are some council members that it's easier to be transparent with, right? There's others from the staff perspective. Well, I'm not going to say A, B, or C to the mayor because he's going to jump my throat, so I'm not going to do it. How do you measure that type of stuff? Because everyone outside of Sue that's a city employee is responsible for the city manager. So there's accountability there. But from an elected, I've got the 25,000 plus folks in District 6 that hold me accountable. How many of them are watching? We have 13 watching. How does that accountability work here? But yet it can impact the employees here, whether you're in an ad hoc meeting, if someone is, jumping on staff. How do we hold people accountable there? We're kind of struggling there. So we're all of, I think we're good with what's here. And part of the other thing too is we have our own personal values, and hopefully every employee that came to work with the city of Santa Rosa, their personal values match the organization values. My hope is that same way with elections, but that accountability piece, I'm struggling with that. We don't have any clear answers because it's such an individual thing. And how do you measure the success in this area? Anything else? Stephanie, you'd like to add?
No, I think you got it all.
Well, I think that, this kind of goes back to Jason's question too, which is how do you integrate these in all dimensions, including for council? And I think that once you have, established set of core values, shared expectations for everybody that's involved with the city, then it's incumbent on council to say, okay, how do we demonstrate these regularly and annually evaluate? How are we doing in these areas? And so there are ways, I think, to bring those conversations forward. You just have to choose to do that. So, yeah.
I would also like to add one thing that when we talk about this, a lot of times we're talking community facing with these, but I think it's also important to remember how we apply these in the organization with our fellow employees and electeds to employees and vice versa. Because a lot of times, everything about it, we want to have excellent customer service, but a lot of times customer service is looked at, how do we apply that to the community? And I think it's important to remember that we're all customers, even internally with each other and with electeds, and that same value should be applied there too.
Sure. And as you are training up and coming supervisors or managers, how do you do this? How do you hold each other accountable to these? Ought to be a part of that, right? So there's opportunities to really integrate. So, all right. Thank you, table 5. We're going to call you table 5 now. All right. Do you guys want to go next?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to speak on behalf of the table. These folks are professional staffers, it turns out, and they're going to do that. But I just wanted to say that, going back to what Sue said during our last round about differentiating some of the values that we have up there versus the more specific ones, I had a thought about them, which is that things like being excellent, innovative, teamwork, integrity are kind of like the golden rule. They're about being a decent human being. And I think that they're kind of the baseline expectation of really, hopefully any organization, but especially ours. And then the other thoughts around, economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and equity are really about work product and about flow, organizational and operational flow. And so I just thought that might be helpful to add to Sue's commentary about how to look at these things in 2 different buckets. So, but I know that Claire was excited to start sharing the rest of our work product with you.
Nice. Well, I think one, we talked about how it is really important if we can find values that are universal, because we have definitely demonstrated strength when staff, and council, and the community share a value system. And what great work comes from that when you're in that kind of alignment. And I think the accountability, back to Stephanie's point about customer service, we have values around that. That should carry through in all those different formats. We also talked about keeping it focused, kind of back to some earlier conversations today. But, really trying to drill down what are our core values, but not having 10, but something we can really focus on and share. And then also just delivery. We had some fun talking about how that helps you remember what they are in terms of whether they're the 3s, plus the engagement. I like that idea as well. Or, if you put it into fire department uses the term service and each letter represents something. So something to sort of build fun with as well. It helps with following through with it. But I did hear accountability already a few times from a couple of tables, and that seems to be one that covers integrity and transparency. And that one, I think, does carry through quite cleanly across the groups. Oh, and the ROSE, as ROSE, and we can come up with some values that fit that because we have a great logo already.
Did you come up with ideas of what the are? Come on, let's hear it.
All right, I'll put myself out there. It was just, we were just talking about, to Claire's point, ease of remembering what the values
Right.
are. And one of the things that we've historically done is anytime we bring something to council, we tie it back to council goals. But it would be good to have these high-level strategic values in place to tie it back to the value set as well. And so we were just talking, we came up with, ROSE, or it could be ROSE if we want to add in accountability. But, looking at looking at the R, we could say resilience, and you can tie that to a lot of things. So whether that's in emergency management or disaster response, being adaptable, being innovative, or operationally is we are resilient. We will continue to be resilient, and it encompasses a lot of different other values that we have on board. Opportunity for O, an opportunity that ties in directly to DEIB. Financial opportunities for all, housing for all, transparency. Again, it clumps in everything that is on the board, or that I think that we use as day-to-day values as an organization and as people. S was sustainability, and it ties into economic sustainability, environmental sustainability. It ties into succession planning. As our workforce sustainable? So it captures a lot of things. And then E can be really whatever we want it to be, or we could change it to A for accountability. But we threw out equity, economy, engagement, whatever the case may be. So we were just throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what's stuck.
Cool. All right, thanks. Reaction on the playful version? I mean, the idea of having something that you can recall, that you can, hold on to and capture is very helpful. Good mnemonic device for remembering things like this. So, all right, appreciate the creativity in that team. That's good. All right, I'm in the habit. Sorry, we're gonna keep going around.
You're gonna make us all stop. Dang. I'll remember that. Yeah, seriously. We second the motion. We talked quite a bit about just some of the words that are up on the screen and tried to better understand what they mean for us as a group. We discussed, what does excellence actually mean? It's a great word, but if the word is applied differently, then it's no longer a great word, because nobody then is following the same process, same definition. So there were certain pieces of definitions that we really stuck up, that we really kind of gelled with, which was, performance metrics, and how do the performance metrics work their way into whether it's excellence or transparency. Accessibility and accountability worked their way into our conversation as well, and whether those were under the transparency definition or whether they fit into an excellence discussion as well. But we did go kind of start working our way through each of those pieces. Transparency was a word that we debated whether we liked the word. Transparency has been around for a long time, but it doesn't always explain what you're really trying to accomplish. And so if that's something, what we discussed was, if that's something that sticks, we really want to make the definition clear, so that when we talk transparency, it means what we expect it to mean, as opposed to what the general world sees as whatever transparency could mean to them. We also then moved and talked about integrity. Again, integrity is one of those words that, in my experience, has started to come out of favor in a lot of organizations, because there are other words that may define the work that folks are doing better. But in our case, what we determined was it actually does make sense if you account it to ethical operations, that honest, thorough, and moral approach to business. And so those are things that, integrity starts to work for us if that's the lens that we're utilizing that, or that's the definition that we're utilizing that word for. So we would have liked some additional time so that we could have gone through all of them. But those were, the three that we started to work our way through, and sort of the way our process went. But thank you, Scott, for letting me come after your innovative and thought process.
It was a team effort.
For the record, this is not a competition.
So we, in the spirit of, you can change this every year, and there's no wrong or right answer to this necessarily. We talked a lot about process, or not process, but being able to communicate these to the community and to the organization, to everyone that might want to view these values. And like Jason said, there are some of these words can start to change and mean different things to different folks, depending on the time, and what's going on in that organization at the time, or what's going on in your community. So I think that being able to define them a little more, whether it be the format on website, which is where most people are going to see these. Being able to have bullet points underneath the bullet points potentially, or some kind of defining some words that offer a definition, so that we don't have to explain it. And you kind of do have to explain it because there are variances in how a person will read a word and what it means to them. So all of all the words work, but getting it down and getting it small and digestible and still be meaningful can be challenging. But if you know, I love the idea of the rose or rosa. No. Yeah. We had a few more words. But you can always change it. If you don't like it, change it next year. I mean, we're not stuck. You know, we can try something new. We can try, because we do bring them back. You know, the staff does say this applies to these goals. I don't think it's happened as much lately, but we've been dealing with COVID has really turned things on their head. So I just think we should try anything we want. And you know, as long as we can try to move toward clarity and so that people can read them and understand what we're trying to say. And if we can't do that, we're not doing our job. So we need to be mindful. Jennifer, what do you think about that?
Fully agree. I will say the other thing we did talk about, if you don't mind me adding on, is just trying to keep it simple and easily rememberable. So because we clearly have public safety at our table, acronyms, acronyms, acronyms.
Okay, so some additional enthusiasm for the idea of something that is memorable based on some mnemonic device of sorts. Okay, keeping it simple. Aside from that, you narrowed it way down. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you guys gonna be the closing batters here? Let's hear.
Well, I was volunteered prior, so. For us, we came up with 5 words. Accountability being the first one. It's important for accountability to be able to build and use it as a foundation. With regards to the word transparency, we definitely contemplated the use of the word, whether it be for good government or for personal. I believe part of the conversation was in respect to intent, from making sure that we're transparent with each other or with our constituents, as Councilman Schwalham stated, 25,000 people plus depend on our transparency. In regards to how we conduct ourselves amongst each other, is to assure that even, and I believe it was Councilman Rogers who stated that through district elections, making sure that we're representing the entire city of Santa Rosa and not just our districts. So transparency in that situation demands that we show to each other that we are here for the entire city of Santa Rosa, opposed to just one district. Inclusivity, but definitely honorable mention to the word belonging. We definitely appreciate that. Now, in regard to sustainability, we felt that the aforementioned values are definitely incorporated into making sure how we keep that moving forward. And part of that was walking the talk. For example, our mayor really was sold on the word sustainable, although he didn't get all votes necessary. But in order for us to prove that we're willing to be inclusive, transparent, we definitely included it into the list. Thank you.
And I will also point out that keeping with the acronym thing, with sustainability, transparency, inclusivity, integrity, innovation, and accountability, it all can be city, SIIIT.
Okay, that's memorable for sure. Okay, so did you get the final set of words that they landed on? I want to make sure that we capture those. So accountability, so having transparency as a separate word, was that correct? Okay. Belonging, honorable mention, and sustainability, I heard. Did we miss anything in that?
Accountability, integrity, transparency.
Integrity, yeah.
Yes, exclusivity and sustainability.
Okay. And sustainability, right, okay. And then belonging was the honorable mention. Got it, okay. Which could then become part of a definition, right, as you're describing it? Okay. So any other thoughts or observations on this? What I'm going to suggest is that based on the discussion, we can put together some options, some ideas that can come back as a part of the report that you can then further discuss. I don't think we're going to land on the 5 or the 6 today. I'm hearing just lots of more process, but what I'm hearing is agreement that definitions matter, right? Understanding what we're talking about. When we say accountable or accountability, what does that look like? So having some definition with that, having some kind of an acronym or a word reference would be valuable, clever, huh? To pull it all together. And then there's some consistency in some of the word choices. Accountability, which wasn't up here before, seemed to bubble up in a lot of the conversations. Some energy around sustainability, broadly defined, some maybe more than others. So let us take a crack at pulling some of these pieces together. Does that sound reasonable? I want to make sure we're using the time of your time here together effectively, and I think that might prove helpful as opposed to spinning. But I want to take the pulse of the room. I'm seeing some nods. Any other final thoughts on values, or have I misrepresented anything in my short summary? Yes, sir.
Something that I heard mentioned earlier, the golden rule. I think that really encompasses a lot of what values and character can manifest.
Okay. Yeah, the golden rule and the sense of character, and then also that I didn't summarize, and you making me remember, is that several tables talked about the external orientation versus the internal orientation. And I think that might be something that is worthy of consideration in how you characterize these values and how you pull them together. So let us be your helpers here and try to bring you some options that you can react to in a more cohesive way. Does that sound good? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. And just like that, we found ourselves back on time. Okay, so it is 10 to noon now, and I think we have lunch that's walking in the door as we speak. And so let's let that come in. You can stretch, walk outside, get some vitamin D, some sunshine, grab some lunch, and we will pick it back up at 12:30. So we'll have about 40 minutes to enjoy each other's company and rocks. Sound good? Cool.
Mic check.
Mike.
So. All right. Is everybody refueled and ready for a nap? No. No. That's the problem with lunch. Keep that in mind. All right. You guys are so cooperative, and it's like it's 12:30. Everybody comes back in. Thank you for that. I appreciate it a great deal. It's terrific. Okay, well, I don't know if she's in the room, but she's left, but we should all make sure to tell Julie thank you for bringing lunch. That was terrific. Thank you, Julie. Hopefully she hears that someplace so we can pass it along to her. Certainly appreciate that. Okay, well, hopefully you guys had a nice little break. We're able to have some offline conversations. So now is where we get to the fun part, if it wasn't fun before, and thinking through what are the council goals as we're moving forward. So we're going to talk about strategic goals. I'm going to use that word intentionally, strategic, and then followed up to that. And this is where we're going to have lots of, I think, very engaging conversation is around the strategies that align to those goals. Okay, so are we all ready to jump back in? How are we doing generally? Everybody doing okay? Let's see, this is the after lunch. Here we go. All right, guys, come on. I got an extra cookie. Anybody want it? Okay, so let's, as you're getting yourself settled, I'm going to take us through some of the themes that I heard during the council interviews that I conducted, gosh, maybe a month ago or so. So if we take it to the next slide, this is intended just to summarize those thematic topics that came up repeatedly. So I want to walk through these because they lead us then to a proposed set of potential goals that we want to talk about together and ask if other things are missing. So here are the priorities. And I used kind of red and bold to emphasize so you can easily see because there's a lot of words on these pages. You have the handouts too. So first and foremost, without exception, housing came up as a very important priority for council. So really pursuing housing options for all. A close second right behind that, and somewhat related to be sure, was addressing the issues and causes of homelessness. So continuing on the path and the work that you've been doing in that area. Strengthening organizational effectiveness was also a topic that came up in many conversations, and a recognition that there's an opportunity with the new city manager to rethink the organization, to kind of hit reset, to break down some silos, to bring the team together. And so there was a recognition during my interviews with council members that that's important. Continuing to facilitate economic development, and this came through in a lot of different ways, talking about business support, kind of coming off of COVID and continuing with that, the downtown, community investment. So there were a lot of elements to the economic development theme that emerged in my discussions. Maintaining infrastructure, recognition that you need to invest in infrastructure to keep it reliable and efficient. And recognizing that that can be a big topic and certainly a lot of dollars that go there. Ensuring public safety and using modern practices to do so came up in the discussions. Promoting community resilience. Resilience was a word that I heard come through a number of conversations as well, including with childcare and some of those factors that contribute to individual ability to be resilient and to move forward. Applying, we've talked about this a little bit, these next few, a little bit in the values discussion. So applying an environmental lens to all that we do. And so thinking about that, incorporating that into policy decisions in terms of incorporating into budget investments, all of these things. Fostering an engaged and connected community and making places and spaces for people to connect and feel a part of things. And then lastly, really embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion as a core value. And so again, we've kind of talked about that in the values discussion. So those are some of the broad brushstroke themes. And certainly there were other threads that went different directions depending on the conversation, but I tried to hit some of the bigger topics in terms of what I heard. And so any questions or thoughts or comments on those interview themes that I've just shared? Okay, we'll take that to be a no, but feel free to jump in. Okay, so those interviews, along with the prior goals and other information, the work that the staff has been doing, have informed sort of the structure that we have laid out today as a jumping off point. And keep in mind that the information that is contained here is intended as a jumping off point. It's really time for discussion, reflection, clarification, all of these things. So let's take it to the next slide and remind us where we are in terms of the strategic planning framework. So we've talked about mission, vision, and values. And again, we'll continue the work on the values topic and providing some opportunities, some options there. It was pointed out during the break, very importantly, I think, that we need to be thoughtful about how we create the values in terms of in a potential use of an acronym, making sure that things are translated and translatable. And so I appreciate the observation, and we'll keep that in mind as we're looking forward through that. So that's applying that lens of inclusivity and all. So those are the three we've worked through. So now we're at this next tier, broad multi-year goals. And from there, we'll talk about the hows, which is the strategy, and you can see how those connect together. So let's define what we mean by strategic goals. And again, this is just making sure we're all speaking the same language. So strategic goals really provide direction and focus for the organization, including resource decisions, work planning. All of these operational activities are informed by those broad strategic goals. Where are you going? What do you want to accomplish? And then from there, how do you get there? They are best when they're multi-year in nature. They're not just a short-term to do, but they really are, you're working towards something and you can measure results along the way in terms of your success getting there. And they are achieved through a range of strategies. And so again, it's not just a tactical operational item, but these are broader goals that we'll be talking about today. And then we'll talk about the important parts, which is, well, how do you get there, right? So any questions on how we're defining strategic goals? Are we in agreement? Oh boy, those lunches, man, they did a doozy. All right, we have, I think, tea and we have coffee. I did see some chocolates at the end of that. If anybody needs a little sugar boost, then, this is a workshop, you should feel encouraged. Okay, so that's how we're defining strategic goals. And so just another reminder on the next slide, what we've talked about somewhat already this morning is that you have to be intentional in terms of what you're choosing to do and where you're focusing your time and your limited resources. If you try to do everything that you can come up with, then you're not going to have the same degree of impact as you're going to have if you provide clear direction on a handful of areas that you can be very forthright in pursuing. And so as we go through this, I want you to sort of keep that in mind. But also, one of the other qualities we heard about this morning, and we'll talk about, I think, as we go through this afternoon, is what are those things that you can measure success on? How do you quantify the impact that you're having? And so as we're talking about the how, the strategies that will lead you to those goals, we want to be thinking about, okay, well, how do we know? How do we know if it's having the impact that we intend? Is it really moving the needle? And so while we're not going to come up with specific metrics necessarily today, know that that's the direction that is intended. So we want to have that in our mind of, well, how do you know? How do you know if it's making an impact? So using a sort of framework loosely of kind of SMART goals, which I'm sure many of you have heard of before. So we want to be clear and specific. We want it to be measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. So you have the ability to track over time your impact. That's good for staff because they are clear on the direction and what they're working on. And that's great for council because you can see updates to see how are we doing. Just as we heard the housing updates this morning with specific, trend numbers, that gives you a sense of what you're doing is moving the needle in the direction you're hoping to do. So that's what we're talking about today. Any questions on that? I promise this is not lecture all day. I won't be talking at you all day. Okay, so with that, and with my ear, and recognize this is my ear, so it's not yours. You can alter it. I have given us a jumping off point for some potential strategic goals. And again, we're going to come back to the how, which is the strategies, in a moment. So I know that's oftentimes where people feel more comfortable. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, let's start off with the what do we want to do, the strategic goals first. And so they seem to fall into these sort of 6 areas of focus. And you have, I hope that you have the handout too, because I know this is a lot of words and small, but I want to kind of go through these and get some reaction first. And we'll have an opportunity to evaluate and review and modify as we go through. So starting off, housing for all, again, that was a topic that I heard from everybody that I spoke with. It was like a leading indicator, if you will, as they say. And so housing for all is the first one listed there. And so I have short kind of goal statements or descriptions about what that looks like as food for thought. But again, and sometimes it can be helpful to have some clarity around what are we talking about when we mention that. So for housing for all, we've written pursue housing options for residents at all incomes. So this is really about a shelter, right? Housing for folks. And we have separated that from homelessness, which also is about housing. But in the conversations I've had with some of you, it was quite clear that the distinction between the types of services and the way that you are serving people warrants keeping them as separate areas, separate goals. Arguably, getting the homeless sheltered falls under housing for all. But again, you're doing work more in the social services support arena that's a little bit different than housing folks. Okay, so the next one is homelessness. And I apologize for reading all these, but I feel like I want you to hear all these things in a different way. So we have written here, again, as a jumping off point, partner with key stakeholders to offer housing and support services to the unsheltered and break the cycle of homelessness. So again, you can see these are aspirational. These are not goals that you're going to achieve in 6 months or a year, but the idea here is you're working towards something big. So that's how we have initially drafted a goal statement. The next one we have is public safety. And so I don't need to probably go into a whole lot of description, but it's broadly defined public safety. The description here, ensure the public safety by engaging residents and using a broad range of proactive approaches. And this applies to both the police and the fire and safety measures all the way around. So we're not trying to be overly pointed. The next strategic goal area is economic and community resilience. You had the economic resilience as a part of your last set of goals, but in the conversations we had, I heard a lot about community resilience also and building capacity and independence. And so for purposes of discussion, I've put those together. So economic and community resilience, and defined it as sustain and develop a diverse and thriving economy that benefits Santa Rosa residents and businesses and contributes to the community's economic health. Okay. Next one is infrastructure and environmental sustainability. So infrastructure is a big investment, and there are lots of important areas of need in infrastructure, but environmental sustainability and the linkage between the two seem to be a natural nexus. And previously, you'll recall you had a goal of climate change, called climate change. And so this is the place to really make sure that you're integrating and capturing some of those important efforts in a way that ties it to the work you're doing and isn't just, kind of climate change generally, giving it some more focus. So how we've listed this here: invest in and maintain infrastructure that supports environmental sustainability and supports a vibrant city. Okay, then the last one, bear with me, you guys. Sorry, this is a lot of me going through this stuff, is organizational excellence. And this brings us right back to the whole notion of you need to have a healthy, strong organization that is able to deliver core services reliably and to the best of everybody's ability to your residents, first and foremost. So organizational excellence, we define as create a high-performing organization that is proactive, fiscally sound, promotes equity, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, and reliably delivers outstanding services to the community. So that's a mouthful, but there are a lot of pieces in there that you can start to point to that are elements of organizational excellence, at least as a starting point. So I'll ask the council members first off, reaction or comments on this jumping off point. Yes, Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you. One of them stands out as being potentially arguable. And that's the infrastructure and environmental sustainability. We heard a couple of comments this morning from the community about what they viewed as environmentally sound decision-making when it came to roads. As I quickly approach my later years, I'm probably not going to be on a bicycle, and I'm probably going to be in a car, some kind of car, or maybe a cab, whatever, maybe a wheelchair. But when you think about what is meaningful to some, it's not always meaningful to everyone. And there's almost sometimes when one is involved in this kind of conversation, it can be an arrogance about it. And if I was depending on a vehicle, and my city had spent all of its money on bike paths and not, and the roads were like that. It's not only a safety issue, but nice, good flowing intersections, save gas, less against gasoline in there. So how do we capture the environmental piece and not have an argument over the importance of that investment over ignoring certain parts of our infrastructure because it's the right thing to do. So I'm just throwing it out there. All the rest of them are very resident. This one I just noticed there could be kind of an tension.
No, that's good. I appreciate you raising the discussion, and I think as we start to think about that when we go on that specific strategic goal and thinking about what is the right way to characterize it and what are the strategies that you want to identify with these concerns in mind, and not overleaning one direction or the other, which is kind of what I hear you saying. It's like, if you tilt too far this direction, well, what about this part of the community, right? And so I think I appreciate the comments. As we get to that area, let's look through that with that observation. Other comments? Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, just not to get too far into it, but even in your later years, John, when you're riding your unicycle, and as somebody who does ride a bike, good roads are important for bicycle infrastructure too, right? You're not going to have the same infrastructure. So I think it's fine for them to commingle in this. And then where the rubber meets the road is in how we spend the funding. One of the things that struck me that's missing, I think, from the strategic goals is we are still in a pandemic. And so it sort of rolls into public safety, but I think it might actually be more accurate to call that one public health and safety. And then I think that that actually is broad enough to encompass a couple of the different things that we're talking about, whether it's pandemic response, whether it's going back into our DEI work, looking at the public safety outcomes and the health outcomes that are different across our community and dedicating resources in that way. That was the main thing that was sort of glaring for me that's missing.
Okay. No, that's great. And as we look again, and as we look at the strategies, let's think about the best way to kind of reflect and capture that. You're right, because it's not done yet, sadly. I wish it was, but we're still supporting that. Okay, I think, yeah.
Not wanting to get into wordsmithing, but can you tell me what you mean by cycle of homelessness? Break the cycle of homelessness.
This is a test, isn't it? Well, I don't know that I have a good answer.
Because for me, a lot of homeless, we want to make it a brief, non-reoccurring experience.
Right.
You want to hear cycle of homelessness. It's like people are coming and going from homeless in and out of homelessness.
Right, no, that's
Our
fair.
biggest challenge,
Yeah.
in my opinion, are the chronically homeless. And we're investing to try to, address that population, which is a large portion. So again, that I'm not clear when we're saying the break the cycle of homelessness. We just want to end homelessness.
Yeah, no, thank you.
So, and then same thing with public safety, ensure the public safety by engaged residents in using a broad range of proactive approaches. One of the things that's very important for me is, quite frankly, our reactive approach. The chief has told us we're approaching 7-minute response time on emergency calls for service. That's unacceptable. That's a reactive mode, not a proactive. And I know you can make the argument, okay, well, if we were proactive, we wouldn't have as many calls for service. But if you look at the reasons why members of our community call the police, acts of violence or alcohol related, some of that's it's going to be reactive. Same thing with our fire folks, right? We just had the study session regarding the ambulance service. Well, if it's taken, our fire units, I know the general plan says they'll get there 95% of the time within 5 minutes, something like that, Scott. If we're start extending that, it's that reactive approach to our public safety that I'm thinking we do need to put focus and expectations clear on and fund it so that when we do have to react to public safety incidents, it's in a timely manner, which doesn't fit that proactive approach.
No, that's good. And it's reliable and consistent in terms of expectations for responsive reaction. Can you do that? Responsive reaction? No, great, perfect. Appreciate that comments. All right, other comments? Yes.
So like Mayor Rogers, I also had the same thought about the health. So if I was looking at if public safety and health works, but it also reminds me of resiliency. So if I'm looking at something that has been brought up a few different times is like physical resiliency and mental health. So whether that's out to our employees or if we're looking at it. So if you look at the community's economic, physical, and mental health would be someplace we could put it. But I also like the idea of public health. And when I hear the word public safety, I have to say I usually do think police versus fire. So if everybody has that same definition, then that's fine. If we think public safety also includes our fire department, first responders, but maybe the public health safety would work well with that. And under the proactive approaches, I think something in particular from my area is emergency preparedness. We certainly had enough fire issues. So I think that's something we need to specifically call out so that everyone feels that that's being looked at. And then under our organizational excellence, we heard the word belonging. So perhaps adding that word after diversity, equity, and inclusion and a sense of belonging. And I would just say the only words I'm still kind of missing are outreach and engagement. And that could be with organizational excellence for two-way communication.
You're getting all this right, Ashley? Okay, excellent. With the public, your comment around public safety, if it says, there's a working area, public health and safety rather than public safety, because the safety, does that seem more inclusive then to you? Sure. Okay. We'll work our way through this. Okay, good. Yes.
Thank you. So a couple of thoughts here. One is that on slide 32, childcare, which has been one of our top priorities because it is
Right.
The second leading driver of economic success is kind of buried under community resilience. And then when we get to strategic goals, it is mentioned nowhere. And it's very close second to housing in terms of driving economic development. So it's been a hard one, victory to get it, to have it center place of in our understanding. Like nobody on this council is going to argue about the importance of housing. And I don't think anybody, I welcome the argument now if anybody wants to stand up and argue about it. But I don't think anybody's going to argue about the importance of that. So I'm concerned about seeing it not prominently mentioned here under economy, economic and community resilience. It's also just so essential for our communities of color and our business community. The other thing that I would like to see mentioned under organizational excellence is an intentional approach to addressing the silos that we have in our operational capacity here at the city. So I don't know if I'll get other council members to agree on that, but I think that would be essential to us achieving organizational excellence or improving upon the excellence that we have.
That's great. Great comments. And as we work through this process and look at each of these potential strategical areas and help to redefine them, and we look at the strategies and how they're presented and make sure and affirm that they touch on those important elements. And if they need to be elevated into a description, that's fine. Or they can be raised through those strategies, because the strategies then inform the work of the city, right? The budgeting and the work plan. Thank you for the comments. It's good. All right. Yes.
You want to hear from staff as
Well, actually, let me see if there's any other council comments that I do. Yes, but any other council comments? Yes.
I was just going to say really quickly, I don't know if it would go under housing or homelessness, but I notice people are either housed or homeless, obviously, but there's kind of an in-between of people that are potentially or on the way to be homeless. And I noticed that there are not as many services if they are on the way, like are transitioning to be homeless. And so how do we, a goal to keep people housed if they're already housed, like they don't have to be homeless.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Because I think that we don't want them to become homeless.
Right.
Just so that we can start to give them services so that
Those who are vulnerable to homelessness.
yeah, could be a good goal.
Okay. Anything else to add? Okay, Jason.
Thank you. So just a couple of thoughts, and I certainly understand Councilmember Schwedt-Holmes' interest in not wanting to wordsmith, but I actually think that
No,
that's
it's totally
exactly-
fine to wordsmith.
That's exactly some of the things we need to do, because if we establish goals that don't align specifically with what our thought processes are, then we're not going to follow those goals the right way. So just a couple of thoughts from my perspective, and I think one of them aligns with the discussion that Councilmember Sawyer brought up. And it maybe is just the term vibrant city when you're discussing infrastructure, and wanting to alter that into something more about services and facilities for all members of the community. Because it's one thing to be vibrant, but it's another thing to service all folks, whether regardless of age, location, race, or position in our community. And I think there are services that we provide, whether it's counter service, water service, police and fire, or roadway infrastructure or street lighting. All of those might not be focused on environmental sustainability per se, but are to the benefit of the life and enjoyment of our community for everybody. The other is the concept of public safety, and being the public works guy, just got to make a pitch beyond police and fire. While they are typically the two that stand up in front of all of us, there's a large supporting cast that still identifies as public safety and first responders that I want to make sure that if we're talking a public safety goal or a health and safety goal, that there's room for recreation in our team that does our sheltering. That's room for water staff and public works staff and our building official staff that are always right there that are responding to all types of different public safety issues, not necessarily the disasters, but other issues that are plaguing the community in various ways. So I just wanted to make that shameless pitch for some of the non-police and fire activities as well.
Real quick, I appreciate the shameless pitch. I will say that, you know, in defining these, all elements of the city program staff departments should be thinking about their role, right? And so what we want to try to move away from, which was breaking down silos, maybe you sent that, Councilmember Plummer, is to think about your contribution to safety of residents, right? We don't have to, I don't think, have, you know, a paragraph that lists every single service, and because that runs the risk of being like, okay, well, this is my piece, so I'm going to take care of this, and we really want to elevate it into broader goals. So, but I appreciate it, and because it is, safety is broadly defined, definitely. Okay, Chief.
Thank you, and I don't disagree at all, Jason. It takes everybody. There's, you know, that's one thing to Councilmember McDonald's point is, you know, the general community doesn't understand necessarily that all 1,200 employees of the city are disaster service workers. And so when it comes to a disaster, it takes everybody to respond back in and do it. Whether that's proactive or reactive, it takes us all. So my comment was, and it's very intentional in using your own terminology, it's intended to be intentional. And believe it or not, it's not about public safety, it's about the organizational excellence piece. And well, it's very nuanced to a single word. The word promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, from my viewpoint, I might be alone on this, is, you know, we talked about a little bit earlier that this is cultural change leading to a norm. And so promotes to me sounds more like we're lauding it, or we're saying you should be involved in DEI, versus stronger word, perhaps such as embodies or cultivates, where it's that we are invested in the process of DEIB, and we are making that cultural change, and we are turning it into the norm. So while it's a single word, to me, it could use a stronger word there to really show that this is something the city is investing time and resources and heart into to make a change for the community.
Great. Appreciate it. Yes, Claire.
Yeah, just adding to the conversation. So my thoughts with Housing for All, and I think we made this comment earlier in the day, it's not a unit count. It's offering a variety of housing options for all residents. So just because you're at a certain income level doesn't mean your life is in an apartment in Santa Rosa. There should be a variety of options at different income levels. And then also, it's not a unit count. It's also about context and accessibility, having your home and your housing in a context of livability, walkability, access to healthy choices. I think that's really essential. And I have that conversation a lot with our housing advocates in the city. It's not just a unit count. We need to also look at infrastructure and context and equity. I just want to make sure that we are hearing from the council's themes. That the slide that you had talked about homelessness in a slightly different nuance there, and I want to make sure we cover that. That's important to the council, and I think that was about the cause and the issues and the causes of homelessness. So I don't see that addressed here. So I was kind of a question back to the council if that's part of that scope. That's definitely a bigger scope than what's up here, which is really to focus on providing housing. And let's see, economic and community resilience. I know we love that term resilience, and we have lived it for far too long. But to me, that's more like surviving. And I know I talk a lot about, I don't want to live in survival. I want to be vibrant. And so even just think about it for a second, changing economic and community resilience to vibrancy or something like that, which is more forward leaning. And again, it's sort of instead of status quo or just surviving, getting past that, being a modern city and really getting to the other side of where we've been in the last 5 years. And then lastly, let's see, organizational excellence.
totally concur with the chief here. Promotes is not where we're at. We're definitely in it and want to integrate with DEI and belonging. And then in terms of delivering outstanding services, that's a bit vague, right? One of the things I've learned in the last couple of years is really a couple of things. One, we should embrace modernizing our service. If we want to lead in the North Bay, which I completely believe we do, and we should continue to do, we have to continue to be progressive in how we deliver service. So we've learned a lot in the last couple of years, increasing just our online services, our self-help services, knowing that you can modernize our service for one sector of the community, and you likewise have to completely beef up your in-person services for those that doesn't work for. And so to me, I feel really strongly about reinventing how we service our community to meet people where they are. And we've learned a lot in the last couple of years, but I'm going to keep going with that.
Thank you. Well, I think when we start looking at the strategies, which is the meat behind this, that some of these ideas we've been surfacing here, we want to keep those in view, because I think that touches the core of kind of the how and what you want to do. We'll come back to the final kind of set of council goals as we define them, as we work through this process. But I think that it'll help to be informed through the discussion around those strategies as well. Make sure that it does resonate, that it does reflect where you want to go and the means to get there. So this is great. Any other comments at this point on these goals, recognizing we'll be talking about these as we walk our way through all of them? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. If we look at the six, there are six. If we look at the six of them, half of them, for example, homelessness, partner with key stakeholders, public safety, proactive approaches, organizational excellence, inclusion. And I just want to echo the comment that was just made by Claire, as well as the comment that was made by Councilwoman McDonald about communication and engagement. It serves no purpose if we cannot make these services available available to the public. And then it also brings back that word belonging. It's definitely the word belonging is making it part of and being part of that. So just again, just echoing the statements being made.
Good. Well, and here the theme you're observing, in addition to the observation around belonging, is access, right? And that's something to think as we're moving through here. So great. Okay. Any other comments? Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. I just would like to also encourage under organizational excellence, somewhere considering employee safety. The safety of our employees is paramount, and we can't have them do their jobs without taking that into consideration. So I think that's really critical to recognize and somehow have that in our goal.
Great. All right. Excellent. All right. So with all it, and Ashley's been recording all of these ideas as we've been going through them. So we have these available. These are sticky pages, right, Ashley? And we can find a way to stick them so that you can see them as we're working through each of these topics. Because I think there's a lot of great input. And so the goal statement or the definition, we can revise as we work through this. The goal topics themselves, we can tweak. But importantly, we also want to talk about the means, the strategies that you connect to and that you think help to get there. So let's do that next, and hopefully I can bring you all along and not lose you in my framework. Remember, goals are achieved through strategies, and that's what we're looking at now. And we're going to do these by each of those goal areas, recognizing we're making some changes to the top of the descriptions on some. So just like that. See, so the first one, the other addition that wasn't in this version that we just walked through is attempting to, again, using as a starter place, orient the topic, the priority, into something that is more action oriented, something that can be more measured and quantified. So in this case, we have it just as pursuing housing for all. And you guys can tweak and modify or reject any of these ideas that you might like, but they're intended as food for thought. So the goal of pursuing housing for all there are 6 different strategies that are listed here. And so the ideas behind these strategies were informed by the council interviews, by the work that is being done currently, that's underway, that you've been working on as a city, and best practices. And so those are some of the sources of those strategies as your starting point. So what I'm going to ask us to do, and we have right now 6 buckets, is we're going to take a little bit of time at your tables to look at these strategies and talk about what resonates. What do you think is most important, particularly for the next year? Is there anything missing? We'll write up the questions up in the front. But we'll have some discussion about what's missing and what makes the most sense as a top priority for the coming year. And do these reflect the universe? Any comments you have? Okay. So with that, let's try to do this in 10-minute chunks. If it turns out you're kind of winding down and finishing up, I will move us along. But I want to make sure there's adequate time to settle into some of these topics. So we're going to come back. We'll call it at 20 after. Behind us, and I'll turn on my chimes. All right. Sound good? All right. Great. let's go ahead and bring it back to a large group and share your thoughts in this strategic goal area. All right. We ready? All right, so the questions that we're hoping to hear your thoughts on, and you may have other ideas too, were, what do you like of the strategies? What do you think is most important to prioritize for the next 12 months? And then what's missing or needs to be revised in some shape or fashion in terms of the array of strategies that the city might pursue? Okay, so maybe I'm gonna start with you guys this time.
All right, I've got this one.
All right.
So we had a good conversation around it. I will start with, there was general consensus that the word pursue housing was too vague and too broad for what we're trying to create here. These are strategies for delivering, for building, for something more action-oriented, housing for all. And then we really liked the reduced barriers to entry. And that got us into a discussion, and it was combined the barriers to entry with the streamlining that got us into a discussion about around the word ask. Do we stop and ask people what type of housing they need? Do we stop and ask people what the barriers to entry are? Do we stop and do we ask developers what are the problems that they're seeing, why they're not building in the community? How do we do, to use the city manager's term, a charrette, where we look at everything that we're doing and try to move projects forward and do that. What's missing from the slide is it doesn't have anything about partnership opportunities, whether it's public-private partnerships or whether it's with the county, whether it's the Renewal Enterprise District that we're moving forward. It's all a partnership. And it doesn't have anything about leveraging opportunity sites. And so we've been talking about the 3rd Street garage, but there are other opportunity sites that are out there as well. There's our analysis that we've done of city-owned properties that we need to either invest in or divest from. The divest from category is, those are opportunities for housing, as far as I'm concerned. And we've talked about annexation. This is something we'll talk more about, but I'm very much interested, and I know that the vice mayor is, in talking about annexing Moreland, talking about annexing South Santa Rosa Avenue. There's a project that I know many council members have heard about that would need to be annexed into the city as well to be master planned. These are all opportunities for master planning the area and making sure that we're putting housing that's linked up with the infrastructure that they need. And I don't see that strategy listed on here. And I think that we would be at a we're not giving people a chance to be innovative if we're not putting that out there and working with folks on that. And then the final note that I'll just share, and I shared it with the group, and we talked about this, it kind of fits into housing and it fits into economics and it fits into some other buckets. But one of the things that was most striking for me is in 2018, after the Tubbs fire, I was asked to do what's called an Ask Me Anything on Reddit. And the section was the politics section that they got about 3 million individual users every single day. And it was specifically supposed to be about fire recovery. What was Santa Rosa doing around fire recovery? And then the top comment was from somebody from the Bay Area who basically said, Santa Rosa is not a welcoming place. And their whole thing was, if you grew up in Santa Rosa, if you live in Santa Rosa, you find it a great place to live. But if you're trying to come to become a part of the Santa Rosa community, you're trying to bring your skill set, get educated, and start a business here, it's not welcoming. And so, and a lot of what they pointed to were our housing policies. And so I think about that a lot when we're talking about building housing for all, and when we're talking about economic opportunity. How do we make this place that we want to be leading the North Bay a welcoming place for people to come here and to bring their ideas, and to bring their goals and their aspirations? So that'll transcend a lot of these.
Thank you. All right, any comments or questions on that first update? Okay, volunteer for the next group. Who wants to go next? Who said it?
Margaret over here.
Okay.
So we talked about the housing action plan we talked about the housing action plan, this is from 2016. So we felt there was a need to evaluate and update the housing action plan going forward. And that the circumstances we found ourselves in at that point in time may be vastly different than where we are right now. We spent a significant amount of time discussing the barriers to entry and trying to define what that means and how it can be revised. And we came up with reduced barriers to ownership and access to housing opportunities through education, awareness, and financial assistance. We thought that reduce barriers to ownership and access to housing opportunities through education, awareness, and financial assistance. And we thought that captured a lot of the council's recent efforts to provide additional programs and to support issues that we're hearing about in the community. Access to housing opportunities through education, awareness, and financial assistance.
Terrific, thank you. All right, go ahead, Claire, and then we'll come up here. You were trying before I saw. Go ahead, Claire.
Well,
Oh,
I'm sorry, was it Claire?
yeah.
Go, Claire. go.
You guys can do arm wrestle here, so you get to go next.
So, all right. No, stepped in. Okay. Totally agree. Housing action plan is now, I mean, it was a great effort. We've implemented a lot. We need to refresh that. And we are in the middle of a housing element process. But that housing element will need an implementation strategy, and housing action plan is a great way to do it. Great. I also think that one thing that we'll do a little differently is looking at housing holistically, like we were talking about earlier today, and not just additional units. But speaking to the next point, we talked about reduced barriers to entry is a little bit of more of a negative direction, maybe reversing it, looking positively, really looking at how we can facilitate increases in housing options in terms of supply, but also diversity of housing options for all. And then talking about the last line there, streamlining the approval process. We've done a lot of great work streamlining the process. So, and I think we've also come a long way culturally or in our organization about supporting permits and housing and really being facilitative. And we have talked a lot about how that support is not any one department, but there's a plan, review, or permit team across the organization, and we are only as facilitative as our weakest link. And several of us, and at this point, I think maybe all of us are short-staffed to facilitate it. So we're down to, it's not the culture, it's not the process, it's the time, it's the ability to facilitate it with people who can do that work.
I'm gonna just jump in so that you hear it from a council member that we from where I'm sitting, we do need to increase throughput, and that may be that we do need to add staff on the plan check team. And also what the mayor said about interest in annexing part of South Santa Rosa and Moreland as ways to improve our ability to increase housing stock.
Oh my God.
No, it's fine, actually. Well, we were all over the place until we got really focused.
And got some
So we
clarity?
started with the website, and without pointing fingers at anyone, the website needs a lot of work. I use the word dreadful. Some people use other words, but I think we need to invest in our website. I don't think there's anyone that would say no to that. And I would hope, because it's to bring us into the 21st century, we need to invest in the portal to our city. Other than driving into our city, people access Santa Rosa through our website. So we need to be delving into that. Reducing the conversation around reducing barriers led us to the general plan and water resources and how potential scarcity of water affects access to housing. And that conversation, because of water, led us to, I mentioned the general plan, conversations around toilet to tap. And the reality, and then Jennifer will be talking about that when I finish. There are better words than that, but that's the concept, and that's really the hurdle that we have to get over in dealing with that kind of water reuse. It's the ultimate water reuse that could solve our problems in the future when we are faced with drought. And it looks like we're going to be faced with drought on a pretty regular basis. And that conversation led us to Jennifer, and Jennifer has a few things to say about that concept.
Wait, can I ask a clarifying question, Jennifer, before you jump in? So the access to water, the availability of water, you're putting in the conversation of the barriers to entry. Okay, just wanted to I wanted to connect the dots there.
How we move forward as a community with building housing.
Right.
Well, I'll let Jennifer speak to how the water department does their study to determine what we have available for the community.
Short tutorial. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Yes, so we were just talking about that. It's important to consider all the resources and making sure that we have them available. We did have some specific discussions about water and what our requirements are to do long-term studies and water supply assessments, and that, under normal conditions, whatever those might be, we do have plenty of water supply, but with climate variability and climate change and other aspects, we do need to start looking at more creative options. And we've started thinking about that in the water department and hope to be bringing something forward to the policymakers before too long. And yes, potable reuse is something that is used throughout the state of California. And please don't call it toilet to tap. And
there's the challenge.
It's so catchy. And is a potential, resource that I think California is going to be continuing to explore for many years to come.
So if I might just real quick, and then I'll come here. One of the observations I would make here on this idea of reducing barriers to entry is you can see there are so many different contributing factors, right? And so if you're overly explicit in your strategy, you're then focused in this direction only, sorry. If you keep it as reduce the barriers to entry, then you have opportunities across the board to contribute to that strategy. And so I would deposit that.
And just to kind of further exclamation point after John's comment around the website, we don't see that it's being done in 2 different languages. And so potentially expanding that so that folks have access to understanding what housing is available or what assistance is available. We find that is part of the barrier. Is we have a lot of great information, but there's so much information, it's really hard to actually drill down and find where you need to go. And if it's not being provided in a language that you can understand well, then that's not being accessible. And we see that as a pretty intense barrier. And then just to also talk about the general plan and the need for that, certainly with the fires and everything that's happened, I'm very curious on how the general plan would actually change our environmental impact and looking at the water and all the other resources, or for expanding in an area, do we need to add more fire, more safety, so that we can really ensure that whatever citizens are coming into that area are also protected.
So you're making a helpful observation, which is some of these big, broad goals touch so many things, right? And so that's why they're aspirational and why you're working toward them and why you don't solve them or, complete them in a year. So a little bit of a thought about the helpfulness of having some longevity in your strategic goals. So, okay, sorry, now it's your turn. Who's up, Stephanie? Who's doing your group? Okay.
I'll go ahead. And just to follow on what a couple of their groups have said. Yes, the housing action plan, that was our reaction too, is that we need to update that, revisit and update the housing action plan. We also felt that the reduced barriers to entry was too vague and what that meant. I appreciate the suggestion from Megan and in terms of redefining that. I also appreciate your comment right now is that perhaps that's intentionally vague because it could cover so many things. On that note, I think I need some clarity as to whether these strategies are intended to guide us this coming year or whether I get concerned if they're too vague, that what's going to happen at the staff level is we're going to have all kinds of things thrown at us again, and we're going to be in the same boat of having more than we can possibly do. So better clarity from my perspective is very helpful from the staff level. And then we also talked about the strategy of streamlining the approval process. I agree very much with Claire that we have over the past number of years done tremendous work in streamlining the approval process. And I think in some respects, there's a loss in that also, in that we have been so focused on unit count that we need to broaden that view, look at the livability issues, both for the folks that are going to move into that housing and to the surrounding community, surrounding neighborhood. Frankly, some of the projects that are being built right now that have not had design review, that have not had any significant community input because they're done at such a low level. Yes, approval process is very quick, but the results are not necessarily, I think, what the community would like to see. So there's a balancing in there. So I agree. Let's not look only at unit count, but let's look at what's happening with the community. Any of the other rest of the group wants to add?
I would just reframe that last thing about the streamlining approval process, because we have done that since 2016. Are we happy with the results? Or have we evaluated this is the product that has resulted from the streamline? Are we?
How are we doing? Yeah, that's a good practice. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would notice also for us to be aware of, there's a lot of streamlining that is going on at the state level. So we are going to be under a number of already come under a number of new statutes that require that streamlining, that give ministerial approval to projects, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from the state level. So just to be aware.
And then one of the touch points that we discussed under the access to housing opportunities is to, in the education process, is also educating landlords on our programs, because what we've heard a lot from some of our community members who have vouchers for housing, it's very hard for them to find it because the landlords won't take it, but there's a benefit to the landlord to accepting those. And so there's probably a better education that we can do to enhance that program on the landlord side also.
Okay, thank you all. And I want to address your question a little bit, and your city manager might have additional comments. So in terms of what does this mean? How does this translate, right? How does this go forward? So we are attempting to identify, first of all, those broad strategic goals. We're trying to narrow it and identify, well, what are the ways in which we can get there, right? And then the follow-up step becomes a staff level, right? And so determining what you're going to be working on in the next year, what are the resources you have available, and building out that work plan, bringing the budget to council and saying, here is the goal that you have identified. Here are the strategies that were identified. Here's what we recommend, we fund, and we work on this year. And so I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, I think you hit it. What's important is that we look at these strategies, and the end goal is for us to have a plan to implement and then come up with metrics behind that. So when we start talking about economic development and how we plan out economic development, so if we want to make it an economic resilient city, then our end goal, if we don't have an economic development toolkit, then that needs to be our end goal. So when we talk about barriers to entry, Stephanie pointed it out perfectly, education. So We have convicted felons who have a hard time getting in rental property. The cost, you know, have we actually measured how much it costs for people to move here when we talk about people wanting to move in or why people are moving out? So I'm not looking for us to get too far in the weeds. When we start looking at these strategies, then we take them back to staff to say, all right, what are we working on now that we can operationalize to get to housing for all? So if we've already looked at the permitting process, have we actually institutionalized that process? We may have had several meetings, we may have gone over it a couple of times, but is the process institutionalized? And can we actually point that out by a metric? You know, are we producing 10% more permits? In addition, when we talk about a housing process, what is the time to completion? It's not only the time for permitting, but review process. Does it take us 15 times to do a review? Do we want to improve on that, or is it taking us 7? So the strategies are just meant to design the framework. And then we'll get with staff and we'll come back and we'll actually have an actionable plan and then drive metrics for that. I'll give you an example. If police is doing a staffing study, well, it's not so much doing a staffing study. How about a deployment study? How are we utilizing those resources in the community? And are we using them in a way that's most effective? You know, if we want to drive down gun and gang violence, it's not necessarily about the amount of police that we have, but how are they being deployed? So when we look at the strategy, that's just high level. We will eventually drive down into the metrics and be able to present to the policy board, all right, these are the results.
And that brings us back, which we'll end on later today, with those updates, right? And understanding how are we doing in moving the needle in the direction that we've identified, right? Yes.
This is probably for the bike rack. In that discussion to talk about how do the council subcommittees fit into that equation? Because we do get an awful lot of, I should say an awful lot, we do get a number of assignments that come out of our subcommittees. So just an awareness of it's not just staff that's coming up with strategic, with
The work plans.
but we're also getting that from council. So how do those mesh and how do we make sure that we still keep within our work plan, our work bandwidth?
Right. Well, and the more clarity there is about the goals and what you're working on, the easier it is to communicate with all, you know, all areas, the committees, the council, staff, you know, universally to say, here's what we're working on, here's where we're going. You know, if we're making a course correction, then we need to somehow collectively decide we're making a course correction. So, okay. Yes.
Councilor Doyle reminded me of the comments being made by some of our community members around manufactured homes and the CPI issue. And we have been hearing about for ever, since I've been on council, which is forever. And, and
Almost 7 terms.
Yeah.
I thought.
And you know, let's talk about adding more work to staff. I mean, that's really what we're talking about. And but it's one of those things that is not going to go away because it is an issue that is brought up all the time. And given that we hear about it all the time, there's got to be some real issues there. And what I'm not sure of is how that does it get put into our work plan? Do we finally tackle it and deal with that ordinance that we've been hearing about for so long? Where are we with that conversation? It's a question I don't have an answer, but it's something I just wanted to bring it up again because it was brought up, it comes up every year, and I think we're going to have to tackle it soon.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers and then Mayor Rogers. Let's go Team Rogers.
So that was one of the items that I was talking about, and probably not one of the only items when I said when someone is housed, how do we keep them housed? And so if your rents are increasing at a higher rate than what your income is increasing, then you can only sustain that for so long. And so how do we assist and support people with that, right? By keeping them housed. And so that was that was one of the ways or one of the reasons that was prompted. Like, how do we assist people to maintain their housing that are currently housed?
That's exactly what I was going to say. And I actually was waiting until the next conversation, the next piece around homelessness, because Councilmember Rogers is right and had pointed out when we did our broad goals about keeping people from slipping into homelessness.
Mhm.
So I think we'll all have that on our list for this next one.
Right, all right. That is an outstanding transition. Thank you very much for that. So let's shift over to homelessness and let's mix it up a little bit. Let's tackle this one as a group. Let's try this. I'm keeping my eye on the clock and I want to make sure that we can get through all these comfortably. I mean, not that we're running out of time, but I just wanted to try this route. So let's start off with, we wanted to first of all talk about the way that the goal is currently written, which is to reduce the impacts of homelessness. So we're going to start there, and then we'll walk through these 3 questions we've been going through. Okay, so that'll be our process. So starting off with the goal statement of reducing the impacts of homelessness. Thoughts, comments? Everybody likes smaller groups better, I know. Let's try it. Let's try it. Don't be scared. Yes. All right.
So to me, reduce the impacts of homelessness, it almost makes it sound like homelessness is fine and we're just going to reduce it. To me, it would read better probably if it was reduce homelessness and its impacts.
Okay. Are there people like that? Reduce homelessness and its impacts. Okay, this is going to be challenging, I can tell.
I have a question. Do we have a dashboard on our website that talks about, because I know every year, tomorrow, right, it's the point in time count. Is that correct? Do we have a dashboard? Because oftentimes people will come to me and say, homelessness has gotten so much worse. And I put in the awkward position of saying, actually, I don't know that it has gotten worse. I know that according to last year's point in time count, it went down, but it would be super helpful if there's not a tool. And I'll be honest, I haven't been on the website to look for this, but it might be really helpful if there is some sort of external communication that we can point to that shows people what is being done and how effective or not it is.
No, that's an excellent point. And I think that starts to get to part of the full process that the city manager is trying to work toward, which is to get those metrics, but then to use them, right, to convey them. And I think a dashboard or some kind of updates on the website once it's been updated, would be great. I mean, I don't know if it's there currently or not. Someone else would probably have a better sense. Yeah.
The data is on the county's continuing care website. We've been having these ongoing discussions with the county, which is kind of a different world. But those numbers are there on the continuing care website if someone's interested in it. One of the challenges I have with these strategies is because I think it's next week we're going to be voting on the strategic plan process, which organization is going to help us through here. Because even some of the things that we have to support the temporary housing options like safe parking pilot program, I hate for that to be in conflict with what our strategic plan process comes up with, because is that the best investment? I mean, we all think it is at this point, bro. Is that an evidence-based or best practice that may be in conflict? Or is that an innovative practice that we're going to try, right? And since we're kind of at the beginning stage of the strat plan with both the county and the continuum of care in the city of Santa Rosa, it's kind of tough. Like this is also saying invest in prevention and diversion programs. Is that the best use of our dollars? Maybe yes, maybe no. But some of this almost seems like those of us on the homelessness ad hoc, it's like we're trying to do everything still. And I think right there is everything.
No, that's good. So it sounds like it's jumping the gun. Like to have some, the strategy is first of all to adopt and implement or adopt a strategic plan, right? And then the best practices that follow become your additional strategies. Is that right?
Because again, we're building this plan as we're flying it. We need more community input and
Mhm.
feedback from the community. Especially in one of the biggest challenging populations, is the lived experience, try to get their feedback about what would work and what wouldn't work, are the right people at the table.
Yeah.
It's,
So just to clarify, so the suggestion is that some of these maybe aren't, they may update based on the outcomes of the efforts for the continual care work.
to me, this sounds like status quo. We're good with status quo until we get a strap on.
Got it, perfect. Okay. Excellent. Yes.
I'm curious, I'm looking for some clarification from Tom about this particular piece, because what I hear you saying is it time to seriously reevaluate what we've been doing over the last, or how we move into the future with our strategies? I mean, because we hear from the community, well, you're spending all this money and doesn't seem to be reducing the population. I mean, I don't believe that to be the case. We are spending a lot of money, yes, but it's money that needs to be spent. But I'm curious, Tom, are those that are working on this issue as seriously as you are at others on the subcommittee and in the county, looking at the possibility that we need to make some fairly serious changes in how we're addressing this challenge?
Well, if we're looking at results focused, right? There wasn't a point in time count last year. So tomorrow is going to be important, because is it perfect? Absolutely not. And I'm a little bit worried because we are changing the process a little bit from the previous years that I've done it. I'm hoping we're improving it, but if you're changing the methodology, it may have an impact on the number of individuals you count. But I also don't see anywhere in there some of the education aspect of it, because I tell people all the time, actually, we've reduced homelessness over the last 5 years significantly in Sonoma County. Sure doesn't feel that way, you know. And again, for some people who've been around for a while before we had SMART, that was what would, in my opinion, made it so much more visible, because so many people were sheltering along the tracks. Well, now all of a sudden, you get this other agency, they put them out, and where they go, much more visible. So
Right.
that's one of the challenges. So John, I don't know if it's going to be a big shift, but one of the other challenges we have here, federal and state, and I'm not complaining about it, they're dumping a whole bunch of money. And my big concern, are we investing in the most efficient, effective ways? But a lot of these dollars, like the ARPA dollars, you got to spend it by this time. At our continuing care meeting yesterday, it needs to be spent by June of this year. What programs are eligible for that? So it's not what are the most effective programs, which existing programs can spend the monies as they have to, otherwise you're giving it back to Sacramento or to Washington. So it's kind of this crazy world we're living in right now. We're all trying to do the same thing. And one of my interests is, let's make sure we're trying to collaborate and cooperate, complement all of these different efforts going on at the same time.
So it sounds like I need a combination of the short term and then keeping the view on the long term. What are the best success results or outcomes?
Because even the words with prevention and diversion. So I know we have made some challenges, because one of the best ways to prevent people from becoming homeless is never letting them get there in the first place. So if someone is actually entering into our system and they're not yet homeless, you actually have some trained professionals that can say, okay, what other options are there for you? It's part of the public education.
Right.
The prevention program, again, I would like to hear more definition about what is prevention, because if you look, again, based on a point in time count, when they survey individuals who are experiencing homelessness, what led you to become homelessness? There's a whole bunch of different reasons. And which ones are we going to try to tackle? You know, same thing to your point, John. Do we also, one of our strategies, do we want to focus on a subpopulation, whether it be chronically homeless, seniors, veterans, because other communities have actually got success like that. And will that build momentum? If we end veteran homelessness in Santa Rosa, okay, now let's take on families. Now let's take on chronically homeless. Is that a strategy we want? And I'm not seeing that evaluation there. Again, I'm hoping we'll have those conversations once we start our formal strategic planning process related to homelessness.
Right. I think that will inform a lot of this. This is jumping off point. Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, Tom, I was gonna piggyback off of that, because one of the things that we talked about was in the committee was looking at, did we want to look at people that were chronically homeless, but that takes longer, that could take longer to potentially house them. But when you have to spend funds by a certain time frame, you don't have a long time to work with them. So do you just go for the easy, low bearing fruit where you can just easily house someone versus working possibly for a longer time frame, but to house chronically homeless, a chronically homeless individual, which would be someone that we would want to reach out and provide services to and house them. But that was a conversation that I do remember us having. So this is some of the dilemmas that we are facing when we're looking at where the funds going, how are we spending them, what is the time frame, things like that, but being very strategic about really how are we funding the projects that we're doing, and how do we have to, what are the, all the criteria that we have to meet in order to conclude the project.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this slide is a little bit of like spaghetti on the wall. It is, we're trying to do everything all at once. And I think really the key, what we're looking for is support the strategic planning process, is to create calm in all of this, and to really try to get the right balance for our city. How much energy, effort, funding goes into housing first, permanent supportive housing, how much goes into addressing community impact, which is now much more visible. So even if homelessness is down, people aren't seeing it, businesses aren't seeing it, it's having a real impact. Staff hears it quite a bit, I'm sure you do too. Also balancing with the interim options, trying to give direction to staff, how much energy, effort, funding do we chase to address interim solutions. Prevention, communication. I think the dashboarding, of course, we're behind the times. We need to be out front. We have fact sheets. It's not enough. We need to get more information out to the public about what we are doing. We're doing so much, but we're doing so much. We don't have time to dashboard it or put it out there. So what's the right balance for the city? And then what's the role of the city versus the county versus the state versus our community partners? We need to have those conversations, and we hope that comes through our strategic planning process as we engage in all those partners. What is the city's role in that bigger picture? Because it is such a complex, profound issue. But staff is begging for direction on this, so that we can be efficient and strategic about what we do.
The only other thing that I'd add, because I agree with everything that's been said so far, is that there is, not to throw more spaghetti at the wall, but one of the things that I am proud of that Santa Rosa does is it does lead other jurisdictions in the direction that we need to go. There's a bullet point that's up there about, in partnership with the continuum of care, maintaining our commitment to housing first strategy, but there's other aspects to it as well. Like, for example, we have the warming stations that have been open the last couple of nights. We're the only jurisdiction that's doing that. But then I know Councilmember Schwedhelm's bringing that conversation to the continuum of care. So I do think that in our strategies, it needs to be reflected that we're not just doing it in partnership, but really dragging, kicking, and screaming some of the other jurisdictions along with us to do what's right, because it's not, homelessness doesn't end at our border, our jurisdictional border. It's throughout the entire county. We just shoulder a lot of the load.
Okay, yes. Sorry, we got tag team there. All right,
Sorry.
let's go, Jason. Right. Go, Jason.
I think, there's been a couple of comments about how much is up on this sheet. And when we think about strategies, or we think about objectives or defining principles, actually having this information, this length of information is actually very good, because the information isn't necessarily the component that drives staff time. The information that you see on a strategy or defining principle is based on how we're creating the tasks that then drives staff time. And that's where having more information is really important, because as we start getting into the detailed task-oriented of the strategic plan, that's where, one, we want to make sure that those tasks conform to the strategies that you've got listed here. But it's at that point we start to understand what kind of time is being consumed by staff. So I actually am just lending my support, saying I don't think there's a problem with having a number of different items on the strategy list, because that helps staff when we create our task list, when we create the specific individualized work program that's supposed to conform with this. And it's at that point where staff will come back and say, okay, well, this is my capacity in what we can actually accomplish under the strategy of homelessness. And here's what we're able to do with the time frame we've got, but here's how it conforms with your defining objectives or with your strategies. So I just thought I'd throw that up there, because I got concerned when I started hearing saying, well, there's so much there. Well, I find that actually is very good, because it helps me work with the team to create the specific tasks.
One thing I heard that differentiates it, I think that, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding, is that some of these may be reevaluated based on the outcomes of the strategic plan work. And so I think that's the push-pull. This is the what is informing today, but there may be changes that are forthcoming based on the strategic plan that will update the approach. So we can kind of meet in the middle, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the second to last bullet point. There's the second piece, and ease the impacts of surrounding communities. I think there definitely is a balance, using a compassionate approach in addressing quality of life. But I think that kind of goes back to what Brian was talking about with the title, reduce the impacts. I think easing is kind of a nebulous word. I think talking about improving quality of life, or improving that's specific surrounding communities around encampments or shelters, that sort of thing. I think it's almost a separate bullet point, because it can get lost in the conversation.
This is maybe more of a clarifying question and maybe statement, but under the health, I don't really see us calling out mental health for these particular in our unhoused community. And I know that was a big push with the response. I was curious, when we put that in place, do we have any feedback on, did that reduce calls to law enforcement? Did it reduce calls to fire or first responders, because that's going out first? And that would be helpful. I think a lot of this, from my perspective, having those metrics in place and getting that feedback to know this is a program we put in place last year. This is working really well. We've seen a reduction in these other areas of the city. And so, or even if it's just a reduction in, complaints or concerns from our community or business leaders. So I think that for me, in this particular goal, I think it would be very important to have some feedback from all the different areas that are impacted by this really important issue.
Okay. Great discussion, great input. Any other comments on this one? Okay, just a reminder, we're taking copious notes, and so we'll be bringing back a revised version that's intended to reflect the nature of this conversation. So workshopping. Let's do this. Let's take a short break just to kind of keep us going. So we'll call this a one function break. Just one, you pick whatever you need to do, but just one of them. And we'll come back. Let's see, am I reading that clock right? We'll start at 1:15. Do that. All right. Ding, 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 ding. It's time. Gold star, gold star. That should be like getting you bouncing. Can you tell you they use spiked lemonade? Oh. Okay. All right. I know with these types of workshops, you start to get an air of fatigue that happens, but stay the course, you guys. We got this. We got lots of good conversations ahead. Oops. All right. Oops, we're still missing a few. Yeah, and the city manager, who, by the way, wants to hear the conversation too, I think. All right. Well, I'll do a long intro on this topic as they find their way back. So we're going to go to our next strategic goal area. And this is the one that started out as public safety in that first box we looked at. We've had some conversation about talking about public health and safety. And so this is the world we're now focused on. So keep that in mind. All right. And there it is. It's like magic. All right, here comes the mayor. Okay, so this next one we have, the goal is we have it written here, and again, we'll want your thoughts on this, is to ensure a safe community for all. Again, all of these are aspirational by design, but want to hear your thoughts on that. And then we have, what is that? Oh, coffee's ready. Oh, see, good call. All right, good job. If you need to get up to get it, be my guest, it's fine. Okay, so ensure a safe community for all. We have the 6 strategies that are listed here, and we're going to go through the same process. We'll work our way through, starting off with the discussion around the way that the goal statement has been listed, ensure a safe community for all. So comments. Maybe we'll start with council and then we'll bring it back to staff. Is that okay? Yes? Sure.
So a couple of the things that I would like to see that we really focus on for the next year would be to really look at the safety routes during a fire, particularly off Highway 12. There's only one road each way, and so it feels very much to my Oakmont and our Oakmont community, I should say, and even over in the Skyhawk area, that we can get bottlenecked during any type of evacuation process. So looking at different exit routes to make sure that we're safe on any given day. There could be up to 5,000 people in that small community, and that is an at-risk community. So I think communicating not just to the council on what the plan is for preparedness, but really looking at that community as a resource to be able to have some good two-way communication would be of high importance, I think. And we've seen the threat of wildfire, and the chief can tell us that probably better than anyone in the room, that this needs to be a focus for us as a council, and that it's definitely a concern. So that would be one of the things that I think needs to be done. And then the other thing that we have heard, and some of you may have received information around a tobacco-free Sonoma County, and that group of wanting us to look at ordinances potentially around flavored tobacco. I received an outstanding letter from a member of, it actually was a student, a concerned student. And unfortunately, I have a lot of statistics around tobacco and tobacco use with youth. And so I think that might be something when I'm looking at like the health and safety of our community, to ensuring that everyone is a safe, healthy, resilient area. That would be two things that I think need to be looked at.
So, okay, and are you comfortable with the way that the goal is stated too, in terms of ensuring a safe community for all? Is that inclusive enough to the public health side of the house? Maybe, okay, all right, let's hear from others and we'll come back. Right. Okay, no, that's fine. You do not need to apologize. No, great input. All right, let's start with, yes, Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you for all of these strategies. I would like to see us add in active transportation safety, and so bike and pedestrian safety. And in particular, although the thought is evading me now, just the Vision Zero, which is the idea that nobody should die as a result of commuting outside of their car.
Would like to go next. This is to make our work through council, then I'll come back to, yes.
I'm struggling with ensure safe community for all. Is that realistic? And does the city of Santa Rosa have the capability of ensuring safety for all? I'm not, obviously I'm not buying it. I don't think we can. We can take steps where we're committed to making Santa Rosa a safe place to live, work, and play. But now you're ready to go. And then the other one, the specificity of development strategies for mental health response. Mental health response, I think that's a huge thing, but that's very specific. So what about implement strategies for reducing family violence? I mean,
I'm sorry,
reducing family violence. It's just an example. There's so many different things that we can develop strategies for. There's family violence. You know, again, violence is a learned behavior. It starts in the family. Right. Is that the city? Do we want to develop a strategy and implement a strategy to reduce that? So again, it's more of an observation. I think this is all good, but that seems very specific.
Compared to the other ones, it stands out as specific. Yeah. Okay. Did you have thoughts on how to revise potentially the goal statement of ensuring a safe community for all? I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of, really? Can we do that?
Let me get back to you on that one. And again, I just know from the police department, we're committed to making Santa Rosa, right? So we're committed to trying to make that. Ensuring seems almost.
No, I get it. Yeah, I hear you.
That's what I'm struggling.
Okay, fair. Yeah, fair.
One of the focuses for the community over the last couple of years has been increased transparency and accountability of law enforcement. And I don't see that reflected. And I agree with Councilmember McDonald about the tobacco issue. But the other one that we continue to hear from the public is about citizen oversight and accountability for law enforcement. So I want to make sure that that's reflected on there.
Okay, that's part of the work that's been underway with the police auditors, right? Okay. Great. Let's see. Councilmember Alvarez or Vice Mayor Alvarez or Councilmember Rogers, either? Okay.
I don't think I have much to add to the list. I think I would just echo the engaged neighborhoods. And I think through engaging neighborhood, it goes back to that word ask. You know, what do you need and what can we help for you? And it reminds me of Councilman Schroeder's statement before I was elected. It was just a community meeting where he made the question of what can we do as a city of Santa Rosa to help you feel safer. And, you know, that question has, I mean, to this day, it still touches the feelings. But I think that it's about the word asking and really asking, what can we do for you? Not what we expect you to do or to conform or to abide.
Oh, I heard that, somebody. See, it's the afternoon, this is what happens, it just. We think ask is okay. Well, let me just ask Councilmember Rogers, do you have any additional comments on this while you're mopping up? Okay, all right, go ahead. So actually, I'm sorry, Claire, I think the chief was first and then we'll come to you next. Arm wrestle, you guys.
I'll be quick. So part of our general plan update will include an environmental justice element. When it's required to, we want to do it. And so it's an opportunity to support it as a strategy. We do have environmental justice issues in Santa Rosa and they do need to be addressed. And so I just want to add that to the conversation. Great.
All right, so I got a lot to say about this one. But I think that's why I'm in the room. So real quick on the first bullet point, I think that it would be wise and take it or leave it. We start the sentence with, I agree with the sentence, but I think we start it with through a equity lens. And so we hit it right on the nose that we're approaching it from a place of equity, that we are engaging with the community and with our partners and with the business community. And so it just leads into one of the other goals or strategies is it's through a lens of equity. I don't know if that's the right wording for it, but I think it's a good place to inject it to make sure that that is very sound and very prolific in the beginning of the statement. On the second bullet point, utilize data-driven strategies and tactics to deploy resources and reduce crime. I'm not taking away anything from the work the police department does, the fantastic work they do by any means, but I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to omit reduce crime, because that seems more like a tactic or more like its own strategy, essentially. So it's use data-driven strategies and tactics to deploy and utilize resources. That covers not only fire, police, but the other 1,200 members of the city as far as providing public safety goes. These are the strategies that how we're going to use data to deploy and utilize resources, and it makes it more holistic an approach. The third point, and it helped when Vice Mayor Alvarez brought this up, is engage neighborhoods, because initially I wrote a question mark by it. What does this mean? We can go out and engage neighborhoods all we want. So I think the ask is the question there is what do neighborhoods need and want? And okay, now we can go out and deploy that. So that actually helps. So thank you for that. Councilmember Schweigham covered the mental health response at similar statements. Invest in prevention and intervention programs. To me, this is very broad. And if you're looking at it from either the public safety side of the house or the entire city, is what does that actually mean? And so maybe that's another ask to the community is what programs are you looking for? Because prevention to me is fire prevention, it's gang gun prevention to rape. So It's okay if it's broad, I suppose. It is a strategy, but I just have some questions about that. And lastly, the fire resiliency and response strategic plan, it is implemented as we talked about early on. There's a lot of work to still be done there, and it's an ongoing process. It's an evolution as we change to the new world that we live in. And so I don't have an issue with it being in there, but I do have a recommendation for change. And I'm not sure if you want to write this all down, but the general sense of it is enhance and seek opportunities for proactive improvements to disaster planning, response, mitigation, and resiliency. So again, it brings the lens back to a holistic view. So it's not just about wildland fires, it's about disaster planning in general, whether it's earthquake, flood, a major disaster downtown, whatever the case may be. It brings the lens back to where the entire 1,200 employees of the city can focus on what that means. Emergency management can, fire can, police can, TPW can. So to me, it makes a little bit more sense than being so narrowly focused on the wildland fire problem.
No, I like it. That's great. Well, it even touches on, the element of prevention preparedness, right, in terms of evacuation routes. So let's hear it again. Shall we slowly?
I'll go as slow as I can. I don't go slow. Enhance and seek opportunities for proactive improvements to disaster planning, response, mitigation, resilience.
Thank you for indulging. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
I said, thank you for indulging in the slow
Thanks
read.
for indulging in all my talking.
All that. Okay. Yes, Jason.
Just one thought on the top line statement relating to the aspirational goal. I know when you originally presented the 6 potential goals, well, there was a comment on this one about the addition of the word health.
Right.
So maybe the concept of ensuring a health and safe community for all might be able to roll in some other aspects.
Okay. Yes, question.
Under the engaged neighborhoods, we did receive some feedback, or at least I did, on shifting actually what we do right now under CAB, which is the Community Advisory Board, and elevating them to be a council of neighborhoods. And so I'm wondering if we should look at that as engage and elevate current councils or current committees to be more of a council of neighborhoods where we get more two-way feedback from each of our districts and areas.
Okay, thank you. Well, the two-way dialogue is a good observation, and the means maybe take different shapes, right? That's great. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure where this goes. It continues to give me anxiety around public safety with the police department and that's response times. And it's very challenging for most agencies to hire right now. And we also have budget issues. And while we are looking at how our police department functions, I think we need to be prepared to bite the bullet when it comes to funding police department. And it's not going to get cheaper in the future. And we need to be able to stand out as a community that respects the work they do, that we're willing to change, and that we're willing to fund our police department at a level that will attract and retain the officers that we need to keep that response time lower than it is now. Because if we don't do something about it, it's going to get worse, and I don't think we can afford that. So it's how are we going to spend our money? And that's one of those challenging positions. Not like the money's flowing in fast.
No ARPA money for that. Okay, are there comments? Yes.
Just real quick, I just wanted to go, Councilmember Fleming talked about the Vision Zero. So traffic has always been an issue for Santa Rosa. And if the traffic safety is something that's, both us and TPW are looking at. So that's a huge piece of that as we incorporate safety in this particular area. And then also to what Councilor Schwedel was talking about regarding the mental health response, talking about public health. And public health, looking at it, our violence prevention partnership. We work a lot with other programs to try to reduce violence. And we actually switched to a public health model looking at different communities. So I think that's, if we look at it more in that sense, I think it helps with making sure that all the departments are looking at this.
Okay, yes.
I was just gonna say that to invest in prevention and intervention programs, I think that it is a beautiful thing that depending on what part of the city you're in, that looks different. And that's what makes the different parts of the city unique, is that if you're in a certain spot, like 50, vegetation, like that could be the prevention part, or if you're in a different part, it could be working, more specifically with the youth and doing something else. And I think that's, you just need to adapt to, depending on what part of the city you're in and what exactly the need is in that part of the city. I think that is where we can embrace having districts and specifically what is needed in the particular specific district. So I actually like that it's kind of broad, the invest in prevention and intervention programs, and it's not so specific, because I think every district or part of the city has something different that they would want to focus on.
One of the comments that we heard in the high-performing organization this morning was the idea of being able to fill the need and anticipate the need before it's needed, right? Somebody said that this morning. I think that's kind of what you're talking about now. So.
Councilmember Rogers' comments led me to want to echo what she said, but also elevate the work that our recreation department does in programming, particularly for children, our summer camps. And I think that is the strongest example of prevention work that we do. And we know that there's a through line between the dollars that we spend there and a reduction in the back end on violence and trauma and costs in public safety down the road. So I just encourage us to make sure that we continue to keep our eyes on the ball there and invest wherever we can on the front end.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments? Yeah.
Just, I'm not entirely sure how to state this, but, and I recognize this is a different goal with infrastructure, but somehow recognizing that in order to have a safe community, there's certain infrastructure we have to invest in and make sure it's there, right? So we have to have roads that are trackable so police and fire can get to where they need to get to. We have to have a water system that has water available in order to fight fires. So somehow just incorporating or recognizing the connection between these two, because I think often we forget about the infrastructure piece that is needed for a safe community.
What I love about that comment is it's a way, as you're thinking about the work that you do, you're thinking about how do I contribute to this goal, right? And that's part of what we want to have universally. How do we all contribute to moving the needle in this? So you're right, and thank you for that comment. All right, did I see a hand? Or imagining this on the side of my. Yeah.
You're gonna have a hand up, but after your Jennifer's comment, it's absolutely true. If the community sees that they're being cared for, that they're being invested into, it definitely promotes participation from the community so that these programs can be effective. So the engagement actually gives results in a metric form if that's what's being applied.
Metrics are the goal, right? Yeah, get that. Okay, any other comments on this one? Okay, we'll do one more and then we'll take another break. So we can just kind of keep ourselves moving and circulating and lights on and all that sort of thing. All right, so we'll move to the next. Bam. So this was economic and community resilience. So we have it as promote economic and community resilience. So we start with the goal itself. And then there's a whole lot of things here. And so take a moment and read through those and then share your thoughts. We'll start with council and we'll bring it back to staff. Good. All right, you can keep reading if you're reviewing it, but you want to get it started, Councilmember McDonald?
So one of the areas in here is to work with our education partners, and this is something that I've been thinking about for quite some time, either as a former trustee and somebody who's worked in education, but I'd like to elevate and engage and perhaps look at either another subcommittee of the city council to work with our Santa Rosa City schools. And then when I say that, I don't just mean Santa Rosa City, all the schools that actually fall into Santa Rosa. So for that clarification, any school district that would reside, including our JC, to have more open dialogue on different projects we could do to work together, different things that we need to do for safety. And I think the best example that we can show is during the pandemic, when our schools needed to close, we certainly saw that impact our economy. We saw that parents really count on our schools to make sure their children are there so that they can go to work. And so I think that during the pandemic, some of the silver lining is to see how we can work together better as a community. I do understand that this may have happened a long time ago, but I would literally like the opportunity to revisit this as a city and reach out to our education partners. I agree with the statements that Council Member Fleming said around investing in our after school and parks and rec programs. Those are absolutely proven in a metric that we could already say exists, that they do provide money and an economic impact. And that goes for investing and working with our preschool providers as well as our early childhood providers, and making sure that we're supporting them with living wages, making sure that we are reaching out to ensure they have facilities. And that might not be part of all of our planning, but if we're looking at housing developments, to making sure that we're leaving or that lens is being looked at for our families. So this is a big area for me, mostly because of where I've come from in the past. And I do think that the work that we're doing now is really great, and I'd love to know more about what we're doing, but I'd love to be involved in that and see what we can maybe do better.
Yes.
Just to piggyback off of that, I also think that we need to, or I would like us to be more involved with the schools, but in a different aspect. I would like to see us, the mayor looks really cute when he's reading books to the little children. That is the cutest thing. If you have never seen it, I encourage everyone to see that at least once. And also giving tours to City Hall, exposing more people to City Hall so that they can come down, they can see it, they can see where we sit. They know, that they are welcome to come to public comment, things like that, but just getting more people involved in not our government, but their government. This is where they have a voice. And if we start to teach the children at a young age, then they feel comfortable coming because they are more familiar with the space. mentorship programs, and us going into the classroom, especially, I think, Councilwoman Fleming said it best, with the diversity that we have. I noticed that all the women are sitting on one side and all the men are sitting on one side. I don't know if the mayor set it up that way when we're sitting up there, but that's just the way that it is. But seeing that we have 3 women and then we have the men, and, you know, but just so the little girls can look at us and know that they can, I did notice that it's, no, not here when we're sitting up on the.
For the record, you all voted for the vice mayor, and that's why the vice mayor was moved and switched. And then you all also voted on the new council member who took Tibbetts' place. So it was not the mayor. This was a joint effort by all council members.
You see how we get after lunch, but anyways, okay, so, but I think it would be great for us to get into the classrooms and just speak to the children and get the director of water out there being a female and letting them know, and, you know, just allowing them to see that, you know, we hold positions and this is what you can be and this is what I do, and exposing them to maybe things that they never thought about doing and positions that maybe they would be like, oh, you know, I want to do that. Well, how do we do that? We do that through partnerships and creating those partnerships with the schools and the district. So I just wanted to piggyback on that. And also an invitation to the schools if anyone is listening.
You heard it here first.
This was one of my notes from earlier, so it may seem like it's kind of a segue here, but not like one of those KQED segues. It's really smooth, but kind of like an under construction segue, which is, you know, I think that we need to, if we want to have a really robust and economically vibrant downtown, the approaches to downtown need to look nice. And one of the things that always gets me, and I talked about this last time we got together in this format, I think, or no, when we were talking about a couple of talks ago about ARPA funding and PG&E funding, when we scrapped the Santa Rosa Avenue specific plan, that we're gonna tomorrow, you know, put out $20 million to housing downtown. And we're gonna see some changes and we're gonna need that approach. You know, I was willing to let go of the Mendocino Avenue specific plan. I don't think that that's the way that most people, unless they're coming from county complex, enter the city. I think that a lot of, like, it's my gut, and maybe someone from traffic can tell me differently. My gut is that people approach the city mostly from the south and Santa Rosa Avenue when they're coming in, and that we really need to take seriously having a more attractive entrance. We've got Juilliard Park and Hoosier Burbank Home and Gardens that are beautiful, but just there's so much around there that I want when people are starting to come into the city for them to get the vibe that this is the place, you're on the right path, hang in there for another couple of minutes and you're going to be where you're trying to get to go. So I know it's a shameless plug for a very specific thing, but I think we need to consider adding that back in the budget in our next cycle.
Okay, yes.
No, I appreciate all the comments. One of the things that's mostly missing, there's a little bit about workforce development in there in one budget, or excuse me, one bullet point, but support and engage local businesses and workers needs to be in there. One of the things that we have particularly seen, and John and I were actually talking about this on one of the breaks, is how difficult it is when you don't have a properly trained workforce that's able to be here, whether it's an impact on your climate goals because people are driving into town, or just a spike in the total cost of doing business and making it more challenging. We're seeing that coming out of the pandemic. We saw that after the fire when we didn't have, when the cost to rebuild your home went up because there weren't enough skilled and trained workers here locally. So I think that needs to be included when we talk about investing in local businesses. We also need to be investing in our local workforce as well, because the two go hand in hand. That's my biggest comment.
Yes.
For me, one of the bullets that promotes Santa Rosa desired destination for business. Are we making an assumption there? How do we know that? The question would be, is Santa Rosa a desired destination for business? I don't know of how we would measure that, or if we are there, or we make an assumption we are, versus potentially establishing Santa Rosa as a desired destination for business. Again, I would need some metrics. If we ask business members, what do you think? Are we a desired space? If not, what can we do? And to me, that would be a strategy, making sure that yes, we are, and then we can start promoting what we're doing.
No, excellent point. And in some cases, verbs were selected to be debated. So that's great.
Let's see, where do I start? I appreciate that the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan was included. And if you look at the first sentence, be responsible and competent stewards of public infrastructure and the environment. We must trust our community to be responsible for our natural resources, definitely entrusting them. And I'm also reminded of the experience that I had in business while operating a local grocery store. There was an initiative, I believe it was through St. Joseph's, to educate the community in regards to organic alternatives. And the way that I contributed was by providing apples and more organic options. What I mean to say is that education is definitely part of the program and the strategy that should be implemented. But if we do not make those alternatives to be the most economical, they will not be participated in. I believe that out of the expenditure that made to provide an organic alternative, maybe 10% of it actually went out to the public. The 90% was ultimately used for personal use at the end of the day. So definitely with the investment of education, there must be more economical alternative.
I'm going to be stubborn and I'm going to say it again. I do think resilience in the title here is not enough. I think we should strive for vibrancy, not just resiliency. Just for consideration, I also like to see us seek a workforce housing fit. What that means is it's not you have one unit and one job, but you have housing that fits the jobs that we have. And that addresses a lot of other strategies, by the way, but that's something I don't think the city has really put energy and time into that we could, that would address our workforce, that would keep our workforce, attract workforce if we have housing that fits the workforce needs. And then, let's see. And yes, I wholeheartedly agree. South Santa Rosa is an opportunity for us. And if we can put energy into that in terms of planning for its economic success and the livability of those that choose to reside in that area, I think that's a great opportunity for Santa Rosa. It's a big part of the city that hasn't had that lens before. So that would be some future phase.
If I might, can I ask, I'm just curious, because Claire, your comment about vibrancy rather than resilience, I kind of want to hear the thoughts of council members on that. Or does that work for you? It's more, moving from yesterday to tomorrow. It's kind of how I'm hearing that. I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
I think we've been quite reactive over a lot of things over the last few years. And I think that that's where you get the theme of the resiliency. We bounce back. And it's exhausting for everyone. So I do like the thought of like, where are we now? And let's hope that we're through a lot of these big things, but looking for vibrancy, looking for the future and what we're doing now, that's sustainability. I would agree that it's a much more exciting word than using just resiliency, which feels like we're just constantly, which is what we've been doing, not to dismiss the hard work that all of you have been doing for so many years.
Well, I'll probably get trouble for saying this, which I'm used to. I think we didn't ask enough of our business people in Santa Rosa what they needed to be successful. I think there are some opportunities that are missed in this list. And I think if you were to say, promote Santa Rosa as a desired destination for business, well, all they have to do, as I was having a conversation, very distressing conversation that I had with Victoria about the homeless situation in downtown Santa Rosa, especially. My guess is that if you were to ask them what they thought they needed most, at least for downtown, that doesn't apply to Plaza, it doesn't apply to Cottingtown, doesn't apply to Montgomery Village, doesn't apply to many of the other private environments. You deal with the homeless issue in downtown Santa Rosa, and you will change the business climate. That probably is, it's always on the front of their list. Beautification, the ideas around helping the businesses that are already challenged with the appearance of the downtown. We have the Downtown Action Organization, which is always looking for help in dealing with break-ins. Oftentimes, nature of unfortunate individuals doing unfortunate things in the downtown. This, in many ways, other than supporting access to childcare, which is elemental to this fiscal success, encouraging public-private partnerships sounds a bit fluffy, actually. As important as it is, what does it say? What does that mean? I mean, I don't really know what that means. I mean, as a long-time business person in downtown Santa Rosa, we were down there for 65 years. I did it for 35 years, and I can tell you that if you were to ask me what I needed, I would need to change people's attitude toward having to pay for parking. We need to pay for parking. It's a very important. It helps pay for our garages. It's elemental to being able to fund, operate, secure, light, and protect our garages and also the infrastructure thereof. But a lot of these suggestions appear to come from a non-business person's perspective, and so we need both. We need the more social suggestions for the downtown and for job development and job placement, workforce development and job placement. I'm not sure that workforce development is the job of the city of Santa Rosa. I mean, I think that maybe we could tackle that in the economic development subcommittee, but we would have to heavily engage the business community. And I think that if there were to be some kind of summit on what it was that we'd have to focus on the downtown because it's not privately owned, but some kind of summit where we actually listen to them and be willing to maybe take on a small percentage of their recommendations. But I'm not seeing, when I look at this list, I'm not seeing a lot of things that would have helped me as a business in downtown Santa Rosa in the early days when we were pretty successful. But anyway, I think we're asking the wrong people. And it's not the council's responses that would necessarily resonate. Some of them could and might. But I think we have to ask the business owners what they need and to really move forward with this particular strategy.
Interesting. Thank you. And looking at a balanced approach. So with the economic and community resilience, in part, I think some of these strategies were reflective of sort of the capacity building and outside of necessarily just the downtown, but for residents that may be struggling. And so there's more, I think, embedded in here, but I think your point is a good one, that it takes both sides of the coin in order to build economic and community vibrancy or resilience or what that might be. So I appreciate the comments.
And our various, like Roseland has particular needs, that some of which are being addressed now, the annexation, future annexations, and really coming into their own as our Latin Quarter, if you will. I mean, you can have food, buy food in Roseland you can't get anywhere else in this county. Maybe Sonoma, but that's just a food element, not to mention the culture. It is a jewel in our community, but their needs are going to be different than the needs of some of them will be similar, Some will be different than those of the downtown,
Right.
but people compare us to privately owned commercial environments without thinking of the fact that, well, that commercial environment is privately owned. This is a public space, and we can't do some of the things that like offer free parking. So anyway, I think we need to ask the right people the right questions. We may not want to hear some of the answers they might provide, but I think we need to have that conversation.
Right. Okay, so kind of making sure to build in the downtown specifically and business is a part of this broader goal. Okay, yes.
Your question, and I'm sorry I didn't answer, your question was the difference between resiliency and vibrancy.
Or opinions on it, or thoughts on it anyway.
The view is definitely the difference between surviving and thriving. What it means to where you're at, to where you want to be, and once you're on that track. And to echo Councilman Sawyer's comment about the different districts, it is about ask, and it seems to be the three-letter word I'm hearing throughout every one of the strategies is to receive the proper information from those that it matters most to. And I love that we're using that strategy in the different scenarios and items.
So kind of bringing it back. So any other thoughts on the goal itself in terms of focusing on, building resiliency or building vibrancy, and how you want to frame that? Do you have any other comments or thoughts on that, council members today?
By looking at what has worked, and for this, I would go back to, I believe it was mentioned just a short bit ago, was the lowrider car, the Mary Lou. What I witnessed was our police chief and one of our council members, mayor at the time, sitting with the community and asking them what they could do. And I believe one of the comments that was made was, we are going to try to get to a yes. And that definitely involved the participation of those who had never felt included in the system. And what I've seen since that is the lowrider community coming forth with their skill set, which is a comment that we made in our first group meeting, was using our different skill sets to get to go together. So I think we've seen it work in different scenarios, and hopefully we can apply that same basic strategy to many of our other issues that the city of Santa Rosa is facing.
I have one more to add. Not to add to this one, but you can tell we have a lot of energy around this. One is just supporting equitable representation and opportunity in our business community. And I know that we have a small, mighty economic development team, and they do spend quite a bit of effort in that regard. But there's still that's work to do, and that should be recognized.
And I think our communications person brought up a great idea. I think she's just shy at the moment. So, but she brought up, I don't see tourism anywhere on the list, and the concept of utilizing our economic development from the standpoint of being the center hub of Sonoma County wine country, being close to the coast, being in wine and beer country. I always say wine, I work at a winery, but we're beer country as well. And we've got other emerging businesses in that sense, but we are a destination as much as we are a business center. And so wanting to be able to incorporate that somehow in the concept of continuing to push our tourism aspect.
So what I'm hearing, I think, from Councilmember Sawyer and Jason, some of these other comments really are shifting the goal in a direction that's different from maybe how it's reflected here. And so I hear economic and community resilience really as building the ability to rebound, to resume, to build something fresh and new, as opposed to being there already and moving the needle forward. And there's no right or wrong, but I'm hearing different. Maybe the goal just needs to be different to better reflect the direction you're wanting to go. Are other people hearing those differences as well, or yes?
I am hearing the differences, but what I feel is the word resiliency and resilience. I agree with Councilmember McDonald. It is exhausting because that word is so tied to our crises that we've been living through the last 4 or 5 years. And so when you hear that word, for me personally, I always go back to the fire, the Tubbs fire.
Okay.
And the glass fire, Kincaid fire, all the fires that we've had in Sonoma County. And so that word resiliency and resilience triggers that crisis mode. So I personally like vibrancy better because that pushes us forward and it creates a fresher outlook forward instead of always going back to where we were.
No, I appreciate the comment and I can appreciate how it is. There's fatigue and there's some PTSD that comes with that. And certainly we don't want to have goal statements or goals that are triggering, right? But I want to make sure that the orientation, what you're trying to accomplish is in fact what you want it to be. So do we have it from council? Are we good with vibrancy, moving that direction and changing it? Yeah. Yes.
You know, words have a life of their own.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I remember in not too distant past, it was an architect, and we were talking about downtown and some of the changes that needed to happen. And he said, please don't tell me you want a vibrant downtown. Because vibrancy had become so overused that people forgot, they lost track of what it meant. Well, now we were faced with the same thing with resilience and resiliency, and now it's connected to disaster. So perhaps it's time to reestablish vibrancy as an accepted goal and give it a shot for a few years, because it does resonate with many people. They do understand exactly what it means. Resilience is not that easily defined and as easily defined as vibrancy. So I say that, yeah, change it back and see if that sticks for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely hearing like reaction to the word resilience. And so we need to pay attention to those cues. And, you know, your community's been through a lot. And so, you know, to be able to turn the page and say, we're moving forward now. That's what I'm hearing is the focus. I'm seeing nods. Okay. Mary, how do you feel about that? You good?
I'm good with vibrancy, but if John's making an argument against it.
No, I think he's good with it. No, I heard he came all the way back around.
I was gonna say vibrancy or prosperity. Those are the two that come to mind for me there.
Okay, all right, well, we're turning the page. Everybody just take a moment, turn that page on resiliency, because I feel like there needs to be some letting go of that here today, clearly. Okay, so any other final comments on this? I appreciate the honesty and the discussion. I think we've worked through some stuff there. All right, we have 2 more. We're going to take another quick break because I don't want you just to be sitting, and I know this is a lot to kind of process and digest. So let's take 10. We're going to come back and we're going to power through these next 2, and then we're going to talk about the reporting and how to get to success, how to make that happen. So thank you for hanging in there. 10 minutes, so that would bring us to 1:15, and we'll resume. Ding, 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 ding. Powerful to have a mic. All right. Looks like someone might have to dash outside and let our outside folks know. Thanks, Jason. More lemonade, boost it. That's it. All right. We're going to pick up our vibrancy in the next section of our workshop today. Yeah, no, we're moving from resilience to vibrancy this afternoon. We're hitting it all cylinders right now. Come in hip. All right, you guys. So we have two more of those proposed goal areas that we introduced early on. We'll take ourselves to there, and then we'll kind of take a look back and ask the question, you know, is this the right mix of goals? Are you comfortable with where we have landed? Knowing all well that we're going to be writing all this up as a report that will come back to you for fresh eyes to look at it in a more cohesive manner. So thank you for working through all these. So next on deck, we have our infrastructure environmental sustainability proposed goal area. So here we have it written as develop infrastructure that supports environmental sustainability. We had some conversation about this earlier in terms of the balance and how we want to address that. So we can talk about that. Maybe so starting off with the goal itself, a reaction and comments, and then we have our, well, you know the drill. We have our questions. We'll walk through what you like, what you change. Okay, so let's start off with the goal portion. Developing infrastructure that supports environmental sustainability as a goal. Thoughts? Yes.
So are we maintaining infrastructure or developing it? And I mean, we have to develop it. At the same time that we're maintaining certain infrastructure, we're also developing others. But what about the maintenance of existing? Because that's really where the money, I mean, that's where a lot of it is.
Right, and I think if you're thinking about, if you think you're thinking about strategic goals, right? So you maintaining infrastructure, that could be a goal, right? To focus on the maintenance. The way that this is written, it doesn't discard that, but it's having a different focus, different orientation. And so that's a topic to cover right now, is how we want to prioritize that. Do you have thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're equally important.
Okay.
I mean, because it's cost a lot more. Well, we hear it all the time. To dig up a street to replace some sewer line costs a lot more than putting it in when you're building the development. Plus they're paying for it, as far as I know. It's luckily they have to do the infrastructure, at least not all. So I think they're equally important.
Okay.
Especially if you live in a neighborhood that's 70 years old.
Right. So we want some element of that maintenance component as a part of this. Okay. Other comments? Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, I got a tiny addition. It's build tools, build infrastructure, something of that nature to facilitate carbon neutrality in city services. Like I said, small one. So we have a goal of being carbon neutral by 2030. And that means that how we spend our dollars and the types of infrastructure that we build needs to facilitate that. So for example, decarbonizing vehicle emissions means that we need to build the charging infrastructure to sustain that, while also then putting in place the purchasing policies to switch over police vehicles to electric vehicles, to switch over our fleet vehicles to electric vehicles, to switch our buses over, which I know is in process. By the way, Chief, I hope you saw that Katati got a Tesla for their police vehicle.
I'm completely supportive of the Tesla.
But but this is where it's interesting is we need the tools to be able to show people, and they have an analysis that I'll send to you, Chief, that actually over the course of the lifetime of the vehicle, because of reduced costs in maintenance and reduced costs in gas, it's actually far cheaper for the city to do that and also meets the climate goals. So we need to build the infrastructure to have that conversation with the public and to move in the direction that we already know and have said that we need to do. That includes the comments that folks had about building the bicycle infrastructure to shift everybody who can off of that and to electrify where we can. So even if John can't ride a bike, John can drive an electric vehicle and still can then be a zero emission. And there's the equity frame that goes with it as well. So small things that are missing from this.
No, that's fine. That's good. And actually with your introduction of your addition on the strategy, it makes me think maybe it's build and maintain infrastructure that supports environmental sustainability. Can we do that? I'm seeing Jason's nodding. Okay. Okay, good. Check that box. Okay. Who else? Comments? Yes.
So I like the overall strategy. It's the third bullet point. Is that realistic? Safeguard city assets by anticipating planning for infrastructure upgrades and replacement as needed. So I know Jason does a great job of updating us with our PCI, the pavement condition index. You know, we've been at 61 for years. Is that where we want to go? And do we have the resources to keep the infrastructure at the level that it is and or upgrade it? That realistic.
Yeah, I think the intent behind that bullet was really, and some of this is probably happening, but to ensure that forward forecast, like anticipating the future need. That's the, I think, intent behind a strategy.
Yeah, I get it. Because when you said as needed for who? That's the public works director, because it's competing interests.
Right. Okay.
And I'd be interested in Jason's thought eventually about that.
Eventually, he said. I heard. Yes.
I'll also say, and I apologize, next bullet down, and I want to jump in on water. It's not just going to be about education. It's going to be about building the infrastructure that we need to adapt to a changing climate.
He's giving gifts to everybody. Gift for you, gift for you. Must be late in the day. Okay. Next, any other comments? Starting again at council first. Yes, Councilor Borton.
Yeah, it's a personal pet peeve of mine every time I see another city that has a floating solar array. But I know that might just be a shiny object type of thing. So what I want to say is that, you know, if it doesn't happen this year, I want to plant the seed that at some point we do an analysis of the cost, a SWOT analysis of being energy independent from PG&E. Whether or not we do it is one thing, but just having that conversation. And I get that we've been overwhelmed and understaffed for a long time, and this may not be the year, but if we do want to get to carbon neutrality and also reduce our fire risk and also have some control and not be dealing with our favorite publicly owned company, we, as much as, you know, as much as it might be difficult, I think it's worth having the conversation. The other thing here that I don't see here is that it'd be interesting to engage our business communities, and a little bit different from the last conversation about it just being downtown, but our broad business communities about our capacities with wastewater and trying to attract more companies with good jobs to do industrial work in Santa Rosa, and also seeing what the business, you know, attracting more green businesses broadly, so that some of this work can, you know, not just bring us climate returns, but bring us actual financial dividends.
Just so that I'm clear on Councilmember Fleming, did you say something around PG&E and access to solar power? Making sure, I'm sorry if the acronym.
Yeah, I was conflating a couple of things. One is just that other jurisdictions have these floating solar arrays, solar panel arrays on their wastewater ponds, which prevents evaporation and generates power. And it's kind of just like a show off, but they are kind of cool. So I was saying that, you know, that's just one thing that, you know, is kind of maybe a shiny object to not get caught up on, but that there are jurisdictions in the North Bay that don't hook up to PG&E. And that's a huge massive lift if we were ever to get away from that. But I think that at some point we need to have the conversation about a SWOT analysis. And I don't remember what that stands for, but Tom does. And he can tell me.
I didn't know what that was, a SWOT analysis. So
Okay.
Strength, weaknesses,
I know what it
Congrats,
gets done.
you guys and your acronyms, and I appreciate it. So that was what I was looking for is, even working with PG&E on local or home solar projects, it seems to be like there's a barrier there. And so supporting our community members so that they can convert to solar, that seems to be challenging and difficult at times. So perhaps having that conversation. And then as far as I look at environmental or sustainability, the other thing that's come up, and we did see this a significant amount during the pandemic, is broadband and access for all. We know that there's several bills that are being proposed and have been proposed, to grant access. But I think as a community, we also need to decide that if the state doesn't provide that, is that something that we want to look at to make sure that not only our families, but our community members have access in their homes.
Other comments, council members? Staff? Jason, go.
I'm happy to try.
He's just something bouncy back there.
So actually, I think Councilmember Schwedhelm's point was well taken, which is the concept of safeguard when we don't actually have policy that establishes threshold is probably the challenge. So adjusting that particular bullet to say, develop policy thresholds to maintain the city's assets, that's the part that we don't have. So when public works or water or recreation and parks are asked to provide information to council or the public as to what the deficiency is right now, the answer is we don't really know, because we don't know what we're planning to. We don't know what that target is. Just because we're able to maintain 61, I don't know if that's actually what council's comfortable with, but I don't know what that threshold is to be able to say what the deficit annually is. So that's why I think, in response to Councilmember Schwedhelm, I think that's what I think he's asking for.
Yeah,
is how do we create that mechanism to do that? I will say on the top line, thinking about the objective title of the goal, maybe I'm going to ruffle, create a wave here. I actually don't like the idea of focusing the entire goal on sustainable, environmentally sustainable. I think we are so far behind in just maintaining services and infrastructure already that environmentally sustainable can be a product of an overall goal, and maybe is a bullet, but for me, it's develop and maintain the city's infrastructure, public infrastructure. And that, to me, that's the goal. How we do it, which would be one of the strategies underneath, would be to focus our efforts on environmental sustainability actions. And so I think for me, the way it's written now is too limiting. And I think this may go back to a comment that Councilmember Sawyer made earlier on when we brought this up, which is it's great to contemplate aggressive investment in alternative transportation, but there will be people that will still have to utilize more traditional or historical ways of getting around town, and therefore you continue to maintain those facilities is important. So the only other bullet that I think is missing here is, and I'm not going to get the language right, so I'm open to suggestion, is the concept of investing in a variety of public recreation spaces. Whether it's parks, whether it's facilities or pools or anything, because if we're talking upstream investment is critical, there has to be a place for upstream investment to occur, and we have to be able to invest to make those spaces, a possibility. So just a thought.
Okay. I want to hear council thoughts on Jason's suggestion about incorporating the environmental sustainability elements into the strategies and retitling the goal to be build and maintain the city's infrastructure, but not losing sight of those environmental elements and strategies. You okay with that? Yes.
I think I am. I think if you had developed sustainable infrastructure as the top line, but then had one of the strategies be decarbonize everything, I think that kind of gets the spirit and also captures the council's climate goals.
Other comments on that? I'm seeing some nodding heads. Anybody want to go like this? Okay. I know, you're just teasing me. So I think we're okay with, so did you want to include sustainability in the title, or that's just the first strategy line?
No, I thought sustainable needs to be in the top line.
Meaning the title, the goal statement itself?
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily need to be limited to environmental sustainability, but why are we building infrastructure that we can't sustain?
Build and maintain sustainable infrastructure.
Correct.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It just popped into my head, so I had to come out.
I was trying to both talk into the microphone so that the public can hear and also look at Jason to make sure that he's not throwing darts.
No, he was actually okay with it. I saw. But sustainable, I think that there's the dual purpose of that word. It's a good word in that regard. So, all right. Anything else on this? Yes.
What is non-sustainable infrastructure?
Our roads currently. I mean, that's honestly, that's a great example. And Jason talks about this a lot, about how much we're investing, knowing that our PCI is going down even with that level of investment. And whether it's through technology or better resources from council, at least investing enough to where we're not making our roads actively worse year over year.
So I guess I'm still a little bit questioning. So had we built them differently 40 years ago, we had created these roads in a more sustainable way, what would they have looked like?
So I'll just say, I interpret sustainable as my ability to be blunt, my ability to come back to council and say, if you want a roadway infrastructure, we have to find some way of maintaining it. That's a sustainable activity. Roadway in and of itself, I can tell you that there's entities out there like CalRecycle that's actively pushing policies stating that a sustainable roadway is one that uses recycled materials as a function of the roadway. So the term sustainable may take redirection over the course of time, but still has the same purpose. So CalRecycle would say a non-sustainable road is the continuation of using hot mix asphalt and reconstructing from the base up, as opposed to some of the more newer technologies.
So innovation has created options that we didn't have a few decades ago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if it was said, I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but I would say equitable infrastructure. So across the city, including roads, especially we see like in Roseland that has just come into city limits in other parts of Southwest Santa Rosa and other parts of the city where maybe the roads are not as great. And for some odd reasons, they've been neglected. Even parts of that have been a part of the city, and I don't know why they've been neglected. But it doesn't appear that it's been equitable. But we need to spread out the wealth in an equitable way when we're looking at that sort of infrastructure. All the roads need to, it doesn't matter if I'm driving in Fountain Grove or if I'm driving down Sebastopol Road. They all need to feel the same if I'm in the same vehicle.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on this one? All right, good discussion. Great. All right. Here we go, you guys. Number 6. Achieve organizational excellence. Okay. And you can see the strategies that are there thus far. Some of these we've talked about already, and some of them maybe. So I'll take it to council first. Comments?
I mean, just off of that, I will say just like some of our staff brought up having kind of an eye twitch when they say see resilience. I'm not a fan of referring to the public as customers. And I know that we talk about that all the time about the delivery model. I think of them more as neighbors, community, other, I guess, fluffier words.
Okay.
Maybe,
talking about that fourth bullet.
maybe I would change that to implement process improvements and best practices that prioritize quality of life.
Thank you. It's good to hear the word twitch words to understand those. Good. Other comments? Yes, Councilor Rogers.
I was just gonna say, important to me would be the fiscal health and to ensure that we maintain reserves. I want to make sure that that stays in there at or above where we're supposed to be, but not at the expense of our employees' salaries. So that is very important to me, because if we do that, then it's not showing that we value our employees. But I do think it's important that as an organization, we're able to float if something happens. So we need to be sound. And also to invest in training and professional development. So we can continue to be innovative and not get stagnant in the great people that we have working for the city of Santa Rosa can continue to be great and come up with these great ideas and you know, feel like their brains are continuing to put out wonderful things. But I think we need to continue to provide them with the opportunity to grow in that way, to be trained and developed, and not necessarily mandatory training, but training that they would like, that are in their area of expertise, if that makes sense.
Training and professional development takes many shapes depending on interests and areas of work. Okay. Other comments from council members? Yes.
So one of the things I'm not seeing here is around recruitment and retention of staff. And I think that we've talked about it a lot, but I don't see it explicitly in here unless I'm missing it. I do like the shift of customer experience to quality of life. I understand that we're all customers and that's fine, but it doesn't sound as inclusive to me. It sounds still like there's a barrier as opposed to they're part of our community. And I agree with the professional development, not just for our staff member, but even for city council, specifically on implicit bias, making sure that we are constantly working on our own professional development as council members and to create a safe space for our employees to work so that they feel included and a sense of belonging, which also creates an opportunity for them to want to stay with us.
Great. Love that. Okay. We'll open it. Anybody else? Anybody have any comments on this one? Yes, Chief.
Step on anybody else there.
Nope, you're on.
So the think the term we're using is eye twitch word at this point. Spaghetti on the wall and eye twitch word are two new things here. But as far as a SMART goal goes, and I know this isn't necessarily a goal, but how is excellence measured? And so I don't have a great suggestion for the right word, and I think maybe it's ambiguous and broad for a reason, but how do we measure what organizational excellence is? Would just be a generalized question, and is there a different way to frame that? And as I go through the list, a couple things just as point of comments. Plan for asset maintenance, and I think I would agree. Jason would probably agree with me on this. Replacement is part of that as well. Capital replacement programs that aren't in place that we need to. And yeah, that takes a large capital investment on the front end. But we find ourselves having to, for instance, and this isn't just fire department centric problem, but we don't have a fleet replacement program for fire engines, and so it's a massive lift every time we have to go out and buy something. And I think other departments have the same problems, particularly on the capital assets. And then I really appreciate and like the change of customer experience to quality of life. And I'll keep beating the drum. I think that we could add in here too, just to have it right on the nose, that should be through an equity lens, or another way to frame that and just put it right on the nose is the quality of life through some sort of equity lens, or another way to frame that. So everybody knows exactly what we're talking about right up front. On creating, and I know I'm probably talking for Amy here, she's gonna, well, she won't hit me because she's the HR director, but send me a strong look. But create a culture of inclusion and openness. I think that needs to be much stronger. And as I've been thinking about this, those of us on the City Equity Task Force and in the other subcommittees and working with the seat so closely, we really had to do a lot of internal soul searching and defining on our own what diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging means to us. And council will see in the presentation, they're going to present exactly what the broad view of that is. So those of us are a little bit more invested in time with the Seed Collaborative, have a different level of commitment to it at this point. But I think that statement needs to be much stronger and really look at diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging as a cultural change into a norm. And then the last thing I'd like to add is, we talk about changing it from customer experience, but we're looking at external customers or members of the community. I think, particularly the city manager Smith's point, and some of the things we've been experiencing in the last 5 years, approaching employee health and wellness as part of organizational excellence, making sure we're taking care of each other and taking care of our employees. It can be tied into the training and professional development, but really that has transitioned, particularly in the last 5 years, to also the health and wellness of the organization. So I think it should be included here. So we're making sure that we're measuring external customer service as well as internal customer service. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add on to our equity and inclusion work that, a caller made this comment earlier today that it should be tracked and transparent. So it needs to be measurable, and then we need to have a way of communicating within the organization and to our residents what is happening and what our achievements are in that area. And then I'd like to see, Xerox implemented inclusion. I think it was both gender and racial inclusion, I think in the 60s or 70s. And they started holding their management accountable for recruitment and retention of employees, and it worked. And I'd like to see us do that here. I know that there's a culture in every different department, and having the same expectation across all the departments would be unfair and not work, but that there would be expectations of improvements, and that each department head or hiring manager would be held responsible for that along with HR. And then the last piece is that the diversity, equity, and inclusion, that officer, we need to have an equal employment officer, and we need to have an office of diversity, equity, and inclusion that is not under HR. They're two separate functions, and it's, I think it was an error of the past to have it in the org chart the way it is now, and that we're really going to move into the future and take this seriously. We need to adjust for that. and correct that mistake.
Alan.
If I'm here and I don't speak about fiscal health, I think I get bugged in the parking lot. Actually, I think the bullet is good. Maybe to carry it along the theme of sustainability is that we swap out ensure to sustain the fiscal health by doing these things. But I think what we need to add in there is we need to look creatively at leveraging other funding sources. So I don't know if that's state and federal grants or regional opportunities with the county and other partners, or creative financing mechanisms. But looking at all of the things that we want to do, and they're all very noble, good things that we want to do, but they all come with a price tag. And there's one that, in order to sustain the fiscal health, we need to be able to find those other ways of basically paying for them. So, that's it.
All right. Yeah, Jason.
Just a couple of thoughts. I obviously I should probably speak up because Scott called me out about the asset maintenance and replacement. There is another component that I think is important because we do have a changing workforce, we have a changing community, and we need to be prepared to make adjustments in our facilities. And the fire stations are actually a very good example of things that were built prior to more gender normalization, where we've got now a greater number of women in the workforce, and the fire stations, or a fire station, generally, may or may not provide that service. And I think we're seeing that in some of our older facilities that we haven't historically always accommodated for the changing demographic of our workforce. And so when we think about that asset maintenance and replacement, we probably need to make another word of adjustment in there to accommodate the changing workforce that we have. And then the last bullet up there, I like the concept of optimization, organization, structure, strength, and teamwork. But I'd like to make a suggestion on the back end. Instead of deliver results, it's accomplish both core services and council goals. I think part of the organization is focused on core services and not council goals, because that's the job that they've been hired into. And they sometimes feel left out of the organizational conversation because they are filling potholes, or they are, fixing that water line, or, cleaning the restrooms. And so wanting to make sure that we identify core service in there will help bring those individuals into the livelihood that is within the council goals.
Cool. Greg?
Let's see, a couple, just piggyback on his last. Right sizing our resources to acknowledge and accommodate core services, in addition to council goals. Just looking at that from a citywide perspective, it might be in there somewhere, but I think it needs to be said. There's been inequities across the organization because we have been focused on council goals a lot the last few years, but getting back to core services and staffing appropriately to support those. And then I think, I might have said it earlier, modernizing and embracing modernization of our service delivery to meet the community. And that may mean different things to different segments of our community. They all need to be addressed, but I think modernization of how we deliver services is something we should put energy into.
Amy.
So on the second bullet, in planning for asset management, I'm wondering if infrastructure is a good word there, because I think in addition to actual physical assets, we have to think about technology assets and modernizing our workforce and our processes. So we are more strategic. again, we've talked about this a lot today, but I think in terms of creating a culture, it should be of inclusion, belonging, and openness. And then I think generally speaking, in order to achieve organizational excellence, it's important that we are able to position the city of Santa Rosa as a premier employer. And I think we have a unique opportunity to try and make a comeback for public service as a career path. I know that a lot of us have talked about the educational system and partnering with schools, but I think if we invest in our people, we can't go wrong. And that's investing in our people related to training and development and succession planning and health and wellness and mentorship and lifelong learning opportunities. And then in terms of the investment related to education in the community, I think that there's some programs that start at the school age level, but also Sonoma State has a master's in public administration program. And I think the partnerships and having our staff go out and speak to public service as an admirable career, you know, at the college level is really important because it's going to develop our applicant pool for the future.
Good. Excellent. Okay. Any other comment? Yes.
So this goes to the line that has to do with customer experience.
Not anymore.
I know it's going to be a long line, but this is short. I think we need to have something in there about first rate service provision. We are first and foremost a service provider. I remember one of my city managers in the past said, be careful when you refer to our residents as customers. Customers are used to getting what they want, when they want it, and how they want it. We're not a store on Rodeo Drive. We provide service. And we have restrictions on how we offer those entitlements that we are mainly responsible for as a government agency. So referring to our residents as customers is a little dangerous in a light sort of way, because they're not. They have a choice. They don't have a choice. We are a monopoly when it comes to entitlements. So they're not customers. They are indeed. They come to us to provide service, and we should be offering it to them at a first rates level. So it's just wordsmithing, but I trust it. Anytime we use the word customer when it comes to the city, it does make me a little, seems a little mad.
Yeah, you and the mayor are getting twitchy. We struck that. We struck that. It's out. No twitching today. Okay, good. Any other final comments on this one? Excellent. All right, so what I would like to do is we have the next slide that we're going to get some help from the back. We're just going to do a quick update. So this is what we want to do. I want to do the word revisions that we have come up with thus far and see if we're getting close. And so on the first one, we need to take it out of the display mode and move it. Or can you do it back there? Okay. Great. All right. So the first one, we changed pursue to deliver. These are from my notes. And you'll get another at bat. This is just to recap it. Oh, yeah, we're just, that page is not here because, yeah, surprise. But I wanted a place to recap that whatever the discussion materialized. All right, so then but thank you for following along. So the next one, we changed to read reduce homelessness and its impacts. Okay, and so the next one, we're just gonna like put the ensure in red or something, because we haven't landed on a word there, but we did say something, ensure a healthy and safe community for all. So a healthy and safe community for all. There we go. Great. All right, then our next one, we are done with resilience. We are moving on to vibrancy. Next, we are going to build and maintain sustainable infrastructure. By the way, it's really hard to type when everybody's watching, so you're doing a great job. Me, I would be like, "Oop, there's typo, oop, there's typo." Okay, and then I think we were okay with the last one. There was some question about how do you measure excellence, but I think for now, I didn't hear any major objections from council on achieving organizational excellence. So it's okay if they do it. Just measure it and tell me it's done. Good. All right, so how are we feeling then about the set of council goals as currently drafted? Council members.
I'm not sure if the next slide's gonna be, or if anything missing, because what I've been
Yep.
clear with each of these is, we declared racism a public health crisis. What goal or strategy is addressing that? Then some of us went to lead California cities, a lot of cities have declared it, period. What are we doing about it? And I'm not sure what are we doing about it is reflected in our goals or strategy.
Okay, and so I guess part of what maybe is you can have a further conversation on is it part of your inherent core values, right? And how you operate all the way through, which is where we had started on values, or does it need to be still articulated as a goal? And that's up to you guys entirely.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a conversation that you and I had. This is a conversation that the city manager and I have had, that the council members and I have had. The biggest, or the most challenging aspect of this to me is that three things in particular, the diversity, equity, inclusion work, environmental sustainability, and community engagement are three things that are pervasive through everything that we do. So even just the act of making them a goal silos them off by themselves, when really I expect us to have a DEI and a climate and a community engagement lens in housing and in homelessness and in safety and in vibrancy. I don't know if this is where we go back and make sure that that is very clear in our mission, vision, and values, and then have it filter through all of the goals, or if council feels like they need to have a specific goal that touches on all of those. That's the challenge that I've run into repeatedly with these.
Yes. So I don't feel that I necessarily need a goal for each of them, as the mayor suggested. But what I would like is a return from the city manager for how you're going to operationalize the accountability of the values and objectives through the goals, whether it's having, somebody within the organization who nothing gets to her desk if it doesn't have those things within it, or some other mechanism I would like to see. I don't think that it's realistic to spell out everything that we want to see on this list here. I think this is pretty high level. There's things that I'd love to see on it that I'm willing to let go if we can have a return to us with something really measurable. And it can be a conversation that is ongoing.
I just asked Ashley on the bike rack to make a note around how to operationalize the values, and so that can be something that's on the bike rack to get recorded. Yes.
So how, if a goal is something that you achieve, and most of these, if not all, will be doing
Aspirational.
So are they council ongoing goals? Should we even be using the word goal? Is there a better word that we should be using that suggests that these are umbrellas that we are constantly trying to achieve, or that we are being aware of? And I'm not even sure how to articulate it, because I think of a goal, it's like a race, and you're going to win or you're going to keep running. And so if you win, the goal's over. And I don't see us being anything here necessarily that is something that we won't do.
If I made your point, what it reminds me of a little bit is that since we've had more or less the same goals for years now, I don't think we've changed the goals. It was the first year I got in council, we added childcare, and the second year we added diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we haven't really meaningfully changed them all that much. It's like at this point they're initiatives, and that, which to me is a more appropriate word.
I just think think maybe we need to, in addition to some of the other changes we've made, that we look at, that identify goals are. These don't, these are
Aspirational.
Are they aspirations?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just think we need to be clear about what we've accomplished.
Right.
And clear with the community when they see these, that they know what they are.
Right. Well, and so what we have done is we have tried to give them some action, right? Some action orientation, but they're aspirational in doing that as opposed to the topics, which is also not a goal necessarily. It might be a priority, but it's not necessarily a goal, right? So but I think your prior goals, you had public safety, climate change, like they weren't written as goals per se, they were focus areas, or I mean, there are lots of things you could call them, but I think your point's a good one. You know, are you okay with saying these are our aspirational goals that are going to take, you know, that we're striving toward? That's one way you could approach that, or you can rename them or kind of repurpose, and then your goals can be tied more to your success measures, the metrics that you ultimately, you don't have currently, but as you get there.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, if we were to tackle something like the issues brought up by our manufactured home residents, that could be a goal. We changed, we identified potential changes in the ordinance and make those changes. That's a goal. That's something could be done in 1 year or however long it takes. But yeah, these are not, they're aspirational goals, but I think we need to be clear about it.
Yes, I would put them in the bucket under strategy, and like John said, Tom, sorry. We want to actually define the goal. The strategy is deliver housing for all. Then what is the goal that falls under? To me, that's not the goal.
That's a strategy? Okay. Well, so maybe this is going to have to be a continued conversation about how to best structure, what the framework is, and we can put that into the report in terms of how to define, maybe in some options for these. So the goal, we can go, maybe we could flip back to the definition of a goal, a strategic goal, right? Bring us back there. And the idea is that they are multi-year in nature. As you're pointing out, they might be lots of years in nature, but they span time, that you're working towards them. So here we go, provide direction and focus to the organization, which I think this conversation today has, I mean, I shouldn't speak on behalf of staff, but that it gives direction. You know, we want to focus on increasing housing, right, and building housing, on addressing the homeless issue. That gives focus. Building and maintaining sustainable infrastructure. That gives focus. And so that's part of what we're trying to do with the goal, and their multi-year nature. And then from there, you have the how. And that was the conversation we had about all of those strategies. What are we going to do? How are we going to get there? Which then leads you to your work plan, leads you to your budgeting, all of those more tactical pieces that will come back to council. And that includes, you know, how you measure success. What are the metrics that will tell you if you're moving in the direction of the goal? So if you're talking about housing, you know, you're defining what it is you're trying to accomplish in terms of the work you're doing on a regular basis, regular repetitive work, and is it moving the needle? Is it going the right direction? Am I supposed to go ahead?
Yes, so I did say that backwards. So
And I'm not trying to sell you guys on a model. I'm just trying to, so yes.
So I see overarching goals as a destination and the strategies that move us along that way to that goal. So I do see that overarching long-term goals are a good way to map out what we want to focus on. That's how I see goals, because what gets focused on gets money behind it, gets programs behind it. So if it's housing, we certainly know we're not going to fix that in 1 year, but the long-term goal is probably going to be there long after even we're here that housing is going to be focused on. It's the strategies or the SMART goals underneath it that I think that get tweaked every year. So while we need to affirm, I think, as a council and as staff members to say, these are our long-term goals or destinations of what we want to get to, the strategies change year by year based on what's happening in the world around us. It's based on who's at the table and what our lens is when we're looking at the strategies. So from my perspective, and maybe it's because I've done a million goal settings and SMART goals, I'm comfortable with this, and we all know that we stick to what we love. So I see it as an opportunity that we aren't saying this is for sure what we're going to do just this year. And to your point, you've had some of these same goals for a long time because they're the continuous issues that come up in a city. And so I don't have discomfort in calling them goals. And I do like the opportunity to change the SMART goals. And then as far as the metrics go, is where I would see the opportunity to focus on those three things that they mentioned around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the environmental lens, as well as what was the last one? Or pardon me, Mayor Rogers. Those would be, to me, something we would want to see perhaps from staff in a measurable metric of these are how we're seeing these results from these three things under this goal.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask a question. One of the goals that was stated relating to homeless, just want to confirm that there's no concern about the negative connotation of homeless and its impacts. And so I don't know if Councilmember Schwedhelm has an opinion, since he's working very closely in this field, whether the advocacy groups out there will see council as taking not necessarily a proactive approach by identifying those words in their goals.
Especially in the community that is engaged in, there's no way we're going to please everyone. Because someone's going to have an opinion about, I don't care what we do. I think this captures it for its purposes, at least that we reestablish it. I don't know what other words someone might want to suggest, but I think that's good enough for what it is, because it is such a complex issue. You're not going to find 5 words that capture everything that's going on in the community related to this issue.
Yeah, and if I can, one of the bullet points was about how we address encampments. And that specifically talks about the health and safety impacts on the community. So I think it needs to be included, for lack of a better way to put it.
Can I just tag on to that? I think it acknowledges some of the limitations we have with the Boise decision and the injunction. So we do have some legal limitations for what we can do, and we need to work around those.
Okay. Did we answer your concerns? Are you feeling like we
Yes,
still?
I just wanted to make, sorry, where is that what you asking?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry.
But I
Yes,
know,
that
it's like-
answered my concern.
you
I just
guys-
wanted to make sure that,
Right.
but, so.
No, don't apologize. Because I understand when you're.
You know, it's not, I don't want to fall on this particular issue. I still kind of wonder about the definition.
Mhm.
Future councils, I mean, these can change every year. And certain councils may have big, very short-term goals.
Right.
That might get, some of these could actually be replaced ultimately with some goals that are very short-term. So do they become short-term goals? I mean, I guess that's what I'm looking at. How do we justify this body of work?
Right.
To future council, to the next council, next year, when they're looking at these goals, might they have, what could they be confused about what these mean, what these are?
Right.
Given the potential long-term nature, or the obvious long-term nature of the majority.
No, I hear your concerns in terms of how do you hold on to them when you're going to have turnover on council. Right. Councilmember Fleming, did you have your?
Yeah, as somebody who was new not that long ago, when you're a new council member, there's just general confusion, and I don't know that you would drill down to this level to become confused necessarily, but your point is well taken. I think that what's different about this goal setting session from our last ones is that you know, and again, I would say these are initiatives rather than goals because they're so broad, but is that we had tier one goals, which were these things that we knew we were unlikely to achieve anytime soon. And then our tier two goals were things that actually could be achieved and were going to be achieved as staff time allowed. They were much more specific, like adjusting the CPI for mobile home or minimum wage or things like that. So we've got that.
Didn't have that.
Yeah.
Okay. Suggestions or ideas, or bring back the report, and you guys can look with fresh eyes. What's your pleasure? Okay, you got it.
I like the idea of prioritizing them as they come back from staff. If it is some sort of aspirational goal that is going to take multi-year, multi-hours, that type of thing, I think that's good to know when we're looking at prioritization. Can we do something that's kind of going to happen in the next 12 months, and how do you prioritize it? It's similar what you do when you're tracking maybe legislation. You can prioritize the bill based on how much staff time you have, how much money to appropriate behind it, because you're looking at, is it going to go through or not, or becomes a little bit lower priority, not necessarily because it's not important, but just because we don't have enough resources or time in the next 12 months. So I'm wondering if there's a way, once we have the full report, to be able to come back and say, let's do the tier one, tier two again. I don't know if I'm comfortable doing that today without staff input, because I think that would be an important piece for us to know before we can say, this is a tier one, just based on feedback that I think we need.
And that's an important point, that this is step one, right? And so you will have the follow-up to be able to look at this, both in terms of budget, you're prioritizing when you make budget decisions, but also in terms of a work plan and understanding what the choices are and what can be accomplished this year and what has to wait, and also creating those metrics. So, Markeisha, any comments you want to add?
No, I was just going to remind the council that we still have the American Recovery Funds that had to be prioritized. I'm going to say second, because core services are first. Then we have the American Recovery, and they're pretty detailed. That's a lot of money to spend. We need to make certain that the dollar amounts that we've actually allocated to it, that we're going to spend it all, you know, because there could be a potential case that we come in under. And do we need to go back and submit another report? Because, you know, that spending report is already in. So we have to look at that on top of this as well, so.
Well, it becomes, you know, a strategic plan, and the elements of this, which is sort of what we're describing, is your roadmap, right? And so maybe if you think of it that way, this is the direction that you are trying to move the city and move forward. And I completely hear the concerns about, well, what happens if, you know, you have a change and all of a sudden it's like, well, you know, now we care, you pick something else. It's like over here. Well, you know, then you as a body talk about that and how you want to address it. But the way that these are written, they're certainly intended to have some longevity. And so it's how do you make sure that you're comfortable with that and that they are important for a foreseeable period of time, evaluating annually what you're going to prioritize within that. But this is a broader framework. And I get it that it's a departure from prior practice. And so maybe it takes some time to kind of practice or to acclimate or to tweak, you know, to the way that you want it. So.
I just was going to chime in and just say, I think you kind of described, you'll be getting to it here in a future slide, which is the establishment of council goals and then the strategies that go with that. That's the establishment of policy for what staff is going to then be bringing you as specific tasks and implementation or specific projects. And so looking at it in that format, which is, these are overarching goals. This is the big picture of what we are as a city going to predominantly be spending a majority of our effort and focus on, with the strategies being, this is that roadmap. This is how we're going to get there. But then staff's going to say, okay, within that policy framework, here are the projects that we think we want to undertake. Here's how they're going to be smart. They're, you know, strategic, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely.
And so it's up, we're going to be taking this large policy document and coming back to council with specific and strategic projects or tasks. And I think a lot of the things that we've talked about previously, we had projects and tasks that may have been labeled as goals, but they were really specific projects and tasks. And trying to create that framework of goal, strategy, and project or task I think is a good one, because it will definitely help staff as we go back and start to strategize on our own how we're going to work toward this end product.
Okay. So council, are we okay for, okay, I'm seeing, yeah, okay. And again, hopefully when it comes together in the report that comes back to you, you'll be like, okay, I'm comfortable with this and where we're going. And, you know, you'll work within the framework, hopefully, as you're prioritizing more details. So, all right, let's take 5. No? Well, I mean, we can go to that. I don't know that we have any more, unless there's anything. You want to go to the next slide? I was going to take a seat. So this was we've kind of just done this, I think, but I'll let you reflect. Yeah, I think we just did that too. All right. Do you want to just keep plowing through it? Okay. All right. We're going to hop. All right. So the reminder, the next slide is just a reminder that we've already just been talking about with using SMART goals and the next steps, and you can't do, you need to prioritize. And then we're going to talk about our wrap-up topics. And so working together to get to success, and then specifically council, you know, what kind of updates and communication are helpful to you. So let's start off with the team sport idea. All in this together, right? To be successful, everybody in this room and even those who are not need to have clarity, have to work together, understand roles, and navigate that together. So council sets policy, we know this, staff implements, and that's the those are the lanes that are most productive if you can find yourself to stay there. One informs the other informs the one. Goes both directions. So what I would like to ask, first of all, of council is, what do you need from the city manager and staff to feel informed and prepared relative to these goals we've just been talking about? So this is a question for council. What would be helpful? What do you need? Okay, Mayor?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. Clear flow of information. I mean, that's the biggest one. Most of the time when we get questions from the public, it's about, what are you doing here? When is this project coming forward? All of those sorts of things. And so just having the ability to provide a level of constituent services where we're helping to facilitate that flow of information from the individual staff member who's the most informed about the project to the person who's most impacted by the project is really helpful. And you'll see, I mean, I know we all start to get the same ones from people, but there are district specific ones. I'll get emails that other people won't get. And so having the ability to work with the city manager to get those answers, and that, like I said, I think of my job largely as a conduit of information for the public. That to me is what we need, what I need the most from the city manager and the staff is clear information and timelines.
Excellent, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Just echo those comments. I believe that being informed of where we're at on different projects throughout the city of Santa Rosa, and you're absolutely right, being able to convey that information to the people that it affects most in a timely manner is definitely not only interesting to those that it affects, but us as residents of the city as well. Where are we with our future projects? It's definitely powerful.
Okay, so getting those regular updates that's good. We'll talk about the means for that in a moment. Other comments? Yeah.
one of the things that really has been important to me has been realistic cautions when it comes to policies that we may be beginning to make, policies that we're developing that maybe not quite baked, but we're thinking about it, and then have those reports from staff that give us all the information we need to know, positive and negative, about the path that we are potentially going down. And that has been really important. And also, as we always throw things on, onto into the bucket as the year goes on. Some of those things that we throw into the bucket can be so taxing on staff that they have to say, well, you need to pick, you need to choose. We don't, unless we hire up, we could hire people. That's a possibility. That's a decision that could be made at that time once we hear the caution. But it's important to know how our policies affect prior policies and the development of those policies, or tasks for staff, especially when they are when their capacity is stretched. So those cautions are really.
So raise the flag. Okay, great.
So I know on the agendas, we put the fiscal impact, but what I think what might be helpful is if the council is to take a different direction and not go with staff recommendation, to put maybe for council, that would have a different impact on the fiscal budget, either current or future, just so that we're clear. Sometimes I think it's there, and it's pretty clear, you pointed it out to me before, Alan, that it's like within budget, it's a fiscal analysis, which I really appreciate. But I think that if the council's aware that if we make a different decision, how it's going to impact us fiscally, or if we're directing staff to go a different way, what that impact is, including staff time. I think a lot of times we ask for things from staff and we're not actually accounting for the fiscal impact of asking staff to draft or do something different based on their hours.
So incorporating the staff impacts, not just the fiscal impact.
I think that could be helpful, especially when we're dealing with limited staff in many capacities right now, to have an understanding. And I know that's really for the city manager to be able to have that oversight, but I think it's also important for us to know when we're asking for something about how much time that could take, so that we have a realistic idea of how long it might be for it to come back, even for public to know.
Councilmember Fleming? Oh, sorry. I was just coming around the loop, that's all.
Yeah, wasn't sure which way you're working. So for me, city council meet from city manager and staff, no surprises. One thing I would really appreciate is things happen in the organization that we never hear about, especially some departures of longtime employees. And you hear about it, oh, Friday was their last day. Couldn't even say goodbye. And if we truly are part of the team, it doesn't feel like that way all the time. Now, obviously with Chief Navarro, that was different. There's been some other exceptions, but there have been some other long-term employees that I've worked very closely with, never even knew until they're gone. So being included as part of that team, and also share staff successes with us on more often days. You've been doing an excellent job here about getting more and more communications with staff or with council. I really appreciate that, because again, that goes to feeling belonging, that we are on the same team. We are working together.
Belonging, yes.
So in the 7 or 8 weeks that Marquisha's been our city manager, I've gotten more communications, more clear communications, and more communications before I find things out in the newspaper than ever before. And so I just like to take a moment to say that I am getting a lot of information that I need. And the other thing that I really appreciate is that when I have the most brilliant idea in the world, Marquisha's fine to tell me that it's not really all that stellar. So, as far as what I need, I'll pipe up if I'm not getting what I need, and then we can talk about it from there. But I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Excellent. So the open to honesty. perception. Great. Okay, good. Anything else you would want to add to that? It's a great list of things that are helpful. Perfect. All right, turn the tables now, and I'm going to ask Mayor Keisha, first of all, thoughts on what would be helpful?
So one is trust. So, you hire me to lead the organization, and I hope that when I'm bringing you information, one, that it's clear, that you understand it, and that you believe I'm giving you all the information for you to make the best decision, right? Listening to the needs of the staff. In addition, finding one avenue to drive policy. I feel like we have a lot of ways that we're driving policy right now. I won't call any names, but I feel like we have a lot of ways that we're driving policy, and sometimes I'm blindsided by that information. I'm here to move your agenda forward. It's going to move forward. I may have to prioritize it, move it up and move it down, but it's going to get done. And for the most part, just communicate. Communicate when you're happy, communicate when you're not happy. Let me know what improvements that we need to make, because we have such a small window of time in local government, right? So I want to be able to make adjustments when I need to.
Anything else, anybody else on staff would want to add in terms of what would be helpful to your success?
All right, I'll jump in. Actions speak louder than words, so support of these initiatives all the way through is always a great benefit. When staff works really hard to get these things all the way through the process, through the engagement, through sometimes appeals, and gets to council, we really do look for council support. It's great when we have unanimous support, and I know that's hard, and I know there's a lot of work that gets done to make it unanimous, but you cannot underestimate how powerful that is, to have that kind of alignment. And it gives credit to the process and to your initiative. So that sort of final result is all about that action.
Anyone else? Jason.
I'll just add one more. I think it gets combined with what Keisha and Claire both mentioned, is just the appreciation of the staff that are bringing the initiatives and the successes. Even if the success doesn't quite achieve the line, what gets us closer, I think your team works extremely hard to try to deliver a lot of great initiatives and projects, and they love hearing the appreciation from the council. So that would just be my thought.
Okay. All right. So we've touched on this a little bit, but I want to underscore the next slide, which is about updates and communication. We can all agree that that's very important, and it's not always easy. It's sometimes imprecise, but there's a commitment to doing that well. And so in thinking about all of our discussion today, and thinking about the means with which you currently receive information, how are you receiving it now, and what's working well, and what would you like to see change? One of the, I will deposit this, one of the things that has been a recurring theme all day is metrics, right? And so, that's an example of something that might be beneficial. I don't mean to, see the thing, but just to get you going. Comments? Yes, Mayor.
One of the things that I've really appreciated over the last couple of years, and it mostly started with the Tubbs Fire, we've incorporated it on a number of different things, is a data dashboard. That not only gives us a way to push the public towards information and data that they can then check up on, but also it makes it so that council members, if they have a particular interest in the topic, don't have to both bother staff and then wait for a response from staff on things that are of high public interest. So, for example, the dashboard that shows the rebuild numbers, something that I look at every once in a while just to see sort of where we're at. And otherwise, I'd be emailing Claire, or emailing the city manager to email Claire. And that's really, really helpful. And I know we're moving in that direction. So I just wanted to appreciate that.
Excellent. Terrific. Learn a little bit about dashboards related to it. Okay, what else? It's working well. What would be helpful?
I would say the staff reports are working really well from a brand new perspective of coming in. They're very thorough. They, of course, I'm going to have questions on them still, but that's very helpful to have not only the staff report, but the presentation and all the data that you give us ahead of time in the agenda. Really, I think gives us an opportunity to prepare and, ask those questions. I think as a council member, being able to ask the question and then get them the information back in a timely manner is really important to me, so that there is no surprises for either of us. Either in a council meeting, you already know, even if I ask it in an open session, you more than likely will have that beforehand as well. But I think that that's working at least well. And then anything else that staff sends out on a regular basis, just to make sure you include me now in that distribution list would be great.
That seems like a reasonable request. Other comments? Information, how you want to receive it, how you are? Yeah.
And sorry, I just thought of it one more. A couple of years ago, when we first were moving into district elections, we did have a conversation about how we wanted to handle events and things in specific districts. Not that we've had many of those over the last couple of years for obvious reasons, but I do feel like staff is doing a really good job of letting the whole council know about things, but also working directly with the district representative to either pull in community members that should be involved or to be there for the ribbon cutting. For example, the park that was in Eddie's district yesterday. I think that staff has fully made the transition into thinking about things, both in terms of the city at large, but also the district representation focus. And I appreciate that as well.
So on the vein of sharing information, one thing that was particularly helpful when I was on the Water Advisory Council was Jennifer would prepare, they were quite detailed, so maybe not as detailed and lovely as those, but prepare a few bullet point takeaways from our subcommittee meetings. Oftentimes, when I'm in a subcommittee, I'm so very focused on the work at hand or leading the meeting depending on it. And, or getting the policy through that the actual, and Tom's really good at reporting this out, but getting assistants report out so that, because there's so many things that happen. And if I don't sit on that committee, I don't frankly know what's happening. And also maybe a monthly or bi-monthly report out from our boards and commissions on some of the items that they're working on and that might be coming from us. Because while I try to watch all of those and all of your subcommittee meetings, every once in a while one slips through the cracks. So just sort of that informational flow so that when things are about to come to the council, we can begin to prepare ourselves.
So for me, what really works out well is just the communication. It's like when I meet with the city manager, there's no agenda. What do we need to talk about? Right? So it's not already established. I need to tell you this. What do you need? And I say the same thing to her. What do you need from me? How can I help you be successful? And I just like that format. I also do appreciate access to staff because I am engaged in a lot of different arenas that touch other parts of the organization. And it's like, you can't talk to staff. I can only talk to one or two employees. Right? That's not there. We're all, again, being part of that team. I play a different role in the team than a director of one of the departments that I'm helping support or vice versa. So I just like that communication and building that trust. And I think that was your word. It's building the trust that we're on the same team. We're all trying to accomplish the same goals. So it's just keep it up a bit more this week.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm not sure if council is maybe provided with some different, like from the water board or from the different departments, maybe an update on just like we're working on these two things over the last couple months. Just because right now I seem to be a little bit popular of being asked to go out and speak about what we're doing. So I'm trying to learn as much as all of you've done for many years in the next 2 weeks. So that would be very helpful, at least from my perspective, if we're being asked to go out and speak about what's happening in city council. I'll never be able to eloquently do what Mayor Rogers does. any question that comes in, but I think just arming us so that we could speak as eloquently as possible when we're out representing the community, that would be really great.
And I think we as a council have become accustomed to some really great staff reports and presentations and all the information necessary to allow us to do our job and to communicate with the community. And I want to do a special shout out to our to Dina and Stephanie, the gatekeepers of detail and general information that allow us to do our job without their knowledge of Zoom, without their knowledge of getting every week they have an obligation due to our commitment to the community about our transparency and giving the community as much time as possible to get up to speed on the various issues that we are about ready to speak about is a real challenge. And I think that they do an outstanding job. And even if I can't find something, it's the answer is always, let me just send that to you now. And I do that on a fairly regular basis because I get a little overwhelmed by computers. And they always do it with just such grace and dignity. And I thank them for it because I don't know what I would do without them. And I gotta say, the staffs that I have experienced over the years, they are all so incredibly dedicated, and none more so than the staff we have right now. It's just really, if the community knew the kind of dedication that our staff exhibited on a daily basis to this organization and this city, I think that there would be probably fewer criticisms and more appreciation. They are just, it's a stellar organization run by stellar people and now guided by a stellar city manager. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, it's hard to end after that. I need to go any further after that note. Anybody else have anything to add? Okay. So let's flip over and just summarize kind of our next steps. Home stretch, guys, we're almost done. And so, as I've mentioned several times during the day, all of this work that you have created, that we've been capturing throughout the day, will be brought back to you in the form of a summary report. So you'll have that all documented. With fresh eyes, you can look at it, and if there are areas that require refinement or tweaking, then that will be the time to do that. So we'll be working on that to get it back to you for an upcoming council agenda. You'll hopefully adopt those goals and strategies. And if there's some refinement, ultimately you'll get there. And then from there, staff will be working on plans to deliver on this and creating the budget and developing some metrics. And so that's kind of the flow that will be forthcoming. And some of these things will take time as they're building. Consider them building blocks working together. So those are our next steps. I wanted to just kind of close then with, first of all, I have an evaluation form, so please don't escape until I have handed those out and so we can get to your feedback. But I would like just to take, I think it's nice to have a couple of minutes of just any takeaways you have from today. What stood out to you? Any thoughts or closing comments you might want to make? Don't feel obligated. I'm not going to do around the table everybody, but if you want to share any kind of final takeaways, I would invite you to do that. Wah, wah, wah.
Just because it's still sitting with me, and I don't put a black cloud over the whole thing. The whole comment about racism as public health issue, I didn't hear any reference to it. I don't know if I'm a staff member. We declared it as a public health crisis. Are we going to do anything about it? So I don't know what the takeaway would be from staff as to, we're the ones that said it, all 7 of us. I'm pretty sure it's 7-0. I don't know what our next steps are because, as I said earlier, I didn't see it anywhere in here. So is it a non-issue? And Eddie had made reference to back in 2020 when we had those listening sessions, those conversations. man, that was rich conversation. And I know I'm not mayor anymore, so it's been somewhat radio silence for that, but that's where I thought it's rich. It was a difficult conversation to have. And I'm just not sure, are we choosing not to have the conversation or is it going to be someplace else? I don't know. So unfortunately, that's what my takeaway is from today.
Okay, that got missed. Okay, so that needs to get incorporated into there. Okay. Okay. Other reactions or comments? I don't want to leave that just hanging. I mean, is there a way to, or what are your thoughts about how we might make sure that that stays front of mind? Because clearly that's an important topic.
If
Yes.
I may.
Yes.
We do have staff working on next steps for that. I know you haven't seen it, so that's the communication gap there. But we have our community engagement team following up on next steps, measurable performance about what that means. Because I know that came up at the meeting when we declared that, what's next. And so we haven't shared that. But we will, and I hear that it's important.
But in terms of a framework, including how you're articulating what you're going to focus on, I hear exactly what you're saying. We need to find a way to make sure that that gets recorded. Yes, Mayor.
I think this is a question for the council member for perhaps adding a strategy, and I don't know if the bullet point would fall under achieve organizational excellence or ensure a safe community for all. I think probably organizational excellence. What about adding a bullet point that says finish and implement the SEED collaborative work?
If that's going to be included, I'm not sure if that is the focus of the SEED's collaborative work. That, Claire, that was very helpful, but thank you for that. So I think our next, let's see what the staff is doing, because I know we did have that conversation. It just really resonates with me. I believe California cities, when this one woman talked about, yeah, a lot of cities have done it, and then it's radio silence. And I don't want to be one of those cities. We're going to be a leader in the North Bay. Let's act it. And in this arena, forward it. But again, it goes back to, because I know our community engagement team has so many other priorities, so many priorities. Are we asking too much of them? Do they have enough resources to actually do what council, the 7 of us, are asking?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems to me, does that become one of the bullets under the ensure, I don't know how we revise it, but to ensure a safe and healthy community for all? It's the healthy part of it that is racism as a public health crisis, so.
Correct. That's where we are looking at it from a staff perspective already. So we can lose the sight of that, and it's part of our community empowerment plan process. That's part of it.
Okay, so we can include that as a strategy then and articulate it. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up again and making sure that we have this conversation and it has a home. And just to clarify, because I'm not knowledgeable, the SEED collaborative is related to this? Is something, what is that? It's different, okay. All right. Separate. Yes.
So can I have some clarification on the next steps as far as some of the things that were mentioned today, not the one that Tom just mentioned, but the not mobile homes, the manufactured homes question, the annexation question that the mayor mentioned. Where will those other comments and suggestions that were probably a little more specifically goal items, potentially, if embraced by the council? Because there was the manufactured home issue was brought up by a couple of people in the community. I brought it up, but the council has not had an opportunity to discuss it. And whether they want to move forward with that. Is that something that we're going to put time and energy into, or have staff put time and energy into? How did those issues get dealt with now that they've been surfaced in this form?
Keisha, do you want to respond or you want me?
Oh, there we go.
I'm not sure I'm the right person to respond, but I'll give it a shot. Those will all get, as I understand it, those would be part of what staff evaluates when we're looking at what are the plans that we are going to propose to implement these the goals and strategies. And that I can't tell you right now whether the mobile park issue gets incorporated into that or not. But those would be brought back to council for council to evaluate our work plan and what our next steps are. If that's important to the council, that would be where I invite the city manager if there's any other comments, but that's my understanding of the work process.
Well, I appreciate that. And before we hear from the city manager, what we're usually left with in more of what traditional environment are these sheets with red dots on them. So without doing the dot exercise, how do we?
I may have killed the dot exercise.
Totally killed the dots.
The dot exercise is the dumbest exercise
I was
that we
advised
do.
no
It
dots.
does absolutely nothing for determining how much capacity each department has. It puts an arbitrary limit on what we do. So that's why we did aspirational goals, and then staff can come back and tell us, here's what we think we can do to achieve these goals this year.
And I'm not, believe me, I'm not complaining about losing the dot exercise because it was so often gamed anyway. So, but yeah, there were some effective elements to it. So that's kind of what. So in so I guess the question was, what are we going to replace that with? How do we know what direction we will now move in or attention?
So I think some of that conversation comes back when I had the discussion about policy direction. And is it going to be driven by a council committee, or, how are you going to drive the policy direction? So I can direct staff to operationalize it. Some of these items, I think maybe we could bring back a report and study it. If it's of interest to you, I just need to know. So, but even if we bring back a report and we talk about the short, long-term, or immediate effects of it, then it has to be, again, prioritized. But there's nothing wrong with study. If we want to talk about manufactured homes, I think it's something that we can talk about as a team and tell me what are you looking for out of it. We can study it, we can have a study session on it, bring back a report, and from there you can guide us, give us the policy direction.
Maybe we put dots on the bike rack.
I get the mayor's points about the problems with the dots, but I would say that one thing that is really helpful about that is that it's an interactive exercise. We're so passive in this role. We sit here, we respond to what we see. Whereas that allows us to really engage and do this kind of work where we say, what, this is really important to me. It may not be really important to you. What's really important to you? And it allows us to sort of prioritize as a policy body and to make agreements amongst ourselves and to move things forward. And that is the piece of it that I really miss, is being able to engage in that way. So she's talking about you behind your head, and she gave you bunny ears.
I get it. And if council really wants to do a dot exercise, they can do a dot exercise. But for me, it doesn't help us because it misses everything that's important, from core services to delivery timelines. It is a task list or a checkbox that we put on it, and that works very well for specific items like the mobile home rent control ordinance. That makes that very easy for us to go back to the community and say, this is what we're going to do this. But that checking that off the box does nothing in terms of telling us how are we actually doing about achieving strategies to keep people from falling into homelessness. It's an item on it with no data attached to it on the impact that it's having. I see the assistant city manager, and I think Megan was going to jump in at one point as well.
I was just going to follow up with the mobile home organization that we are actively working on it. It's a capacity issue, and we've had a request for proposals out twice and no respondents. So now we're developing our next steps for how we can create the capacity to address it. So it certainly is something that's on our work plan that we are attempting to tackle.
And I'll just say, I think what you heard and what we were just talking about, those are work plan specific items that we actually didn't discuss today. So, without wanting to get in trouble with my new boss, I think that's part of the coming back to council is, here's the work plan based on the goals and the strategies that you've asked. Here's what staff is intending to do. And if we've missed something like the mobile home piece, then we would look to council to say, hey, we thought that needed to be a part of this. So for me, that's the way I view especially the couple of the public comment that we heard today, whether it was Southeast Greenway or the mobile home or the bikeway inclusive improvements, wanting those as specific work plan items. And that's coming. We'll bring that back to council.
And, staff sometimes has the shiny object syndrome as well. They're such a professional staff and they want to deliver. So when you bring them an item, they just want to run. And I have had to say, no, we got to stop. We got to stop. We got to slow down. We got to think. Because I'm going to tell you, every time I meet with another staff member, it is just like overload. And I have high expectations. So even when I'm communicating with staff to say, hey, are we doing this? Are we doing this? I'm trying to learn to pull back as well, because I'm like, oh, I got to reset. So you have to remember, when you bring something to staff's attention, they're running to get it done, because that's just who they are. I couldn't ask for a more professional and dynamic staff. So that's why we're trying to set, some boundaries, set some goals, try to figure out where we're going to go next. And even with the metrics, we have to look at what we're going to bring back to you, and from a metrics perspective, right? Because we have to look at what are we actually collecting, and what platforms are we collecting the data on, and is it usable? Garbage in, garbage out. So I don't want to bring you information that is actually not usable or accurate. So, and that's why, I am going to have a conversation with each council member to talk about, okay, how are we going to drive policy directives? Because we do need to be innovative, and we do need to be able to pivot at some point. But at first, let's just get the work plans together. Let's get back to being what the city of Santa Rosa needs from us, and then we can pivot. So, but I am going to tell you, we have the shiny object syndrome too. You tell us to do something, and it's like, yes, and then they're like, oh, I don't have the time. So, just keep that in mind. They want to do their best for you.
Okay. First of all, for those who were looking forward to the dot exercise, I'm so sorry. Don't have that. I have dots in my bags, by the way. But I think if you think of this as a big step one, and I recognize this is a departure in terms of a framework and how you're approaching this. But again, kind of trust the process. You've built this framework now that will get built in with the actionable items, items that you're familiar with and you're going to talk about as they come before you. You'll have plenty of opportunity to prioritize and to weight those items through that work planning process. And so I would just invite you to kind of try something new on for size. And if it doesn't work, then nothing lost. You can always next year extra dots for all. Is that fair? But even for you, maybe.
I don't get to be mayor next year, so.
All right, so yeah, there we go. See, when we have new mayor, new dots. Okay, so with all that, any other kind of closing comments or takeaways that would be you'd like to share? Yes.
Completely off topic, but I did want to thank my colleagues for changing the dynamics on the dais, especially as a benefactor of their vote and support. So I don't see Councilwoman Rogers here, but she's joining us on Zoom. Just want to say thank you.
Okay.
And I'll just make my final comments. And it's a big thank you to everybody for being here. I think part of the reason that we've been able to shorten our goal setting this year is because we have a team that's already rowing in the same direction. And to me, that says that we have a team that is invested in the community, that hears the same things the council members are hearing, that is trying to be as responsive as possible to the needs of the community and everybody here who loves Santa Rosa. And so there's not a whole lot of dissension in terms of where we're going when it comes to our most critical issues, whether it's housing or homelessness or or public safety or transportation, because everybody who's in the room and everybody throughout our organization has been living it for a number of years. So I want to just thank you all for the hard work. It has been a lot, and I do appreciate that we have the chance to stop and talk about the accomplishments from last year before we then ask for more. And I think that's important for us to do. But your teams are all extremely efficient. You work very hard. You're so dedicated to the community. And council members appreciate that and see that work every single day. So thank you for taking your time to be here as well. And thank you for council members for doing this process. Even though we talk week in and week out about what our priorities are from the dais, it's nice to also hear from folks who don't have the microphone every week.
Okay.
There's a group that we haven't spoken too much about today, and that's our volunteers that do our boards and commissions. Don't get any kind of pay or oftentimes acknowledgement. I don't know how we would do what we do without our board and commissioners, and, our volunteers that do so much, that help us do our job. And they're not a part of this. And they probably have some pretty good ideas that you might want to listen to in the future. But they do great work, and they deserve just a little acknowledgement. They're appreciated.
All right. Any other final thoughts? Okay. You should all have received an evaluation form. And I know I'm going to hear about dots, and that's okay. Okay. So if you just take a couple minutes to provide us your thoughts and feedback, we would be grateful. What worked, what would you change? We know the answer. And then we will be able to adjourn this workshop. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of your day today. We appreciate it a great deal. Okay. I know sheet here.